I'm going to say bye to Richard Belzer here in a moment. We're going to take more calls from Massachusetts. I'm going to go into fifth hour. This is the end of the fourth hour. Completely commercial-free audio and video streams at INFOWARS.com. Have the IT folks put a free video stream up for everyone, like we did during the election. We can fire up the PrisonPlanet.tv streams for everybody, get Kurt Nimmo to add it. I'm going to ask Sha'Carri Jackson and Rob Dew and crew to host the next 3 hours with David Knight, and then I will go live tonight when we know more at 7 o'clock. We'll go to about 5 or so with live coverage, and then we can gear up for to go live at 7 o'clock. And I want that stream given to the web guys free to everybody, PrisonPlanet.tv, because we have to pay for the bandwidth, folks, but we have enough members and stuff to be able to do that. I mean, if we get like 300,000 people to tune in, I will get a $20,000 bill, but it doesn't matter. I've got to be able to respond to these people. So be sure and buy books, buy videos, support us, buy the bumper stickers, just all of it. This is an all-out info war. And I think people are beginning to understand. The crew's completely freaked out because I walked in here the day before Sandy Hook, and I said something bad's about to happen. And I only do this, and today I said, I'm physically sick. They're getting ready to, I said on air, they're getting ready to blow stuff up. And I said, they're going to do their own shot heard around the world to blame it on us, so like Lexington and Concord, and this is the day it happened, at that place. Yeah. I mean, my God. Because listen, I said Bin Laden, they'll say Bin Laden blew up the World Trade Center, and they're going to blame it on him, and he'll take the blame. Yeah. And I said that July 25th. I don't know how I know this stuff. It's like, literally I need my own 1-800 number, start reading horoscopes or something. No, I mean, it's not that, folks. I get their script. And they may blame it on Muslims anyways. I don't know what they're going to do. But right now, it's Patriots Day. Yeah. It's April 19th. Now, if you don't pay your money to the Federal Reserve, you're a terrorist. And Rob Dew talks about his brother-in-law constantly, who he has arguments with, who works for, what is it, the Defense Intelligence Agency?
He's in the Army.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. People are going to get mad you're talking about this. The point is, I'm just going to hold Richard Belzer over a little bit, too, because I want to have a final comment. But I want to break this now. Rob Dew, news director, your wife's brother, your wife's brother. Tell people what happened to him today. He was in command.
Well, I would not get to say.
Well, no, you told me. Well, he was in command of the military there because I saw a troop. Tell me what you told me out there.
I'll tell you what he was running the race today.
Yeah, running the race. Yeah. Okay.
Running it.
Oh, like running it. I misunderstood because I saw Army there.
No.
He was running in the race.
Running in the race.
Okay, got it.
And they had Army there. He went with Army in a bus, and they were running. Well, yeah, I guess I could see how this could.
Well, no, I mean, you just told me this when we were during the break. You're like, because I knew he ran stuff. I knew he was in intelligence domestically, so that I just got it wrong. Go ahead.
So he was running the race, and at some point they pulled him from the race and said, "You're dehydrated. You need to go to the hospital." And so they sent him to the hospital. And what my wife told me, and
wasn't that nice of them?
She was getting
just like Mayor Willie Brown got the call not to fly. Oh my God!
And his wife told my wife that he's in the hospital now, but he would have been crossing.
Just center that camera.
That those that the bombs did go off.
Start over, because see, I misread what you said, and then we're going to get Belzer's take. We're going to go to break, go commercial free, and go back to Belzer. Start over because I was interrupting. Because right before you went live, and I drug you in here, you go, "Oh my gosh, I just got off the phone. My wife, her brother." He was running the race. He's in domestic military operations. He's the guy that I argue with all the time. And he was going to be right there, and they made him go to the hospital. I said, what, they drug him? Like, oh, yeah. He's in command. Now I get it. They're like, you need to go.
Right.
That's like Mayor Willie Brown told not to fly on 9/11 the day before.
Yeah, it's very now that's
Stay there. Richard Belzer, what's your take on that?
Well, I'm rarely speechless, but the fact that they pulled him out means now we know it is a domestic operation.
Oh, my God. If he wasn't really sick, did he say he was sick?
That's what I don't know.
They're going to tell him to shut up. Call him right now.
That's what I don't know.
Call him right now.
All right.
Call him right now.
All right.
Before, I shouldn't even have. This is breaking right now. I am living
They're saving their own people. That's what they do.
Yeah, they save their own people every time. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Okay, folks, I'll be back later throughout the next few hours. I need to go reset and get my mind around this. And we're going to have Rob Dew in here, Sha'Carri Jackson, and sitting right in this seat, we'll let David Knight traffic cop things. I'll be on the Nightly News, 7 o'clock Central. If you go to INFOWARS.com/listen, we already had this planned. to be able to have the daytime show free to everybody in the future. We were going to get some sponsors for it, and hopefully it'll work so we can, like, have subscription for the nightly news. But my goal is just reach more people, not make money. It's not bad to want to make money. It's just that we want to reach people. We want to be able to challenge the official narrative. Rob Dew is out there calling his brother-in-law, who I always get to hear about the arguments they have, about, the New World Order and stuff. And he was running the marathon, I guess, as part of the Army team.
He's a runner. He's a cross-country runner.
And he was brought in on Army, and they pulled him out. Listen, you got to get a hold of him now when he doesn't understand. This could be his moment.
Yeah.
Or they could also go after him. But the point is, were you dehydrated? Why did they make him go to the hospital? I mean,
that's the key.
And this is what my wife got from his wife, that he was running the race. They pulled him out and said, "You're dehydrated," and they sent him to the hospital. And that
just out of the blue. How would they know that?
Exactly. I mean, I see people run races all the time. There's, they're peeing themselves because their bodies are breaking down because they're doing this run, and they let people continue. So I don't know why. He's in great physical shape. So he knows his body. I've seen the guy run, 20 miles, no problem, come back and eat breakfast, So it's very odd. And I'm
your wife's brother.
Yeah.
That I always hear you arguing with.
Yeah.
Well, you guys even text message back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, that's not every day.
Call him. All
right.
Did he answer?
No, the first time he didn't answer. So
I shouldn't have talked about it early, but you know what? I'm not perfect because I get excited. I'm
Alex?
Yeah, Richard, I want you to have closing comments. What do you think of this happening right here?
I think that this gentleman you're talking about, this could be an epiphany moment for him, now understanding what you've been arguing about. If he was pulled out for no other reason, then he'll put it together that they were protecting him from the event, and then that may be his moment. You know what I mean? To wake up and say, "Whoa, I hope he's okay, and I hope they're not using him, and I hope that he stays safe."
Well, let me pull up the San Francisco Chronicle here for people. Willie Brown got low-key warning about air travel. They actually changed that headline. That's September 12th. He was told not to fly and called by Condoleezza Rice. That later came out. Don't fly to New York. The Defense Department had a bunch of generals going to New York on September 11th. They canceled it September 10th. This just keeps happening because I guess they warned their buddies. And, of course, they'll spin it and say, well, we had intel. He's not answering now?
No.
Well, for his safety.
I don't even know if he has his phone. Honestly.
Yeah, because your wife called you and told you the story.
Right, and he got it from his wife. And apparently all of his belongings were on the bus, and that's what, they're trying to get that wherever that is. Because he's at the hospital right now. Now, obviously all pandemonium is breaking loose over there with...
Look at the Mayor Willie Brown article. Let's put that on screen, guys.
When was that published, Alex?
That was September 12th, 2001.
Where he had a vague warning?
Well, they changed the headline later. It was Willie Brown told not to fly on evening of September 10th, I think was the original. We did a whole report showing the Wayback Machine, and then later they changed this. But no, he was, and then later it came out, Condoleezza Rice told him don't fly. Yeah,
in fact, at the time, he didn't pay much mind to it. And, and then I got a call.
Well, if I was going somewhere and I'd say, well, you're not paying much mind, then why didn't you fly to New York, buddy?
No.
Yeah. Exactly. On September, I think it was 10th or 9th, Rumsfeld had a press conference and said, there's $2.3 trillion missing from the Pentagon.
That's right.
And then he walked off, and then one of the planes hit the section of the Pentagon where the records are kept.
And then, see, that way they could just get the story out, then kill it with the next big story.
That's right.
Man, I tell you, see, working in the media, you learn how this stuff works, and you watch them. It's not like I'm even that smart. I'm engrossed in this 18 hours a day. So are you, Belzer, probably before I was even born. You've been talking about this stuff since I was a kid. And I'm just, but it's not fun to be famous fighting this. I hope people understand. It's like we're flying the trench in the Death Star,
This is going to be another setback in the long fight.
This could be the launch of them blowing crap up everywhere and blame it. They're teaching the state police prepare to arrest the right-wing Christians who aren't really right-wingers. They're patriots who know what's going on.
Right.
And they've got the left, brainwashed about, let's arrest all the gun owners. I mean, this is
You know what? They're going to have, in these groups, they'll have government people pretending that they're in the group and, commit an act and then it'll be blamed on the group. And then if it goes to trial, they have a closed session, national security, you can't indict this person, and yet the event occurred.
Yeah, absolutely. Richard, we're going to have to talk to you very soon in the aftermath of this, because you were part of this happening today. We'll stay in touch, stand by in the next, probably tomorrow even, get you to pop in for 20 minutes if you can do it or not.
I'd love to. Yes, I can. Whatever you need, Alex, and stay safe, buddy.
All right, thank you so much. And hey, that's why your book's more important than ever. If they'd kill the president and hundreds of people that knew about it, would they kill some people at a marathon to get their agenda through? If they'd bomb Vietnam, South Vietnam, to blame it on the communists, again, who I'm no fan of either, they did stuff like that as well, would they do it in America? If they ran Operation Gladio in Europe to blame it on liberal and conservative groups that got too powerful that weren't globalist, would they do it here? Is this Operation Gladio Part 2? Richard, we'll talk to you soon.
Take care, Alex. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the meter's running when I put up a free link to everybody, because we've had over 300,000 people tune in a day. It was like 350 or something, I forget, in a day and a half to the election coverage. And it was a $20,000 bill, and that's cheap bandwidth. Okay? At least as cheap as we can get. We had 3.5 million people watch the great reports by Aaron Dykes and Paul Watson from Bilderberg 2 years ago. I mean, that's just an example. So everybody's tuning in. Go to twitter.com/RealAlexJones. We have the feeds right there for everybody, so that you can go to INFOWARS.com/listen. Or again, we're going to send that link out to everybody. And 2 dead, 22 wounded. So it was 3 dead, a dozen wounded. Now it's 2 dead. That's good news. It's only 2 dead. But I mean, 1 man dies. This is a tragedy. 10,000 died. It's a statistic. Joseph Stalin. And that's why I've been telling everybody, in my spirit, in my soul, I said to myself, people are like, well, why are you having Mark Dice on, when he came out and said all that stuff about you and all that? Well, I mean, Mark, I talked to Mark. And I said, let me guess, you had a lot of personal stuff happen. You had a lot of setbacks and stuff. He goes, yeah, how do you know that? I'm not going to get all into the personal stuff. And I said, listen, it's normal when people go through things to get mad at somebody that's actually helped them and put them on the radar. But I said, you're a talented guy on your own. And I said, that's why I'm promoting you. And that's why he's been the top of Drudge since Friday, because Drudge understands it's an important video. With these authoritarians saying, let's go arrest all the gun owners. Let's go door to door. I go, Mark, you are a smart guy. And that's why we need... I mean, listen, folks, we're not going to be on the air forever if we don't back these people off. They're committed to their plan to take our guns. They're committed to take your bank accounts. They're committed. We've got to have... That's why Glenn Beck said a lot of nasty stuff about me, done stuff behind the scenes, trying to hold me back and stuff because he's worldly and wrong. But I think overall he's probably not really a bad guy. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I've said before, I'm going to bury the hatchet if he won't attack me anymore, then he always attacks me again. But I'm going to say this before God and my children. You're not, if I ever attack him back or just set the record straight, I'm going to do it not even doing that evil laugh I do, because that's an evil thing I do. I'm a really sweet person, dude. You've been around me for years. I'm a real guy.
Yeah, totally real. Hey, you're the best boss. I've told many people this. You're the best boss I've ever worked for.
But what I've noticed out in the world is when you are super nice, a lot of people, it like flips them out. And I just don't understand it. But my whole point is that's why... I mean, who cares if Glenn Beck says bad things about me just because he's jealous of competition?
Alex Jones, you piece of garbage.
Get him off. Come on.
I don't know what you're...
But the point is it's none of it's going to matter. And I'll tell you what it is. Last week, I kind of out of the blue said, if this was my last broadcast, and a few things I wanted to say, and it wasn't even thought out, and it wasn't even very powerful. And I think when I come back tonight at 7, I'm going to really write down the notes and say if this was my last broadcast, because...
I tell you what, that's come back to me already. Several people have sent that back to me, said, this is amazing from Alex Jones. And you just did that off the cuff. That wasn't even...
Well, I said, I feel like it's all about to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know how long we're going to be on the air.
Yeah. And I was there when you shot that. You're like, I got to say one more thing. I want to come back. I want to say one more thing. And you went off. And I thought it was great. People were sending that back to me. And they're like, this is amazing. When did Alex record this? And, it was just...
Well, I'm telling you what's happening. We've asked God for providence. And we're going to go to break and come back with the other host to come in here and take over for me. I've asked for providence. I've really prayed. But you got to be careful what you pray for. When you really, when God knows your heart, knows that, I mean, I've prayed for things and then it happens. And I watched my 5-year-old daughter go out to leave with my mother to go to a dance class, and she was so innocent. My mother was so innocent. I said this at the start of the show. I said, the whole hammer is about to come down all this bad stuff's about to happen, and I just feel guilty that I couldn't do enough for my children. And I just feel bad for the people out there that don't know we're real, don't know how real all this is. But when you put yourself on the line, God gives you providence and real providence. When you commit and God knows you're going to go all the way, that's when the doors open up. And I'm not saying it's a fun thing either, but it's what God gives you intelligence. That's what, see, the New World Order has their Google and their spy systems. We've got providence. We've got God, who literally, as Martin Luther King says, the universe bends towards justice. We have that type of intel. They have HUMAT. They have digital information. They have, you know, their electronic spying. But still, they have their evil brains. And they're getting their devil intelligence. The devil's empowering them. And everybody can feel it. Everybody can see it. Everybody can know it. And I don't know if they're going to blame this on Muslims. There's a slight chance of that. It's Patriots Day. It's Boston. It's going to be blamed on the Tea Party. I mean, probably 90%, I'd say right now, unless they decide, you know, they're doing gauging right now to see how the public's going to respond. They've got computer algorithms, wargaming, all this. But, dude, I tell you, it's providence that your brother-in-law, who's in military intelligence, was running the race for the Army and got pulled out. And we need to find out, was he really...
Was he dehydrated?
Well, I'm sure they're really going to say, well, I'm sure they saw signs. Yeah. If he felt good and was going, then something's going on, man. My
gut is, you know, the guy's in shape. The guy's in great shape.
Yeah, because you guys go visit him and stuff, and he says, we run 20 miles before breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, he's a runner. He's in shape. He knows what he's doing. And I've seen people crawl across that finish line. So why would they pull him out? I don't know.
Man, I tell you, and again, I'm waxing philosophical here, and almost a early nostalgia before the events have even happened. I have nostalgia because I can look into the future historically, where we're going. I have nostalgia for the present. I have nostalgia for what's coming, because let me tell you, they set off a couple dozen bombs around America. And I mean, let me tell you, the martial law, it's 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah. They have got it all set up. They're totally ready. It's all going on. You can see the preparation that's designed for dumbed-down public. Those of us that are aware, it's like they're teaching the state police that it's time to arrest all the Christians. There's going to be a war with Christians. I mean, what is Obama going to put a pentagram on his hat and, like, you know, say, Beelzebub, get them? Did you hear me in the first hour? I said, hey, are you supposed to be having that meeting with the studio crew that's in there building the studio?
I already did. We're done.
We didn't cut that short, did we?
No. I mean, I'd already known the breaking news was happening. We were recording it on our end, and I'd always have, you know, figures it would be.
No, I don't even care about the studio. I should get off air. I'm gonna go lay down and just reset for about 30 minutes.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's really disconcerting.
It's disconcerting. I'm just sitting there going, you know, you selfish, you know, bastard. You want to act like a tough guy. And then my discernment says, no, you're doing the right thing. Put everything on the line. That's what God likes. Yeah. But my son's out there today, and I'm thinking about get my family out of the country. But you know what? Running is what has done this. We've got to stand against these people, Rob.
I agree.
Your family's on the line.
Oh, yeah. And that's the only thing that's going to take it is standing up to these people. You told the story on Sunday, you know, of the little minder who wants to come out and tell you how to raise your kids.
You said suddenly in your neighborhood, all these women are coming over attacking you because they hate seeing a father with his kids in the front yard. They've got to dominate you. MSNBC is saying you're the mommy now, not that man.
Right. Yeah. And
tell people what happened.
All right. So there was two.
You tried to go to McKinney Falls, and they said don't let your kids swim in a creek.
Right.
When there's no law against it, the guy came over and minded you and then followed you around. Yeah. And I mean, these people are a cult. They're like energized by a demonic spirit. I'm telling you, I've watched this long enough. It is a spirit. It's like host or something. It's like what David Icke says, like some weird galactic amoeba is attached to their brainstem.
Yeah, and they do it with a smile, and they're all concerned, and they're worried about your kids, and what are you doing? How could you let your kids out like this? So my kids were out in the front yard, and they decided to take off with 2 other kids down the street. Well, my 3-year-old, I don't let him leave the front yard, you know, just because he doesn't know, looking left and right, doesn't cross streets, not thinking about that. So anyway, I went down to get them. They'd probably been gone 4 or 5 minutes, just right down the street. And this older lady comes, she's pulling in her groceries. She goes, "Are those your kids?" I said, "Well, did you see them? Which way'd they go?" And then I saw them right after that. And she goes, "Those kids."
Keep going. I'll read this.
She said, those kids were running all over in the street. I said, well, which ones? She goes, well, 2 of them over there. I said, well, were they my kids? She goes, I don't know, but you're not a good father letting your kids run around like that.
Probably called CPS on you.
Wait a minute. And so I let into her. I said, listen, you mind your own business. You are not responsible, because she said she's responsible for these kids out here. I said, you're not responsible for my kids. Don't you ever say that. You're never going to be responsible for my kids. You go back in your house and you mind.
But she didn't care. It was about one-upping you. If she cared about the kids, she'd have gone down there and said, oh, let me help you. Oh, kids, get away from you. Now let's expand. Then you had another one come up. And
oh, yeah, we would go. There's a little retaining pond around our thing where they got ducks and they make it all nice. So my kids want to go down, hang out, look at the ducks and look at tadpoles and stuff.
Sounds evil.
I know. And then they wanted to run around the pond. They wanted to do a lap around the pond. Sure, go knock yourself out. Waste some energy. That's great.
It just rained. It's real nice.
As they're running around from the porch, this lady who's got an earth flag on the porch, a big,
which means kill everybody flag.
Exactly. Who's I found out is bitched about the vines growing on the fence, so she wants them torn down so she could see the wildlife. Anyway, she goes, there's snakes over there. I said, what? Excuse me? She goes, there's probably snakes in there. I said, that's okay. My kids know what to do if they see a snake, you know? And I'm walking down the road. I should have said, well, you know, it's a lot more dangerous to drive your car down the street. You be careful when you're driving, okay? You know, these
No, it's all about their authority.
Yeah.
Now, listen, let me give you the breaking news. Breaking, small homicide, a small homemade bomb is primary cause of explosion at Boston Marathon. Law enforcement officials tell NBC. See, right where Lexington and Concord all started today, 200-something years ago, they are not about, we're about to go to break, bring in the other host, they are not about to let anybody, it's what I said at the first of the show, I said, they're going to fire the first shot for us and say we did it. I mean, that's 101 in a PSYOP.
Yeah.
If the Redcoats would have done that, they would have won. If the Redcoats would have committed massacres and said that the Americans did it, the colonists did it, they would have won the war.
Well, they've learned since then what to do.
And they actually did do some false flags. They would actually do a few massacres, but that has to be a lone ship, though, and then have a fake account. They used to only do that on the high seas. They're reporting 3 bombs now. DrudgeReport.com has excellent coverage. So does PrisonPlanet.com and InfoWars.com. Folks, follow us at Real Alex Jones on Twitter. And we have the free video feed up there going out to everybody. For the next hour and 40 minutes or so, Jakari Jackson, David and I are going to be in here. Also, you should be going and getting news. You can be coming in and getting stuff.
Yep.
I'll just cover whatever the latest is when I go on at 7 o'clock tonight for InfoWars Nightly News. We'll air all the packages they've already done. We're going to air a package right here. We're going to air a package right here, a news package, done where the crew went out and showed the ammo shortages and stuff. In some areas in Texas are saying they're giving them to police first. So confirming that. This is an important report. It's about 3.5 minutes long. And then it'll be David Knight sitting right here in my seat and Jakari Jackson, or vice versa. I don't care, whoever wants to.
I think they have Acevedo on camera saying, Art Acevedo, who's our chief of police, saying he doesn't have a problem getting ammo. He doesn't have a problem. Oh, well, Art Acevedo is going to be more than happy to be in here Friday after he went and had a special visit to the White House. I'm sure he can talk to me about how bad, the American people are for whatever just happened in Boston. It's all so convenient, isn't it? Yeah. Ah, man, I tell you, this is completely sick. And you notice that they're now saying it was another prosecutor that reportedly is killing these cops and prosecutors in Texas. Yeah, they said it was their own guy. And now it's the back of the paper, though. If it was a Patriot, it would be, blowing trumpets, let me tell you, it's a Patriot. Well, and they thought it was a white Aryan group. That's all they were touting. Yeah, and I said it's that or a Mexican mafia group. Yeah. And because Mexican mafia kills even more cops. Because I've studied the criminology. Anybody who studied it knows that. A disgruntled minder. Now, just recap without me hyperventilating. Your brother-in-law running the marathon for the Army, brought in on an Army truck. Yeah. They pull him out and say, you're going to the hospital. You're dehydrated. You need to go. That's what you were told? Right. That's what I was told. And when I say running, physically running in the marathon as a racer. Yeah, I misunderstood. Yeah, as a racer, he was running the marathon. They pulled him out, said he was dehydrated, sent him to the hospital. Then the bombs go off. And it's now 28 hurt. Look at that. Look at that all burn out. Oh. Yeah. It just showed the building all burn out in black. Oh, my gosh. It'll be America's domestic 9/11. Yes, it was Patriots Day, April 15th, 2013, that right-wing extremist struck a blow against what they believed was the New World Order and the takeover. They did it in symbolic Boston, Massachusetts, where hundreds of years earlier, the colonists had fought against brave British troops fighting for the crown.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
The editorial writes itself at that point.
Oh, my gosh. It's like, yes. I mean, they're all lined up saying, get ready. The Tea Party people that don't want a world government are going to blow stuff up. Boom. See, they did it.
Thank God we have all these fusion centers and all these cops in riot gear and these tanks and, you know, troops ready to go. Thank God we've had this all planned out for years and years.
And what'd you know? Right on time it happened.
Yeah.
Right as our approval rating is plunging. And remember, they kept telling Obama, the only way you're going to get your agenda in public news articles, Shapiro and others, is Oklahoma City's domestically.
Yeah, and there it is.
Oh, but Obama, you know he'll go to the funerals and America came together today. I can't really do a good Obama imitation. It's just so sick. It's so scripted. And it'll be like, yeah, Alex Jones, you're the one that called for 1776, and look what happened. Oh, do you like what you did, Jones? We all saw the clip when he was on Piers Morgan, when he said the answer to 1984 was 1776, when he said if we came for the guns, that there'd be a new revolution in this country. We all saw what he did.
Yeah, exactly.
And all I said is, you come for the guns, it's going to cause a new civil war, which is what they've got planned. And they're going to come and try to arrest and persecute the gun owners. A lot are going to get scared and go, oh, here they are.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have a new gun bill already ready to go in and say, well, it was guns that did this, you know?
No, yeah, he bombed because of the gun bills.
Guns, yeah. So we're going to take them all now. I mean, it's... Or,
wait, I just had an idea. You notice they've had all these bizarre West Point and Army manuals going, and, you know, Army prepares to crush the Tea Party, Forbes and AP, and with straight face. Yes, they're training for an uprising in Boston or in North Carolina. Those two areas they mention in them, where the Tea Party joins with Al-Qaeda to bomb and shoot. Yes, the Army believes this is what will happen. I mean, imagine, the Tea Party would literally, if they told a Tea Party person that their child was with bin Laden, they would throw him in a wood chipper.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. They'll come out and go, you Tea Partiers worked with Al-Qaeda. And guys will come turn their guns in and salute the government. I turned them in. I admit I'm Al-Qaeda. And they'll put maybe an Al-Qaeda beard on George Washington. I'm not joking. And then people will just spit publicly on George Washington. Just, bleh. I mean, it's that over the top. They'll have, like, maybe at Zilker Park, the Army can watch as the public defecates on George Washington. Public defecation. Now, you know, I'm being a little over the top here. Now I'm being absurdist, but it's already so absurd. Dude, what do you have to say about that?
You know, I was in Boston in 2009. I went there in April to cover the anniversary. I forget what year anniversary it was.
Oh my gosh, Oath Keepers is up there right now. Wait a minute, call Stuart Rhodes. What do we think? We got Stuart Rhodes on the ground there. Oh my God. Wolf Blitzer said, do we have any Patriot groups meeting in the area? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I think we may be breaking it. They may try to blame this on Oath Keepers. Go after him. Call his cell phone right now. Emergency. All right. See how we're wargaming this right now, dude?
Yeah.
Wolf Blitzer goes, are there any of the Patriots Day events happening? I wonder if it's connected to that. And then, of course, you know they'll have Oath Keepers infiltrated, and then they've got Stuart Rhodes and the whole group there saying they did it.
How convenient for the mainstream media.
Oh, my gosh. Stuart Rhodes is in Boston right now. He wanted to come on the show today. Last week, I got emails from him and forgot to tell Chris Alanis. Did you just realize what just came together right there?
That was putting the pieces together of how they're doing it. I mean, do you think that...
Well, understand. It's 3:24 Central, 4:24 Eastern, and 38 seconds. I just said all this before they come out with it.
Yeah.
Now, people...
Mark that down, guys.
And if I'm right about this, because it looks very bad, that people will probably say I was involved because I predicted it. That's what they said about 9/11. Do you realize the magnitude? Let's pray this isn't the case, but imagine Oath Keepers has their big event there every year, the 15th through the 19th. You got the Boston Marathon happening at the same time. Look, the Army is there, of course, right on time, saving everyone. You couldn't script this, but I mean, sand people hitting a sand crawler, I've never heard of them hitting something that big. That's because they didn't, but we're meant to think they did. Look at these tracks side by side. Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise. We now have the footage of the Army troops fighting to say, and which are probably good guys who didn't get pulled out like your brother-in-law. The scripting is incredible. Oh, my gosh. And you can't go against the troops saving people. What do you, final comments on this?
I think you're going to see more, and it's going to get crazier and crazier from here. That's definitely going to happen. But what I think we're going to see is they're going to find either a patsy of some guy who's, mentally deficient that they've...
Or it'll be a McVeigh deal where they set up a special forces guy. They got to infiltrate Oath Keepers.
Yeah. And that's possible. I mean, there have been some, members there in Oath Keepers that aren't there anymore, but that have gone on to do different things. And
oh, gee, you don't think the government tried to infiltrate a group trying to wake up the military?
No, that puts billboards outside of bases saying honor your oath. No, I don't think they're
exposing like the Pentagon training to fight the Tea Party.
Yeah,
you don't think they would want to guard the reactor shaft?
Well, and it seems like the group of the people who put on that reenactment, they're very closed about who they invite in. They didn't really want Oath Keepers there a few years ago, but I think as the time has gone on, they were now like, okay, you know what? Now you guys can come in. Now you guys can have your event here, your gathering here. We're going to let you do it. And I wonder if that is going to backfire now that, oh, you guys let them on. Yeah, Lexington on the green.
Keep going.
Spot. I've seen the statue. I mean, that's where.
Keep going. Finish your point, then I'll bring in the other guys.
All right. Well, that's where they shot first. The British shot first at the colonists who were just there to stand up. I think they said it's a fight they want. We'll give it to them. And
that was on April 19th, but they had Patriots Day on the 15th.
That's weird how Patriots Day is the tax day.
Well, it's also when they like to blow stuff up.
Yeah.
Like they blew up Oklahoma City to blame the Patriot movement.
We're coming up on Waco and Oklahoma
Oh, my God. This could be the beginning of a string of bombings.
Yeah.
I got a feeling we're not going to get much rest, brother. All right, let's bring in Sha'Carri Jackson. Everybody else, you're welcome to stay in here if you want. I'll get their take, but they're now saying small homemade bombs. And how many times has the government been caught staging stuff declassified? In April. So the first thing you've got to do is remember, they have a history of being caught. Ajax, Gulf of Tonkin, Operation Gladio. You've got the head of the Italian Supreme Court and the head of their CIA saying NATO stages bombings in Europe. Okay, they've been caught doing this over and over again. They are the prime suspects. Anything else to do before I bring them in?
I think we're just going to wait and watch this unfold, and just watch all the inconsistencies with the reporting, because you're going to see that come out. Because it's probably not going to be homemade bombs after a while. It's going to be these were sophisticated devices that could only been done by somebody who really knew what they were doing.
Well, remember they've been teaching police for 4 years. Veterans will IED every department in America. Yeah, and then the globalists just hire mercenaries to two more devices found to IED. Police stations, and then the police will actually believe all this. Yeah. But cops, I told you this thousands of times. I mean, okay, let's.
They found 2 extra bombs in Oklahoma City, larger than the first that they kept saying.
And then they disappeared those.
Came up, yeah.
And the cops that saw them, they killed them.
Yeah.
Well, my spider sense has been off the chart because what we are doing is dangerous. I keep trying to explain to everybody, and not everybody can handle it either. Not everybody's cut out to fight this, ladies and gentlemen. Press conference in 4 minutes. They're going to have a field day with this. Let's go to our video of David Knight's report and come out with the press conference, and the guys can stay in here as long as they want. Let's go to the gun rationing, ammo rationing piece with David Knight and Sha'Carri, and the rest of the crew did a great job on this collaborative effort. Then we'll go to part of the press conference, and then we'll bring them in. Here it is. I was in an academy about a month ago buying ammo, and you have to go to the front register to get 1 box of 223, 308, or 40 or 9, all the government stuff. And I was told by the guys behind the counter, well, trucks come in, there's guys waiting. Sometimes it's the police. We try to help them out. You found one article out of East Texas where the gun shop said they give cops preferential treatment.
The Tennessee Highway Patrol couldn't get ammunition. The lead story was some police department where they're putting off their qualification because they couldn't get sufficient ammunition. So I asked Art Acevedo if the Austin Police Department was having any trouble getting ammunition. Here's what he said.
One quick question. Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
No, actually, no.
So when we heard that, we went out and we looked around Austin to see if we could buy any ammunition from sporting goods stores. And we
Slim pickings. We did some hidden camera stuff. I believe we all went out. I went to one of the academies here in Austin.
And how many boxes do you buy?
And that's the last one. Yeah. Just because of what's been going on with the regulations, it's just been with the distribution channel, as soon as they can send it to us, it's been kind of touch and go. Like, I know we're not getting any ammunition on tonight's truck.
The truck comes in at 4 a.m.
And everything.
Oh. We open at 8. The ammo's always out here. If you're not one of the first 20 or 30 people here, you're probably not going to get it.
Okay. And the guy behind the cashier girl, he said, well, you can buy 2 if you have somebody else buy one. But the cashier girl is telling me, no, this is our last box.
And how many boxes do you buy?
And that's the last one. Yeah.
Definitely is bullet rationing.
Do they line up outside?
Every day since December.
Wow. So
Today there was probably 25 people.
people start lining up at 4 or whatever.
They start at 4 for the AR-15s.
Is it worth coming back to get? Are you getting much? Or?
I mean, when we do, it has been like 8 or 10 cases.
You're talking about boxes, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just the individual boxes. So it's very little.
Oh, okay.
We have one guy that's here every morning and he changes clothes and thinks we don't recognize him.
Oh,
he changes
man.
clothes so he can buy another box.
And they get here at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Got to get online probably about 6:30. It's got to be first, second, and third online.
Have you seen the police coming in here and getting ammo?
Okay.
Yeah,
But
just
they're only
individual.
limited to one box.
Yeah.
Or even police.
Okay.
They can't come in and buy 20 boxes.
Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
Tell me, how do I get 2, 2, 3 more than just one box? And he goes, well, we were selling it right out of the truck to whoever got there first. We try to help the police out first. So I think Acevedo, maybe he's getting it from the feds, Homeland Security. I mean,
He's certainly got connections.
Tuesday, Chief Acevedo tweeted a picture of himself in the West Wing of the White House. He's meeting with Vice President Joe Biden, along with other law enforcement officials, to push for legislation.
Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
He's up all week with talking to Biden.
and he's not just standing behind him. He's on the news with the vice president.
Yeah, and he was very confident. He said, no, I have no problems getting ammunition.
El Diablo.
We've seen the articles in other organizations, police organizations, where they're having trouble getting ammunition.
The public and even many law enforcement organizations are experiencing shortages and rationing. Homeland Security's orders for over 1.6 billion bullets is coming out of the same manufacturers that would supply the public and law enforcement. Is Homeland Security creating a shortage of ammunition? Is buying up the supply of ammo a way of doing gun control without having to pass laws?
Crashing through the lies and disinformation. It's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network.
Well, we're back. I'm David Knight, and I've got Jakari Jackson here in the studio with me while Alex takes a break because this is a big breaking news day. I think we're going to see this and look back in years to come. This is going to be another 9/11, don't you think, Jakari?
Oh, yeah. It's definitely going to be taken very seriously. You know, the initial reports, the story keeps changing as more information comes about. I believe it was 1 dead and 2 dead, and now I believe it's 3 dead, or I think it's 2 dead and 21 injured was the last.
Yeah. 28.
Okay,
yeah.
telling us 28 now.
Well, what's different about this is that this is a bombing like we've seen in the Middle East. This is something that they've been building for quite some time. I mean, we go back and we look at all these efforts from DHS this last year, and we're going to be going to a news conference coming up in just a little bit, but we're going to talk about where this might be headed here. Mm-hmm. But just like we saw with the underwear bomber, I mean, they had the X-ray scanners ready to go into the airport, and that was clearly a staged event. And we had Haskell, who was eyewitness. We've had on the news here many times. And we see that for quite some time, they've been building up here, Homeland Security, these bulletproof boxes to go and checkpoints everywhere. What do you think they're going to do with this?
I think they have it already. Regardless if this comes out to be staged or, you know, it's some real lone nut out there, I think they're ready to go. Either way, I think they're ready to go with the pillboxes. They're ready to go with your domestic checkpoints, with your TSA and your shopping malls and your grocery stores and wherever else they've just been waiting for something like this.
For the longest time, the TSA, I mean, it is the travel security agency, right? It is not airport, right? And for the longest time, they've been building outside of that.
A few years ago, you would try to tell people that they're going to leave the airports very soon, and now they're on. They're doing bus checks. They're doing the Viper teams. They're way beyond the reach of the airport.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's. I think we're going to look back at this, and you know, however this comes, and we're seeing some early accusations already being leveled at patriots and homemade bombs, that sort of thing. However they do this, I believe that they're going to use this as a justification, because everything that they do is set up to put security and safety as the ultimate thing, right? Over liberty. You know, forget your liberty, you need to be safe. And it's just it's a fool's bargain.
Exactly, because they do the TSA pat downs at the football games, at the baseball games, at the basketball games now. And you think about it, people are getting so used and accustomed to these type of procedures, because you pay, you know, I don't know how much it costs, $3,000 to go to the Super Bowl. When you get there and they're patting people down, you're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in there because they're patting people down. You're going to go through it regardless of whether you like it or not. Then you just get used to it. Okay, so it's at the Super Bowl today. Next week it's at the grocery store. And then now if I want to go see a movie, I gotta get patted down, and it just gets the
it's the conditioning, as Alex pointed out before The Dark Knight came out. You could see it. Everybody knew that it was going to have this big scene of a terrorist event in a football stadium because it was in the previews, and you see that. And even though something like that hadn't happened and still hasn't happened, it has this visceral effect on you. It embeds itself into your memory. You know, just like you see, Pulp Fiction. You know, you see the guy, jamming a hypodermic needle in somebody's chest. I mean, those are the kind of images that stick with you. And so when somebody goes to a football event and they're getting harassed and the resentment starts to build up, they flash back and it's like, oh, yeah, but I saw that. And that could happen. Yeah, that could happen because I saw it in the movie, just like Jaws, right? It could happen.
Right. And speaking of movies, I saw recently the G.I. Joe movie. And in the movie, Bruce Willis is this retired general. And the thing that made me it makes this movie stick out is when he goes to his house, he has all these guns in his house. It's almost cartoonish level. He has guns in his cabinet and in his trash can and wherever else. But the code to get into his big gun safe, he types in 1776.
Oh, okay.
That's the code to get into his big war chest to get all his ammunition and arms.
Yeah, yeah.
So I definitely think that they're getting people ready, trying to, if not demonize, at least make it cartoonish to the fact that it was in the movie, the notion of 1776 revolution standing up with whatever means necessary.
I tell you, and we got to say, we're looking at
any kind of violence. Let me throw that out there.
We're looking downstream to see what the fallout from this is going to be, and we already know because we've seen what they did. We knew when September 11th happened what was going to happen to the rest of us, what they were going to do domestically, and with the Patriot Act and that sort of thing that eventually came up. And so we're taking the long view now. We're looking down the road to see what's happening, but we got to say our hearts really go out to the people who have been killed and injured here and their families.
Oh, most
I mean, that's the saddest thing is in these events, so many people die. And in many cases, we believe the perpetrators are not caught. Exactly. And that's one of the saddest things. But people tend to fall behind this and say, and essentially embrace the official story. Just because they want a resolution, they want it tied up nice and neatly, and we've seen that when you have a cop murdered. There was a very good documentary, The Thin Blue Line, and they rushed to judgment to capture a guy because a cop had been killed. So they wanted to get somebody right away, and it was the wrong guy. And in the process of doing that documentary, Errol Morris found out, proved that he was innocent, and even got the killer to confess. So there's always this rush to try to do something for the victims and for the families, and often they do the wrong thing.
A very true statement there, because you can see the cases I've seen of murders. People have their family member murdered, and the police and the DA or whoever tells them it was Joe, and they go on believing that for years, and then 10 years later, whatever the evidence comes out that it's not Joe. And the guy, just like I said, the guy could come forward and say, okay, my name is Bob and I killed him, and the family just can't still get over the fact that, they believed it was Joe for so long. And just like speaking
hard to break that.
Yeah, speaking to that effect, you think about things like the Oklahoma City bombing, where you have Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols convicted of the crime. There were many other people involved. The surveillance cameras were never shown the footage because you want to see these two guys getting out of the truck. And there are other people involved, but they just wanted to focus in on these two guys just to, like you said, wrap it up in a neat little package so you can't have any loose strings, or we just want the lone nut, scenario to go on to this to this story.
Yeah, I remember when that happened, and I remember thinking, crying BS when that happened because of the quick way that they caught Timothy McVeigh. In fact, that no license plates or something like that. I mean, you know, it was so criminal. Immediately, so immediately. And here he is, this big mastermind, and he does that. But above and beyond that, I remember the New American magazine at the time, because that was really before internet was out there. We had bulletin boards that we'd pass information back and forth on. But the New American ran a series of articles with a retired general, I can't remember the guy's name, who was a demolitions expert. And he said there was absolutely no way a single bomb was going to create that blast pattern. And he was absolutely certain of that. And you know, the excellent documentary that we've got here, A Noble Lie. I mean, if people want to see that.
Simulations.
Yeah, and now, you know, the research they did in that documentary, I mean, there's a lot more to that. But I mean, just those two things, and just, I mean, it's a pretty big deal when the blast pattern, when a retired general says the blast pattern could not have come from a single bomb, like their narrative.
Right.
You know, that's enough right there to say, hold the horses, let's go back and look at but then you can look at all the rest of the stuff that happened, how they took that grand juror, what was his name? Hoppy Heidelberg.
Yeah.
How they threw him off because he was asking questions.
Or governor. Or,
yeah. So he got involved politically, and they never did shut him up, but they did throw him off the grand jury because he was asking questions, and that was his duty as a grand juror, to ask those kind of questions, investigation.
And they don't like that when you ask questions. Let's talk about something like 9/11. You know, regardless, you know, people listening out there, regardless of what your view on 9/11 is, they have eyewitness testimony of people in the tower to say, hey, before the building collapsed, I heard bombs in there. And then they try to spin it as saying that it was gas trapped in the elevator shaft, or, you know, some other type of ridiculous account that was popping out windows and steel girders and all this stuff before the towers ever collapsed.
Yeah.
And they just disregard. You know, it could be somebody come out today and like, yeah, it was a trash can fire or a trash can bomb or whatever it was. And people say, no, that doesn't line up with our official story if we want what we want it to be. Just a second ago, they were playing the clip on, I believe it was CNN, and Joe Biden comes out and says, yes, the bombing at the Boston Marathon, and then the CNN person comes back, well, we don't know exactly what it is. I'm like, that's the vice president. I think he's pretty, you know, pretty knowledgeable as far as what's going on, but maybe that doesn't fit into their narrative later on.
That's right, yeah. And they've also found several undetonated bombs now. They're telling us they found, how many is it, guys, did they say?
As many as 5?
They've gone up to 5. Okay.
Okay, so how many detonated? Do we know?
2.
2 detonated.
2 bombs detonated, yeah. I saw they detonated about 15 minutes apart and less than half a mile apart. They detonated. But then I saw all these reports of other bombs being found, and I thought, well, that may or may not be true, because in this type of situation, a lot of people are going to start calling people up and say, I think this is a bomb out here. They're going to start panicking. But now it looks like they've found several more that are undetonated.
Yes, and it's I have a breaking news story here. 2 dead, several dozen hurt in explosion. So we have confirmed there are at least 2 dead and as many as 40 patients injured in the local hospital, reports CBS Boston. And we'll definitely try to keep you up to date as the information.
And some of these injuries are going to be very significant, because you can see from the aerial photographs, there's a lot of blood that you can see, even from the helicopters, the people reporting people lost limbs, that sort of thing. So it's a really horrific event.
You can see it right there.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It looks like some type of cell phone photo.
But you know, we need to keep this in perspective. We're talking about taking the long view. And we need to keep this in perspective that, you know, a lot of people have died to keep our freedoms.
Exactly.
You know, a lot of people in the military have taken that oath to support the Constitution. They fought wars to keep our freedoms. And it is not something that should be surrendered for safety. Exactly. You know, we have the founders, you know, we have Franklin saying that those who surrender their liberties for the promise of security don't deserve either. And, you know, we say it's just a promise, because they will not deliver it. And the best safeguard for your safety is to have a free society. If we surrender our freedoms, if we surrender our due process, if we surrender our dignity as people, and if we are going to say that take this some kind of an attitude that well, that's fine, I'll let the TSA stop me whenever they want to, go into my pants whenever they want to, I'll let them X-ray me, scan me, you know, take me to the ground with police dogs anytime I go shopping. I'm sorry, there is no risk for me. There is no risk that is going to make that acceptable.
And I mean, how free are you? We've done the stories here in Austin. They do the no refusal DUI weekends, and some places they do it year round. I believe in San Antonio they do. The police can pull you over, say you're swerving a little bit in your car. They can pull you over, draw your blood without your consent.
And Antonio Beeler, when he was talking to you on that interview, said he had a friend who had his blood pulled. He wouldn't consent because he hadn't been drinking.
Right.
And they did it to him anyway. Stuck a needle in his arm, pulled blood out, and he had a 0.0. And he had no alcohol.
When they can take something from inside your body, I mean, how free are you?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, can you imagine if they had done that sort of thing, if the British soldiers had done that sort of thing to the colonists at the time, they would have never stood for that. I mean, there were some pretty severe violations of their civil liberties, but nothing like it's within the power of the state. And that's what people have to understand, that with a modern technocratic society, the way technology has leveraged their power, if we give them a monopoly on power, if we give them a monopoly on technology and on weapons and that sort of thing, we do not realize the depths of tyranny that we're going to subject ourselves to. There has never been that kind of potential for power abuse in the history of this planet as we have right now.
Just like you said, whether it's technology or new advances in weaponry, I mean, you have to. That's what the check and balance is, because they can go build their new war machines, but meanwhile we have a guy who can make a AR-15 out of his printer at his house. There's a check and balance to that, and people, they don't understand that. They just want the government to have a monopoly of whatever, and it's not necessarily arms. It could be different forms of technology or different advances in whatever else it may be.
That's right.
But that's what you have to have, that check and balance.
That's right. But the really sad thing is, I don't know, I think this is even going to affect the gun control debate. Because the people who are panicked about this and who are willing to not only enslave themselves and make themselves subjects to anybody in a uniform, but they're willing to enslave us.
Right.
They're willing to enslave everybody else. Those kinds of people are going to be redoubled in their paranoia, in their fear.
Yeah,
okay. And that's the thing that's driving all this call for safety and security. It's paranoia and fear.
It is a lot of paranoia and fear, because even that group we had a chance to see a couple weeks ago with Acevedo, Moms Demand Action. Guys, see if you can pull this up to Moms Demand Action. They have a poster of two little girls. One's holding a book and one's holding an AR-15. And the caption reads, one of these items is banned in your public schools. And they have a picture of a little girl. She's holding Little Red Riding Hood. And Little Red Riding Hood has a bottle of wine. And they're saying, well, they banned this Little Red Riding Hood book because she has a bottle of wine, but meanwhile, guns are welcome in our schools, or something to that narrative. If they can find the image, I'd like to show that to our viewers.
I don't think that they're any more likely to get an AR-15 legally into a school than they are a bottle of wine, frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing we keep hearing from them. It's like, oh, yeah, we got to get the guns out of the school. It's like, well, if your laws could keep the guns out of the school, there wouldn't be any guns in the schools, because it's against the law. It's a federal law that you don't have any guns in the school. So the very fact that you've got all these school shootings.
There's the image right there. I don't know if you guys can zoom in anymore. But for our radio listeners, there's a image. You can go to Moms Demand Action, and it's a picture of two little girls. They're sitting in a library. One of the girls is holding a AR-15, and the other one is holding a copy of Little Red Riding Hood. And they said the reason Little Red Riding Hood is banned is because Little Red Riding Hood has a bottle of wine in her basket. And I'm not sure why a child would have a bottle of wine anyway. But that's
you see that all the time.
And you're going to have that group out there pushing. I don't know what they're going to push next. They already went out there and said that they want reasonable gun restrictions, but applauded when Mike Martinez said he wants to take all of our guns.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm wondering what the next step is.
Yeah, he said he's going to make that gun ban sign legitimate.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to make that. That's such a ridiculous picture, the one that they just pulled up that you were talking about. I mean, who's ever seen a child sitting in a library with an AR-15 in her lap?
No,
or a child sitting unattended anywhere with an AR-15 in their lap?
Exactly.
I mean, that's really, straw man argument, really,
exactly,
to the extreme.
New York Post.
They've got a suspect now. The New York Post has already found a suspect guarded and at the hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So they've got a hospital. They got a suspect in the hospital under guard, according to.
So do we know if it's multiple suspects or just preliminary? Okay, so we'll wait and see. They may have more than one, but as of right now, we do have confirmed one. New York Post. So we'll wait and see.
Well, that didn't take them too long.
12. It's 12 now.
Yeah, we got another. Which one is this? 12 dead and nearly 50 injured
Okay, this is Post as well. It says 12 dead. Perhaps some people died in the hospital. That's definitely a possibility. 12 dead. Wow.
Wow. And they don't say anything about who that suspect is, or no information, just a suspect, right?
A suspect.
Okay.
Well,
all right. We don't know.
And see.
Yeah.
Wow, that's...
But again, you know, when we look at this and we say, you know, where's this going to head? You know, we've been warning people about this. I mean, we can see the Army documents. We can see, as Alex was saying earlier, you know, you've got a Colonel Rich, Lieutenant Colonel Rich, that just identified American Family Association and Family Research Council as hate groups. I mean, this is just going right down the talking points of the Southern Poverty Law Center, putting them in the same category as Westboro. Now we got a press conference coming up. I think, is this Biden or Obama?
I don't know that there's any connection yet, and hopefully there won't be. But we're a long way from knowing whether this is homegrown or not. Just one other comment, Jake. I know this may be hard to hear, but one of the things we have to show in this country is resilience. These have been, so far, small bomb attacks. It is horrific that we have lost 2 or 3 lives and that dozens are injured. But we can't stop our entire economy and dwell on this. What we have to do is, in a very targeted way, use our counterterrorism resources and our law enforcement resources and found out who did this. We have to move crowds safely out of harm's way. But it would be terrible to shut down our country. Then the bad guys, if they're out there, really do win. And we have to show we're not terrorized by these awful things.
I want to play some sound from some eyewitnesses right now.
To go to this stupid press conference, Salon
this explosion looked like it was
is already going after me and expanding on this. You hear, we've got to be resilient. They're bringing in a military or like an Israeli idea, like Israel's under attack. It's like the government's going to protect you. This is a new way of life. We'll fight back against this unseen enemy. Here's how we do it. You turn your guns in. We have checkpoints everywhere. This is the conversion from the free country to total slavery. This is it right now. Gentlemen, continue. Here's the press conference.
We just threw them, ran as fast as we could down here to get blood. They were banged up bad. Severe lacerations.
Okay, it seems like we have some eyewitness testimony going on to there for a second. So the press conference, I guess, is not quite ready yet.
Yeah, but we've already got calls, just as Alex was saying, we've already got calls for fundamental transformation.
Okay, here we have somebody coming up.
The press conference with Police Commissioner, Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis is about to begin. Here's Governor Deval Patrick.
So far, mindful that we don't have the whole picture yet, but we have gotten a good deal of information. Commissioner Davis will take all of us through the information that we have, and then I'll come back and talk about some of the things and ways in which we're going to ask people to help us help you this afternoon. So let me turn it over now to Ed Davis, Commissioner of Police here in Boston.
Thank you, Governor.
At
2:50 p.m. today, there were simultaneous explosions that occurred along the route of the Boston Marathon near the finish line. These explosions occurred 50 to 100 yards apart, and each scene resulted in multiple casualties. At this point in time, all of the victims have been removed from the scene. We have sent officers to hospitals to be in touch with family members and possible witnesses. We immediately activated a system of response that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the federal government has in place for these type of incidents. My first 2 calls were to the special agent in charge of the FBI and to the colonel of the state police. Both Rick Delorier and Tim Albans immediately sent resources. We have, at this point in time, determined that there has been a 3rd incident that has occurred. There was an explosion that occurred at the JFK library. So this is very much an ongoing event at this point in time. We are not certain that these incidents are related, but we are treating them as if they are. We're recommending to people that they stay home, that if they're in hotels in the area, that they return to their rooms, and that they don't go anyplace and congregate in large crowds. We want to make sure we completely stabilize the situation. We are setting up 2 telephone numbers that are very important. The first one is for families of victims and people who are trying to locate people. That number is 617.
Get it up on INFOWARS.
635 4500. That is the mayor's hotline.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news.
If anyone saw anything,
we'll go to video. I'm going to come in here in a minute. Mike Adams is reporting, has it linked to the Boston Globe, bomb drill this morning saying prepare for controlled explosions. That's in case other cops catch them. They say it's part of the drill. If this is true, and we're looking at it right now, if this is true, 100%.
Yeah.
That's a telltale. We saw that 9/11. You saw that at 7/7 in Britain, and you also saw it in
City.
Yeah.
Oklahoma
and
City.
also even in the shooting that was a Scandinavian country. Let's go back to the conference.
Other agencies who are volunteering to assist us. After this incident occurred, there was certainly a lot of people who were running from the scene. Some of them deposited bags and parcels that they were carrying. Each one of those bags and parcels is being treated as a suspicious device at this point in time. We have multiple EOD teams that are checking each one of these bags. But at this point, we have not found another device. The 3 incidents that have occurred, 2 of them occurred simultaneously on Boylston Street, and the 3rd one occurred at JFK about a half hour ago. People should be calm, but they should understand that this is an ongoing event, and they should understand that we need all the information that we can get available to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the commissioner.
Police commissioner.
I had a call from the president about half an hour ago who assured us that we would have full...
Go ahead and cut that feed. Okay, Mike Adams reporting that there was a bomb drill this morning scheduled in Boston. And tell us, Jakari, why do they do that every time?
Well, before we came on air, I tried to go to the City of Boston Police Department webpage, to see if they had any kind of drills or anything going on. No surprise, the website was crashed, I'm sure, by concerned citizens there in the City of Boston. Same thing with the fire department there. But like you said, we've seen it in Oklahoma City. We've seen it in several other events and locations where they do a drill. So you have your...
Yeah, there was a NORAD drill the day, when 9/11 was happening. There was a NORAD drill.
Right.
And even in the documentaries that people have done, they come in and they say, we didn't know whether it was real or not because we were having a drill. Right? That's part of it.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have people, they're confused as to whether or not it's going on, actually happening or not. And then, we got guys who may, in normal situations, possibly ignore do we have new breaking information, Alex?
Mike Adams in T-minus 20 minutes, so continue to monitor globalist operations with photo ops of the troops saving people. Why are there troops on the streets in America? Well, now you know why, to save you from the bomb.
Exactly.
But it didn't protect you. They cannot protect you. This will make it a total police state. Go for 20 minutes, then I'm going to come in and give you a 20-minute break. I'm going to talk to Mike Adams, who found it in the Boston Globe as a cover story. We're going to be having a terror drill with controlled explosions today.
Wow.
I mean, this is just now going up at INFOWARS.com. We're going to tweet it right now.
Wow.
Stand by.
And that's just it. As Alex said before, why is it that they want to blame anti-government terrorism on people when they're not hitting the government? We've had situations where that tax protester here in Austin flew a plane into the IRS building.
Yeah, on Natural News, the one by Mike Adams. Boston Marathon bombing happened on the same day as controlled explosion drill by Boston Bomb Squad.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
So that is a definite red flag smoking gun for anybody who is a new viewer who are just not familiar with false flag terrorism. Anytime they run a simulation, as in
they do it every time.
Yeah, almost every time they do one of these things. Whether it's this Boston thing or Oklahoma City or any number of events. Those are just a couple. Yeah. They often run a drill the same day or around the same time.
Yep. Well, they're going to use this to try to create a narrative to transform society. There's no question about that. But the other thing, when they run these drills simultaneously and of the same character, and we also heard this in Britain on the 7/7 bombings in the subway there. People were saying, "Isn't it amazing? What a coincidence that we were actually doing a drill at the same time. Exactly the same scenario. How about that? Well, it happens over and over and over and over again, and the public just keeps falling for it because it provides cover for them too. It does two things. It makes sure that if they're caught, they can always say it was part of the drill.
Right.
All right, so they can back out. That's, I think, probably the most important thing for them. It provides them cover so they don't get arrested. But then it also slows down response to that. and which also helps them to get away, but also maximizes the event. Sure, we can go back to the press conference. Let's see what they're saying.
We're not being definitive on this right now, but you can reach your own conclusions.
Do we know who we're listening to, guys?
This is the police chief taking questions.
Okay, that is police chief.
Every asset of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the federal government is either here or coming here. As the governor said, the president has talked directly to the mayor as well as the governor, and I had a personal conversation with the director of the FBI who pledged any help that we needed. So we are stabilizing the situation at this point in time, but people should be cautious. That's all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to try to do a next briefing at 7 o'clock, so it'll be 2 hours.
Okay, so when Alex goes on live, they'll have their next briefing. Well, actually, maybe before that, they're in a different time zone.
Yeah, that'd be 6 our time. He's going to be on before that. But I tell you, it's the same thing, as I say, fool me once, but fool me twice, shame on me. And I tell you what, it's been not twice that they have used this scenario of having a drill going on that is exactly the same thing as the attack.
Exactly. And I definitely want to point out, when we say things that, the bomb squad just happened to be in the area, we're not saying that necessarily your average cop, your good time guy is, a bad guy out there trying to blow people up, because they always say, you guys blame the firefighters and you blame the police. And I'm not saying that, some guy in the SWAT team was planning to blow anything up. He was told to be there as assigned his orders.
Actually, if you look at the Noble Law, you'll see that there were some honest cops who reported what they saw, and they got killed.
Yeah, Terrence Yankee.
Yeah.
He was near the site of the Oklahoma City bombing, and I believe he was filling out a traffic ticket at the time, dropped what he was doing to run out to the Murrah building and rescued a couple people, and I guess he saw a few things that he wasn't supposed to see. And
well, it's called compartmentalization, and it's something that goes back, if people doubt that happens, look at the Manhattan Project, was probably the most obvious example of that and the largest scale of that. Very few people knew what that was really about, and yet it involved thousands upon thousands of people who were actually supporting that, and they really had no idea what they were doing. And a lot of these first responders, I'm sure, don't know what they're doing. It only takes a few people who are pulling something off like this, but the telltale sign that's there is a bomb drill was set up this very moment in the same place, same exact scenario that the real bombs went off, and we see that every single time on these big ones where they use it to transform society. On September 11th, on the 7/7 bombings, and many other times they've done this, and every time you see that.
And it makes me concerned, because I believe we have, a total of 5 bombs that we know of as of yet, and not everyone exploded. And you see this many times. Just go back to the Oklahoma City bombing. There were bombs found inside the building that never detonated. So it does concern me. Are there more bombs out there? Regardless of whether this was a planned deal or, just some kind of lone nut or whatever the case may be. We'll wait. Definitely interested to see what Mike Adams has to say. But how many more bombs are out there? And I'm not doing that to fearmonger. It just, really concerns me for the people in that area.
Yeah. And there were a lot of allegations in the Iraq War and Afghanistan that our military was doing stage bombs. Karzai made those accusations. So, the thing is, terrorism can be state terrorism, it can be individual terrorism, and but even for the people who want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say, even though there was another staged drill that was exactly the same scenario, just like we saw in 9/11, just like we saw every one of these other transformational events. Okay, go with the official narrative. We still have to look at this and not allow them to transform society in the vain hope that they're going to somehow keep us free.
Right.
It has now begun. They're now saying on CNN they're looking at right-wing extremist groups.
Oh, they've been looking at them.
Salon is attacking me for saying they would do this.
Exactly.
And I'll be more wrong because I'm right.
Yeah. And we've seen them target militia groups and patriots and people such as that. I did a report a few weeks ago. I don't know if we have time to dig it out. Maybe Rob Duke can find it, where we talk about how the TV show The Following demonizes patriots and people in militia.
Oh,
and
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
They're getting everybody primed.
Yeah. And I did a report. They even had a Green Lantern fighting militiamen and people who were concerned about government overreach and all that. So,
well, going back, they had Captain America taking on the Tea Party.
Yeah, Captain America.
Remember that a few years ago when the Tea Party was coming up?
And all kinds of things. So it's nothing new. and they've been getting you ready for it for some time.
Well, I tell you what, that's really, really amazing that they would all.
And I wouldn't be, I mean, this is all speculation at this point, but we talk about your returning veterans, your Tea Partiers, your people just concerned about government overreach. I remember the recent Tom Cruise movie, Jack Reacher. It had a sniper. Now, this is, of course, a different situation. This is a sniper in the film. And, you know, they're framing this guy up. Oh, he's, you know, this wicked returning veteran, and we can't trust the veterans. And anybody who can, you know, is concerned about the Constitution is some extremist, some terrorist. Mm-hmm. You know, we seem to see this narrative rolled out over and over again, and it would not surprise me at all. Okay, we'll take a look at this. CNN analyst Peter Bergen, bombing in Boston were likely right-wingers.
Well, wow. Peter Bergen had an editorial out for CNN not even 2 weeks ago, mm-hmm. where he was coming after the right-wingers and saying, you know, we don't need to worry about Islamists anymore. Now we need to worry about the right-wingers, you know. So he's been after that for a while. There we go. Up the screen, we got a Captain America versus a Tea Party comic.
Yes,
we were talking about before.
If you are listening on the radio, you can go to infowars.com/listen. And you can see all the things that we are putting up on the screen. So yeah, I mean, it's comic books, it's movies, it's TV shows, it's everything.
Yeah, yeah. It's British people like Peter Bergen coming over and telling us how we ought to run our country, like Piers Morgan. Yeah,
we got a lot of people coming from different places telling us what we should do.
CNN loves to have people who aren't Americans come in and tell us how to run our country.
See, why will they blame the Boston bombings on right-wing extremists? I would not be surprised, because we've seen that returning veterans and, quote, right-wingers are the new terrorist threat. It's no longer Al-Qaeda. You know, it's guys like Alex says in John Deere hats and guys who have tractors and got a few acres and like to shoot their machine guns out in the backyard.
And we got Bill Maher just last couple of days coming out and saying, you know, we got to get rid of the Second Amendment.
I don't get these guys, especially a guy like Bill Maher, since you brought him up, a guy who so adamantly wants his First Amendment, freedom of speech, but, you know, Second Amendment is, you know, BS, as he called it. And just these guys, they don't understand that this whole Bill of Rights has protected them, not just the thing that they hold the most dear.
Every single one of them was about individual rights.
The problem with the gun debate is that it's a constant center-right debate. There's no left in this debate. Everyone on the left is so afraid to say what should be said, which is the Second Amendment is bull. Why doesn't anyone go at the core?
I don't know Bill Maher. I don't know the situation. I'd be surprised if either one, he doesn't have armed bodyguards, or he lives in some type of gated community.
Well, it simply isn't true that the left is being silent in this debate. They are the ones who are driving this debate.
Oh, definitely.
If you're going to be reasonable, let's look at the situation that, you know what, this country had far wider ownership of guns and no regulation or infringement of gun rights, and we were a much safer country when that was there, okay? It's just like you can look at the war on drugs, okay? It used to be a time when you could go into okay, they've just gone up. Okay, it's now 6 people have died and 46
critically
injured. Okay, 6 critically injured.
Okay, so we're still trying to make sense out of all these numbers. We keep getting numbers from different sources, but that was our most recent tally.
Yeah. But going back in history, I mean, you can look at situations where, like I said before, when there were no gun regulations whatsoever, there was far less violence. The violence is not being driven by people having access to guns. Actually, the crime rate goes down, as we've shown. Things that are driving it are things like the war on drugs. Exactly. And you used to be able to go in and buy, you know, soda pop that had cocaine in it. That's why they called it Coca-Cola, right? And we didn't have the gang violence that we've got now because there were on drugs.
If you're watching at infowars.com/listen, you can see some FBI crime statistics. But please go ahead, David. You're talking about Coca-Cola.
Yeah, absolutely. This, you know, as Alex has said before, you know, crime rates plummeting over the last 20 years, and yet they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, they don't.
That's where the left is silent.
Because when we went out to this recent anti-gun rally or gun restriction rally, we talked to some people, and they kept bringing up the topic. I believe Chief Acevedo himself had brought it up, talking about the crime statistics in Chicago. And he comes out there and he says, everybody brings up the fact that gun violence is so high in Chicago and they have less guns. And we're like, yeah, that's true. And he says that's because they're getting their guns from other areas.
Like his place.
Yeah, like so by that logic, and I believe we touched on this last week when we were in here with Alex, shouldn't the state of Texas, or at least a city in Texas, have similar numbers as far as gun violence as Chicago?
If the cause of gun violence is easy access to guns, then the places like Texas, where you have the easier access to guns, ought to have the same crime rate as Chicago. But the thing that's driving it, as we also had when we were here with Alex, we had a former prosecutor from Cook County, Chicago, and he was quoting the chief of police in Chicago saying that 80% of the gun violence in Chicago was because of the war on drugs. It's just like it was when Al Capone was riding up and down the streets of Chicago and shooting people with fully automatic machine guns out of the Model Ts and that sort of thing. It's driven by prohibition. And if you're going to prohibit guns, you're going to see that guns are going to go up in potency, just like alcohol did during Prohibition, just like illegal, marijuana and cocaine, and you have new drugs that are created like meth. You're going to see that happening with Prohibition too, but you're going to see it with guns.
Right.
We have now screenshotted it. There isn't just the drill Mike Adams talked about that was going on during and after. There was earlier drills and bomb-sniffing dogs right before the explosion. They were over there. So,
and the bomb-sniffing dogs didn't pick up the bombs in the area.
They were there probably placing them.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. No, that's how it always is. In Madrid, remember the Madrid bombings? It even came out in their news. The government got removed. The Spanish got, know what they're doing. The government got caught doing the Madrid deal. That was back on 333.
Yeah.
So everybody needs to intel that data.
All right.
They run a playbook, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, and we know Gladio. The whole purpose of Gladio was to try to manipulate the political landscape there, to favor one political party after the other, to create terrorist bombings that they could then blame on their opposition.
Exactly.
And that was Kurt Nemo, and he says it's like we live in a movie. Yeah. But it's real.
Yeah.
Very much real.
Yeah.
Because every time it's a bombing or a shooting, it's these right-wingers. That's the new thing.
And then a right-winger's not even a right-winger. It's anybody that loves liberty.
That's right.
How obvious is the demonization on TV? I'm getting out of here. We're going to get Mike Adams on in about 10 minutes. You guys keep going. And I told you guys, have I not been saying lately, get ready?
He's been saying that.
Oh, yeah.
And he said the same thing around Sandy Hook,
Well, it's been clear. This is a long-term plan, and quite frankly, this has been going back. This has been unrolling.
They're doing it. It's so sick.
Right. But if you go back, even looking at the UN Arms Trade Treaty, right? That has been about, that went back, Fast and Furious was laying the groundwork for that. It's about.
And by the way, Salon, again, said I was full of crap for saying they'd blame us. CNN, now Medialight's got it. They're saying, right.
Can we pull up that article, that Salon article? Do we have that? Okay, they'll get it here in a second.
Guys.
Well, I didn't know we were right-wingers.
Yeah, anybody who cares about liberty, just like Alex said, if you care about your liberty, if you want your Second Amendment, if you want your First Amendment, if you want any of it.
Well, if you talk about the Constitution, then you're labeled a right-winger. I don't know when that became the exclusive concern of right-wingers, because there are a lot of people on the left that care about civil liberties and things like that. I guess, if they... a lot of people on the left, though, have a blind spot about guns, because I think it's just a cultural thing, just like there's a lot of people.
Much is a cultural thing, because you have people, maybe the higher crime cities such as Chicago, New York, or whatever, and they think about a gun as, the thing that killed their friend last week, as opposed to here, southern states, Southwest, whatever you want to call it. You got people, they grow up hunting and fishing, and they go target shooting with their dad on weekends.
Well, Jakari, just before that anti-gun rally that was at the Austin Capitol last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, actually now, I got there a little bit early, and there was a marijuana legalization rally before that. And the thing that struck me was, when this lady, who was obviously coming from a leftist type of culture and everything, was talking to people, she said, understand that the people that you're talking to about legalizing marijuana, they think that they're protecting their kids when they make marijuana illegal. And of course, that doesn't do anything to protect their kids, right? All it does is mean that people who have chronic health conditions can't get marijuana. It means that we've got prisons that are bursting at the seam, and even people who don't engage in these drugs are paying for it with their tax money and with their freedoms.
Exactly.
Because it's being used, the state of the art in terms of taking people's freedom before the war on terror was the war on drugs. And as somebody that doesn't use drugs, that's why I'm so anti-prohibition, is because I saw the war on drugs as a tool that was used to take my freedoms, take my money, and I didn't need to have a prohibition to keep me off of drugs.
If I could have gotten
there she is.
51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, picking up every one of them, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in.
Yeah, and
that's what it is. I mean, because very few will admit that on camera, on TV. But, I mean, she did. Mark Martinez did here in Austin. And that's some people's ultimate goal. But going back to prohibition, like you said, people have this idea that if something becomes, if they want to outlaw or make something legal, then everybody's going to have it. Well, think about it right now. Talking about guns, I mean, guns are legal right now. Not everybody has them. Alcohol is legal right now. Not everybody drinks. And you know, I'm not a, pro-drug advocate. I'm not telling anybody to go out and buy heroin. I hope your kids never do it. But, I mean, people are going to do what they're going to do, whether it's legal or not.
That's right. And it hasn't, it's done exactly the opposite. It hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped anything. Hey, guys, we've got Dan Badandi on location in Boston.
All right, Dan.
Dan, are you there?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
I'm
Great.
Ground Zero, where apparently two of the bombs were off, 2 of the 5 bombs.
So what do you?
Helicopters everywhere. Got 4 EMP units set up. MEMA, which is Massachusetts version of FEMA, is here. Tons of officials are here, and I'm out here getting some video footage. And so far, it's confirmed the 2 deaths and 22 injured. And they suspect the third person being dead.
So Dan, how difficult was it for you to get there? How far did you have to travel?
I traveled about a little over an hour, but the traffic was tremendous. I followed the news truck in here, so I got lucky.
Okay.
Other than that, man, it's like the place is chaotic.
You say a lot of police everywhere. How about the military?
The police with automatic assault weapons. I mean, it's crazy out here.
Now, did they keep you at a distance? How close were you able to get?
I got into an area for all the persons allowed to go in. They questioned me who I was, and, check my credentials, and apparently it's blocked off where the medical tents are. All the EMTs are allowed over there.
Okay. So you said you're getting footage. Have you had a chance to talk to any eyewitnesses yet?
Not at the moment. I just wanted to race to the site first and get some footage and see what's going on and get an assessment of the situation and start interviewing people.
Good.
Right.
Well,
Dan, definitely be safe out there. Do you have any concerns that there may still be live bombs out there?
Oh, absolutely, because I'm on the way here. We're listening to local talk show radio talk show hosts, and they're saying there was 2 more bombs found. That's a total of 3 so far, and they don't know if there's more. So,
well, we heard there's a total of 5. Maybe you got different information than we.
Maybe that's counting 3 unexploded and 2 exploded. Maybe that's what the 5 is.
2 exploded, and there could be a lot more too.
Any word from the local people there about what these unexploded bombs are like? Are they saying they're homemade?
Yes, they're saying the homemade bombs. They're not assessing the territory yet, or from in the United States or from another country. They're doing an investigation now, but they do confirm that they are homemade bombs.
Do you, you may not be a whiz of this, but do you smell any particular chemical or agent used?
No, not so far. I mean, right now I just smell a bunch of food over here, from all these restaurants. Right now, so it's pretty chaotic. I got at least 80 rescues, 80 ambulances, I should say. They call them rescues around, but we got about 80 ambulances around here at least. And that was the general area. Now I'm over here at the Ground Zero. It looks like a mass epidemic just hit.
Wow. So how congregated is the area? Have people cleared out, or are they still hanging around?
There's a lot of people still hanging around, but on the restricted areas, nobody's allowed. Up near the city, there's a lot of people still here. A lot of marathon runners are still coming in and all that stuff. Like right now, I'm in the restricted area for press only, and it looks like a lot of people standing out there, waiting for information, see what's going on. A lot of runners are still here, and their families gather information, seeing if their loved ones are still around, because Boston's a big town, and you can get pretty quick in Boston.
Yeah. Okay, Dan. Well, I know there's plenty of stories to be told, so definitely get us that footage as quick as you can.
Yeah. See if you can talk to somebody that was eyewitness.
And I definitely will. I'm going to get some interviews, some eyewitness interviews, hopefully from the officials here. They're supposed to have a press conference tonight. Where and when, I have no clue yet, and I'm going to try to make that the official press conference.
We have 7 p.m. your time. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure where,
Dan,
but yeah.
I don't know, Dan, if you've heard, but Mike Adams has confirmed by looking in the Boston paper that they were running a bomb drill today earlier, and they actually had bomb-sniffing dogs and bomb squad at that location earlier before the bombs went off. Have you heard anything about that?
Unbelievable. No,
do we know what newspaper that is so we can have Dan get one, guys, in the...
Yeah, does anybody know which newspaper he found that in? We're trying to find out which newspaper that was in. We're going to be having Mike Adams on in just a few minutes, and he's going to go into detail on that, but I'm not sure. It was a Boston Globe.
So, Darren, if you can pick up a copy of the Boston Globe, that'd be great. Grab a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a collector's item.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get some interviews now. And, again, so far there's only 2 confirmed dead, possibly 3, 22 injured. And, of course, the official tallies, doesn't come up to the end of the night. So we're still waiting on news from there.
Okay. Well, see if you can get the Boston Globe. It may have just been on the online version of the Boston Globe, but see if you can find the printed paper as well.
I will do.
All right. Well, stay safe out there, Dan.
Thank you, guys, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Take care, Dan. Bye-bye.
Yep.
That's our own Dan Badandi on location in Boston.
Yeah, guys, everywhere.
Got there quickly from Rhode Island. I guess he said it took him about an hour, pretty heavy traffic or something.
But I had no doubt he was going to get there. So, in the meantime, I believe I have Mike Adams coming up in about 10 minutes or so to discuss his discovering in the Boston Globe. And like I said, we're trying to get Dan Badandi, our correspondent, on scene to get a paper so we can actually confirm that if it is in the paper, it may just be in the online edition.
Yeah, I would think it'd only be in the online edition, as I think about it, because if that happened this morning, they wouldn't have printed a paper before then, probably. So,
okay.
But,
we got a few more minutes before we get to break. So just my thought when I was talking down, I should have asked him why he was out there. The reports are telling people to stay in their homes, or I heard a report earlier on Fox Boston. They were telling college kids to stay at the dorm. So let me ask you this, David. Now, let's say you have some kids in Boston and they're telling them to stay at the dorm or stay wherever. Do you feel safe with that?
Yeah, I know. That's a different situation than it is if there's a shooter or something, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
Yeah, that's the thing I've been trying to wrap my head. Do you try to run? Do you stay there? I mean, because you have the traffic and all kinds of other issues to go about. And
I guess it would depend on what kind of bomb. I mean, if they thought it was a nuclear bomb or some kind of a biological or chemical thing, I would try to get away. But if it was one of these type of bombs, I'd probably just stay where I was.
Yeah, and
stay off the streets.
And so far, it's saying it has the appearance of a homemade device. So.
Well, yeah, even if this is, and all indications appear to be a false flag, because as we said before, when the government does a drill in exactly the same place, using exactly the same techniques, at exactly the same day and time that the other thing is going off, it is a false flag.
Right.
Okay, but, even if, of course, they're not going to do a bomb that looks like it came from the U.S. military or something.
Right. It's not going to have Marine stamped on the side.
They're not that incompetent. They will do the same MO over and over again because nobody pays any attention to that. Even though we yell and scream about it, you're not going to see Salon or CNN cover the fact that they had a bomb drill.
No.
They're not going to talk about that at all.
No.
Whenever that comes up, like it did in the 7/7 bombs in London, whenever that comes up on the air, it's always, oh, wow, isn't that an amazing coincidence type of thing, and change the subject.
Yeah,
and then they never revisit it again.
Yeah, the last line in the article. And there it is, Salon on the screen. If you're listening on the radio, go to INFOWARS.com/listen. But Alex Jones, Boston explosion, a government conspiracy.
Well, you can add our names to that because I think with this bomb drill information, I think it's a government conspiracy.
In a little bit so I can see the tagline on there? It says Alex Jones something. Okay, Alex Jones and the French see false flag that will be blamed on the Tea Party. Okay, let's see if it is blamed on the Tea Party. Yeah, and expand the TSA's reach. Let's see if it does expand TSA's reach. Let's see if it does either one of those things.
And like Alex said, because he saw this coming and pointed it out, he's evil. But it doesn't take some kind of Cassandra powers to see this kind of stuff coming when we're getting virtually a day every day we're getting another release from the War College at West Point, or we're getting another Army Lieutenant Colonel coming out and saying, you know, the bad guys are people who talk about the Constitution. The bad guys who are the people who think the government needs to be limited in some way. You know, I mean, the bad guys are Christians. You know, when that is coming out from another, you know, one source after the other,
right,
on almost a daily basis in the last you know, couple of weeks, you know, you can pretty much see something like this coming. You know, and that's what Alex is doing. He's just looking at the news and saying, you know what? They're building a narrative, like Jesse Ventura said. First, they assassinate your character, then they assassinate you. They want to move against people who want limited government because they want unlimited government. They want to demonize people who want the Constitution because they want to rule as dictators, and so they're building that narrative up.
Homeschoolers, because if you have your child at home, they can't indoctrinate your child 8+ hours a day.
That's right. That's right. And that's the core. That's the core. That's where they get the public. You know, from the very beginning, I homeschooled my kids. One of the reasons we did it was because we knew from the very beginning that you go back to Horseman, you go back to John Dewey. These people, if you read their writings, they say why they wanted government schools. They say that they, you know, they wanted to indoctrinate the kids. They wanted to fundamentally transform society. Well, they're saying 100+ hurt.
Wow, this is CNN. They're saying 100+ hurt in the tube blast near the Boston Marathon finish line.
Wow.
I'm sure many of those people are already in the hospital.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Definitely.
Really sorry to see that toll mounting. You know, we need to understand the thousands of people who died on September 11th. There were many more thousands that died because of wars that were started, using that as a justification, and would then find out later that there was no justification for the wars on those bases.
Right.
And freedoms are killed and die. Freedoms that people have given their lives to maintain and to gain, and those freedoms are just wiped away out of fear and paranoia that is bred by the government and by the news media. People like, you know, Salon and CNN, that sort of thing, just pumping up the fear out there.
Right. People. And I mean, it just makes me think about talking about CNN when they had the Chris Dorner shooting, and they have I can't remember her name. It's on CNN. And she has the expert on, and he's talking about, well, I hear the radio, but I don't think they're actually talking about burn the cabin down. When they say burn the mother effer down, I'm not sure how many ways you can interpret that unless they were quoting, what's that, the roof is on fire. We don't need no water, and they just let it burn.
Yeah.
And I mean, those are the news sources, and people will...
It doesn't matter how red-handed you catch them with something. You've got the tape, you've got the smoking gun, you've got the audio, the video of them saying it and doing it. Shirt. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You know, they could be wearing a bloody shirt with a handwritten confession and a smoking shotgun on their back, you know, but if that doesn't match the official story, then it's not going to be told.
And they're very selective about which deaths matter to them, too. You know, I mean, you look at the situation, we were just talking about this at the end of the week last week, how little coverage there was, and it hadn't gotten any media coverage, this abortion trial that's going on in Philadelphia with Gosnell. It had gotten essentially no media coverage until Drudge talked about the fact that it had no media coverage, and then some media started picking it up. But a lot of them, like the Washington Post, a lot of the mainstream news organizations like that, said, well, it's a local crime story. Well, you know, Sandy Hook, if you want to look at it, was a local crime story, right? And we have not had a moment's that they haven't been hitting us with that since the middle of December. Here we are 4 months later, and you know, they're still hitting us with it. Now they're turning the families into essentially lobbyists for gun control.
Yeah, they're on every show. They're at every press conference. I saw them on 60 Minutes. I'm sure they've been on many other things besides that. And I'm not, you know, trying to demonize the family. I'm just saying these people are definitely being used to push a specific agenda.
Absolutely, and they are pushing an agenda because you look at how selective they are. If it's children being killed by drone strikes abroad, they're not interested in that.
About that.
If the body count is many, many times what it is here, they don't care about that. That's not an issue.
About Fast and Furious.
No.
You know, I mean, many people died. I'm sure some children have died, and you know, the reason we can't calculate all those numbers is because we don't know exactly where the guns went. But many people have died. Brian Terry, the Border Patrol agent, police officers, and those are just the people we know of. And I believe it's Ted Nugent that said, you know, Brian Terry could have been his son.
Yeah.
But nobody cares about that.
Yeah.
You know, that because it happened in some other country or because it wasn't hyped up on the XYZ channel, you know, it's not anything they care about. They keep saying it's for the children, it's for the children. Meanwhile, we're funding the Free Syrian Army who has little kids running around with AK-47s and sticks of dynamite, and nobody cares about that.
And then with the drone strikes, you've got Americans murdering children. You know, saying that they're going after some Al-Qaeda operatives. And, you know, the interesting thing is Leanne McAdoo is doing a story on it, and we were looking at the body counts, and the person who had the highest body count for drone deaths was Lindsey Graham, bragging about it. I mean, even the people who were against the drone strikes, you know, were not coming up with as large a body count as he was. And you know, 4,700 or so people killed, that is not going after the leadership of Al-Qaeda. Yeah. Okay, to say you got 4,700 people. There are a lot of, and you can see the pictures. It's terrible, but you know, they're very selective about what they want to cover and what they don't want to cover. They only cover the casualties that support their narrative, that support their agenda. You look at just at the end of this week, we're looking at the 20-year anniversary of when they burned the Branch Davidian compound down. And they cynically came in and said they started this whole raid, and the code word was showtime. Okay, they had the news media on site as they made the initial raid. And, of course, you know, if they knew anything about it, and perhaps they did, they would have known that, you know, these people that they're attacking were just expecting just that sort of thing. But as this narrative developed, they started painting Koresh as a child molester and said they had to go in there for the kids, and then they wound up burning the kids to death. It's just
it's just so, it's really sick. We use that word a lot, but it's really sick how they would do. We have to go save the children from this wicked child molester, and then they burn the kids alive in the building.
Yeah. Oh, it's really sad. It's really sad. And you look at how many, and yet again, you know, in terms of the quantity and ages and, you know, that community, it was a very multicultural community of people of all different ethnic backgrounds, people of all different ages, down from infants and, you know, even pregnant women, you know, all the way up to older people. I mean, but they just ignore it. You know, there's nothing there but a, you know, small monument to those people, and but they have to do it to protect the kids. You know, had to kill the kids to protect the kids from David Koresh, right? And as if the ATF's jurisdiction is child protection. Okay, I mean they spun that whole thing, and everybody just fell for it. You know, they can spin the narrative any way they want to. We've got a possible suspect, they say, but we had somebody that was. Oh, a Saudi national. Okay.
Okay. And what source is this, guys? New York Post. Okay.
Okay. They were the ones in there earlier.
So if you were listening on the radio, you can go to infowars.com/listen and watch our broadcast, and you can see the articles on the screen from there. So we have a suspect.
We're going to be going to break in just a little while. We've got, is Mike Adams going to be joining us after the break? Okay. All right. So we'll be right back with Mike Adams in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break.
I'm Leanne McAdoo, and this is an InfoWars News Bulletin. Facebook will launch its latest data mining device with the release of Facebook Home on April 12th. The company's new move into the lucrative mobile advertising market comes on the heels of last year's pump and dump scandal, which cost investors billions. The mobile app will first be available to Android users, and according to the site, from the moment you wake your phone, you'll be immersed in cover feed. Before, if you wanted to be inundated with the vacuous status updates of your friends and pictures of their half-eaten breakfast, you had to manually launch the Facebook app. Well, no more. Behold the future. By replacing the unlock and home screen of your phone, the company that's determined to creep into every area of your life can now flood your phone with pictures, chat requests, and suggestions without even needing to be unlocked. With Facebook Home, you're basically authorizing the complete surrender of your privacy. Much like its web-based counterpart that is no stranger to privacy encroachment, Home will collect information like your location, how you connect with friends, what sort of apps you interact with, and your internet searches, in order to personalize the advertising that will besiege your handheld device while it's awake. As we've reported before, Facebook is regularly used by the IRS to scan your account and Twitter feed while conducting audits. Now, if you launch an app via Facebook Home, information about your purchases could be stored and subject to subpoena, much like all the other information Facebook collects on you. Law enforcement officials also scour social networks using facial recognition software and have arrested people like this 20-year-old for posting a picture of graffiti to her Facebook-owned Instagram account. Even something as innocent as liking a religious or political page or attending a rally is collected and can be used against you. Why then would anyone want to be smartphone shackled to a social network that's known for mining and collecting data and then providing that information to advertisers and other nefarious systems? Basically, the app signals Facebook's ideal to have you chronically connected to the Facebook interface so it can be the sole data house of citizen intelligence. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg emphasized that Home is built around people, not apps, which means that users can spend more time interacting with their friends and families on their smartphones. Well, if by family he means keeping you perpetually connected to Big Brother, Big Sis, and DARPA, well, kudos to you, Zuckerberg. Maybe you were right about your Facebook users.
Yeah, he calls them dumb effers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mike Adams, who's under the weather but still battling hard today. We first posted an article he put out about 30 minutes ago at INFOWARS.com. It's also at naturalnews.com, where they talked about a drill going on and a controlled detonation, and that was going on at the end. And during this, people tried to spin it and say, oh, well, that was after. No, ladies and gentlemen, we found a local 15 news. We have the video and the article right here. Document cam, please. coach, bomb-sniffing dogs were at start-finish lines for drill. And on InfoWars.com, just showing how this works, people are saying, hey, what's the big deal? They've always got bomb-sniffing dogs. No. You're not listening. And Paul's up at 11 o'clock at night where he is in Europe. He was visiting family on the continent right now. He normally lives in England. No. They kept making announcements on the loudspeaker that it was just a drill and there was nothing to worry about. Same thing was said on 9/11 over the loudspeakers. That's confirmed, Associated Press. Same thing at the Denver shootings, the Aurora shootings. Announcements about everything's fine, and then now there's a shooting going on in the theater over speakers. Again, University of Mobile's cross-country coach, who was near the finish line of the Boston Marathon when a series of explosions went off, said he thought it was odd when there were bomb-sniffing dogs at the start and finish lines. They kept making announcements on the loudspeaker that it was just a drill and there was nothing to worry about. Same thing was the Madrid bombings on 333 that turned out was the government. That's in the Spanish news. The leader of the country had to step down over it. Coach Ollie Stevenson told News 15, it seems like there's some sort of threat, but they kept telling us it was just a drill. And it goes on. Stevenson had just finished the marathon. His wife had been sitting in one of the seating sections when an explosion went off, but thankfully she left her seat and was walking to meet up with him. They were just smoke. Another explosion went off. He goes on to say that he believes, obviously, it was a terror attack. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to Mike Adams here. I want to explain something to you. When you study this, it's like if you own a French bulldog, you know what a French bulldog looks like. You know how they act. You know their mannerisms. But even if you don't own a French bulldog, you know what a French bulldog looks like. Most people do. Even idiots do. It's a popular dog. Now there's been enough Gulf of Tonkin, 7-7, all this stuff, where you need to know that in every case they run a drill of the exact same targets being hit at the exact same time. Why do they do that? Because most police and government are not involved. And they may catch the compartmentalized group of mercenaries or whoever that are posing as police or deep cover in the police, staging the event. And then what they do is they say, oh, we're part of the drill. Putin's people back in 99 when he was running for president and wasn't going to win, reportedly got caught staging bombings all over Russia. And then local Moscow police in a suburb caught his FSB, his Federal Security Bureau, his FBI, in a fourth building planting bombs with hexagen explosives, high-powered Russian plastique. And they spun it, and the police were ordered to release them by the feds in Russia, saying it was part of a drill. And it turned out there was a drill. And so this has been done over and over again, infinitum. So the fact that on 7/7, the exact same trains, exact same bus, bombed at the exact same time in a drill. Madrid, police everywhere with bomb-sniffing dogs. Then they went and killed the supposed patsies a month later in a safe house, and it came out the government did the bombing. You can go to YouTube, guys, and pull up Madrid bombing and just show it. It's amazing footage. One bomb goes off, people are running, another one goes off. It's all in my film Terror Storm. British SAS were caught, Special Air Services, assigned to MI6, dressed up like Wahhabis, Saudi Arabians, blowing stuff up all over Basra to get the Shiites and Sunnis killing each other. You go blow up a Shiite mosque, they're going to go kill a bunch of Sunnis, and then that's your war simulant. That's your excuse to be there to get the oil and set up the police state. And you understand? Just like Mohammed Karzai came out a month and a half ago and said, look, the West is staging these bombings, which the evidence showed. I don't just agree with him. The president of Afghanistan, he said, you're staging this as a pretext to destabilize the country and stay here to control the opium, which is true. He should know his brother was the biggest opium dealer in modern history. All of this, they think you're done. They flew up to 50,000 Taliban al-Qaeda out to safety at the end of the staged 6-month war in Afghanistan. It really is a month long, but mopping up. They call it the airlift of evil to start the next destabilization of Pakistan. Just like the government runs al-Qaeda out of Saudi Arabia and Libya and Syria now on record. And they're going to start shooting airliners out of the sky with these 10,000 heat seekers they've got. I mean, those things can go up to 10,000, 20,000 feet in the air, depending on the types. They got several different types. Around 18,000 missiles total. 10,000 are estimated to be pretty high-tech French and Russian heat seekers. And of course, Obama's doing lots of staged photo ops, how he's going to save everybody, and he's so concerned. He's our guardian. As Robert Shapiro said in the Financial Times of London a couple of years ago, he said, we need a new Oklahoma City to get our political agenda through. We're going to Mike Adams. I just want to point out, I said this morning, in the first hour before this happened, I said, I feel terror attacks. And I said, whether it's al-Qaeda or blaming it on Patriot groups, they're all over the news saying, get ready for IEDs, get ready for bombings. When it happens, we're going to take all your rights and keep you safe. I mean, you see it, the dramas, the sitcoms, the ads, the news. It is full immersion at a level I've never seen. So it's not hard. It's like if the government went, if space aliens land in Central Park next month, the thing to do is to bow to them and do what they say. If the news started saying that, I'd go, if they made a deal with aliens, I mean, this is hypothetical, is really satire, but I'm serious. I don't really believe aliens. I know Salon's watching and CNN's watching. Everybody's watching us right now. I'm not really saying aliens. I'm saying the analogy. If aliens, the Plugelglorps may land next week, and you must worship them when they land. Then if they landed, we'd know they made a deal with them. I mean, it's so obvious, the scripting, where they're like, the right-wingers are merging with al-Qaeda. They're going to attack America. Al-Qaeda is with the Tea Party. Show them some of the headlines. Here's one.
Got some info, guys.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got Mike Adams there on air right now. So let's go ahead and go to him since he's potted up on air. Mike, I'm going to get into the fact. I'm going to finish this point, and then we're going to go to Mike right here, okay?
All right.
I'm going to go to this point right. Is he on the air, or is he just in my ear? Okay, well, we're going to go to him on air in just a moment. Okay, going over this here. Look at this. This is out of Mediaite. Look, Alex Jones declares Boston a false flag operation, FBI behind every domestic terror plot. Or I'll just hold it up for you so you can see it that way. Okay, so there is that article right there. Here it is right here. Out of Salon, Alex Jones, Boston explosion is a government conspiracy. Well, if every other big one has been staged, and if they've been caught doing it hundreds of times with Gladio alone, Ajax, Tonkin, you name it, I would be crazy not to come out and say they're the prime suspect. And now there's a drill. Now, Mike Adams has breaking news, and we appreciate him of naturalnews.com coming on with us. But all the pre-scripting is the key here. Let's bring Mike Adams up. Mike, I wanted to get that out there before Jakari Jackson and David Knight come back in. Thank you so much for joining us here. I know you're tracking this as well over at naturalnews.com, at INFOWARS.com. Eyewitness authorities announced drill before Boston explosions. UM coach thought it was odd. Bomb-sniffing dogs were at the start and finish lines. The biggest issue was the announcements. The announcements. That is unprecedented. We need to add that to Paul Watson's article. continuing terror bombing at Boston Marathon. California signs petition to ban guns. Let's go to you right now. Mike Adams, what is your information on this? What's your spidey sense on this right now?
Well, the first thing is we are screen capturing everything that we can find right now because they're already starting to change some of the tweets and some of the information that's gone out there. So the big story is that, yes, the bomb-sniffing dogs were at the start lines and the finish line for the drill, and those people who are saying that, no, this library explosion was just a controlled explosion to get rid of the bomb, they don't know what they're talking about, because if you've ever worked with a bomb squad, and I have, not as an officer, but I trained, I served on a nonprofit in Arizona. I worked with SWAT people. I trained with them in DT, defensive techniques, and I've been around some of the bomb guys. You do not analyze, rig, and detonate a suspicious package in less than 1 hour. It doesn't happen. It's a whole afternoon to get that done because you have to be cautious, you have to evacuate the area, all kinds of things. So this explanation that somehow this library explosion was just the bomb squad having miraculously found the bomb and then detonating it, and by the way, they set the library on fire temporarily when they did that, that's ludicrous. So people need to understand what it takes to detonate a bomb. It's a very slow, meticulous process. Ask any bomb squad member in any police department anywhere across the country. Now, the other thing that's fishy about this is that today is Patriots Day in Massachusetts. This is Patriots Day. April 15th is Patriots Day in Massachusetts, all right? So they can then call this the Patriot Day bombing. What a convenient blame game, right? So convenient. Now, on the other hand, there are some things about this explosion that, in my mind, sort of contraindicate it as a false flag. And I want to put this out there because it's very early. We're getting information on both sides, but I just want to at least discuss this because it's interesting and we need to understand why this is happening. Can you still hear me okay?
Absolutely, Mike.
Okay.
We're just sitting back listening to you. And again, they're also saying Saudis may be involved. My whole point, yes, and I'm being demonized for it by Salon and others, was the media would try to blame patriots, which they've now done on CNN. I'm uploading that video to our YouTube channel right now. They are on CNN blaming us, blaming the Liberty Movement, saying we could be involved. But separately, they're then saying we're kooks for saying they might do that when we were correct.
Well, we know. I mean, even the New York Times has reported on the FBI running the terror plots year after year across the country. This could have been, I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying all FBI people are bad, but it could have been an FBI terror plot that got out of hand, where they ended up delivering actual explosives rather than the typical duds that they use to rush in and arrest the patsies and then claim they stopped terrorism. But here's some other information I think is interesting. You and I talked about predictions of false flags. You've been talking about it for many, many years. I think last week on your show, I predicted that it would be much, much larger than this, that I thought the government would be willing to kill 1 million people. So in terms of an explosion, this is relatively small. I'm not trying to make light of those who are injured or killed. Obviously, it's a horrifying event. But in terms of what could have been planned and carried out, it is relatively small. A second point is that this wasn't targeted at children. Now, normally in false flags, we see children targeted, such as in Oklahoma City with the nursery in the building, because children, of course, allow the government to have a more emotional plea like we see with Sandy Hook. So it is at least interesting that children don't appear to have been targeted in this. Another point is that there were no firearms used in the explosion, not to our knowledge anyway. So if they were really trying to use this to go after firearms, you would think that they would have had an AR-15 nearby or some handguns or something to try to blame firearms. Another thing is that this explosion was using a device that is already illegal. It's illegal to make a bomb. Just to make one, even at your own house. It's illegal. It's a violation of federal law. So if they were trying to create a fear about something that they wanted to ban, they would have used a legal product such as tannerite, perhaps.
Well, look, here's the issue. I've got some other breaking news here, but I want to be clear. Here is the Blaze, Glenn Beck's website, joining with Salon and joining with Mediaite to, and by the way, on Mediaite, is that how you say it, Mediaite? On Mediaite, basically in one of these George Soros connected groups, last time I looked it up, Alex Jones declared Boston a false flag operation, FBI behind every domestic terror plot. But number one, Paul Watson, who's on my Twitter, he sent that out. But by the way, I stand by what he said. Paul Watson linked to the New York Times. Guys, type in their headline, New York Times, every domestic terror plot, FBI behind it. That was last year. The New York Times had to admit that they were winding up mentally ill people. And we were pointing to that saying, hey, I mean, here's the full quote. And I absolutely defend what I'm saying. If the government's been behind Gladio and all these other events, and I mean, you know, the head of the Italian Supreme Court's come out saying Bilderberg's behind it. Obviously, we've got to look at this on Patriots Day with all this. But here's Mediaite. Guys, go to Mediaite because they have the article, a separate article from them about CNN saying it could be right-wing extremist. That's the article I want to show. I've got the one about Alex Jones. I've got a bunch of these. Okay, what I'm saying here is that obviously they're going to try to blame us or somehow spin it that way.
Clearly.
I said they could even say Al-Qaeda's working with the Tea Party because that's what they've been reporting. You know, the Forbes headline, Washington Times headline, Army trains to crush Tea Party rebellion with Al-Qaeda involved. That's crazy. I'm not the one saying that. Of course it's ridiculous. Saw the Fox News headline last week. Military taught that Christians are terrorists. Christians are extremists. We all know about this, and they don't want us taking their narrative away. But notice, Glenn Beck, who calls me a fascist, and I even said today, before all this happened, I said, I'm going to try to be nice to Glenn Beck. There it is, terrorist plots hatched by the FBI. That's the article we linked to, and it goes on to say almost every event was hatched and created by the FBI. Print that for me. That's what we linked to in the Twitter. In fact, I want to retweet that. If somebody's got my phone uploading that video I shot, I want to retweet that to Glenn Beck, okay, and say, come on, man. You have no future. We have no future if the globalists carry this out. I'll assure you, the socialists, when they take over, buddy, are going to come after you, okay? All right?
Alex, the bomb squad is the smoking gun here. Despite all the other things I mentioned, the fishiness of the bomb squad being able to detonate that third bomb and call it a drill, that right there means that they had prior knowledge of the event. And how many times have we seen that, where the bomb squads actually carried out the events in order to scare the local populations and get more budget funding and more power for themselves, as well as sometimes at the federal level. So I think there are arguments on both sides, but this is going to go probably very quickly. We're going to get more information, and the picture is going to come together. Okay, so the fact that it's Patriots Day, again, is important because they can blame patriots for the holiday. They can say, even though they say they've arrested a Saudi national, like you said, Alex, they can claim that the Saudi nationals are working with the Tea Party. They've already laid the groundwork for that. But I do say it could have been a lot worse for us who believe in the Republic, who believe in the Constitution. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a bomb that was wrapped in shrapnel, for example. Now, I looked at the explosion video over and over again. It did not appear to use shrapnel. Now, if you look at, for example, one of the runners that was about, let's say, 6 meters away from the bomb, he was knocked to the ground by only a concussive blast. Now, a concussive blast can be dangerous. It can make you bleed. It can cause internal organ damage, but it's not nearly as deadly as a bomb that is surrounded by shrapnel, you know, nails and scrap metal and things like that. So it's early. We can't tell for sure, but I believe this bomb did not use shrapnel, which is very interesting because if you're trying to have the massive carnage, you would have used shrapnel. So that's the question I have. And again, I have a question about...
But I mean, Mike, here's the timing. You've got them on a razor margin. Looks like they can't get the guns banned in the House. They've gotten them the restrictions in the Senate. This creates a love of government. Approval ratings go up. Obama is going to go to a press conference, just like Robert Shapiro said. New Oklahoma City, or new terror attacks, new 9/11. That's the quote. You'll be more popular. And they don't say where these are supposed to come from. That's Financial Times of London and others. And so people need to understand, here is the Mediaite article. We can put it up on screen. so I can tell everybody. CNN, yep, that's it. Good job. CNN national security analyst warns of right-wing extremists behind Boston bombings. Now I said they would do that, but in the same media-ite, look at this, folks. In the same media-ite, Alex Jones declares Boston a false flag operation, FBI behind every domestic terror plot. No, I said our hearts go out to these people, our prayers go out, but this thing stinks to high heaven like a false flag. Like the New York Times said, almost all these plots are hatched by the government. Yeah. Now, what does Mediaite, Salon, and Glenn Beck, all establishment, playing the part of liberals, playing the part of the new libertarian leader, and again, I'm not going to fight with Glenn Beck. You know, nobody else does this. I mean, Michael Savage will probably come out and say it could be Obama. That's common sense. I bet Limbaugh even does that. But instead, I'm just telling you, snake in the grass, man. Even after I've said publicly, because I know Glenn gets a lot of stuff from our show, you know, just day after day, I want it to stop because people say, well, why cover Glenn Beck? He is a key person, and if something happens to us, folks, he's all that's really going to be there, and I want people to carry on getting the truth out here. But here it is. Well, CNN national security analyst warns of right-wing extremists behind Boston bombing. See, I know we're real. I know we're under surveillance. I know we're fighting hard, and it just hurts me to know he's pretty much, this seals the deal, that, number one, they spin and twist what I said, and are listening and watching right now. And it really hurts me because I want to defeat Agenda 21 that I covered 17 years ago. I want to defeat, you know, MSNBC saying your kids belong to the state. And I want to work with everybody. Even if they don't want to work with us, I want to just be nice. And this hurts my feelings that, you know, we're right. Of course, and listen, here's the other news. I want to get your take on this, Mike Adams.
Yeah.
This broke 30 minutes ago. Authorities ID suspect is Saudi national in marathon bombings, under guard at Boston Hospital. And they're saying they got footage, people with backpacks and stuff. Well, everybody has backpacks. Now they're saying 12 dead, 50 injured after 2 explosions rocked Boston Marathon. It's getting worse and worse. What's the latest numbers? I'll be live at 7 o'clock tonight. I'm going to bring back Jakari Jackson. And okay, well, this one says 12 dead, 50 injured after 2 explosions rocked. So that's the New York Post. If you scroll down to that New York Post, what is Drudge saying? DrudgeReport.com. Man, thank God for Drudge. It's just good to know there's some good people out there that aren't egomaniac, crazy people that are there to put down other patriots. I'm not going to get off in a diversion. I'm just sick of being here on the front lines and people right beside me shooting at me politically when all I'm trying to do is have a future for my children. Mike Adams, there is no doubt that if almost all the other terror events have been staged or provocateured. Again, here's the New York Times. And, of course, I don't just believe the New York Times. We've done countless reports on this, Mike Adams, where they openly, I'm going to find the article in the New York Times, Sunday Review, show this people, terrorist plots hatched by the FBI. The United States has been narrowly saved from lethal terrorist plots in recent years, or so it has seemed. A would-be suicide bomber was intercepted on his way to the Capitol. A scheme to bomb synagogues and shoot Stinger missiles at military aircraft was developed by men in New York. It goes on, as a fanciful idea to fly explosive-laden model of planes in the Pentagon and the Capitol was hatched in Massachusetts. But all 3 dramas were facilitated by the FBI. Whole cloth, where undercover agents and informants posed as terrorists, officially offering dummy missiles, fake C4 explosives, sometimes they're the real thing, and disarmed suicide vests and rudimentary training, like the first World Trade Center bombing. The government cooked the bomb, trained them all, found 2 mentally retarded guys. That's even in the New York Times back then. And it goes on to admit that it was all fake. I'm not bad for saying, hey, they've done this before. It could be provocateured or it could be purely staged. What do you say?
There's no question the FBI has been involved in numerous terror plots. That's on the record. Like you said, the New York Times wrote about that. And they always have patsies. Basically, they target mentally retarded individuals who are then held up as patsies. But when this explosion first happened, when I first got word of it today, the first thought that went through my mind is that they're going to put an INFOWARS bumper sticker somewhere near the bomb. And then I thought, as soon as the Saudi national was arrested, that now they've got all the time in the world to go to his apartment and plant all the evidence that, oh, he's an Alex Jones fan, he's an INFOWARS listener, he's got, you know, bumper stickers, whatever. They've got all the time in the world to do that right now. Now, finally, the big game in all of this may be that they want an excuse to allow the TSA to be on the streets at all sporting events. So this could be the justification to roll out the TSA and even give them guns Now, give them the 2 billion rounds of hollow point 40 caliber ammo, arm those people up, put them on the streets in front of sports stadiums and sporting events and marathons and high school dances, you name it, and they'll say, what?
And they've already beta tested it. We're suddenly seeing troops at kite festivals here in Austin, TSA checkpoints. And here, I want to say this to the establishment neocons trying to, they see the numbers, trying to, quote, take over the libertarian movement. I'm all for you being a big part of it and being 10 times bigger than I am, but don't be a Judas Iscariot. Don't try to sell us out. So in case you are just really stupid and not evil, I want to explain something to neocons like Glenn Beck, okay? I want to explain it very slowly to you. Every drama, every sitcom, every news show says right-winger gun owners are going to merge with Al-Qaeda and start doing IED, improvised explosive devices, out of the blue. I've watched for 20 years, 17, almost 18 on air, that they pre-program before something. It's like, it's like reading the TV guide. And so that's why I went on air today and said, I think they're going to, I said at the end of the first hour, it was before all this happened. It's on record, folks. I'm not bragging. It shows we're not saying Batman will be connected to the next shootings after it happens. I said months before, Batman is clearly a programming trigger, and that it was implicated in both shootings. Okay, and the media's like, why do they obsess about Batman? I see them. I know. I have a gut feeling that's thousands of data points coming in, okay? I know what I'm talking about. But a lot of this is simple. Before 9/11, they said, bin Laden's about to attack you. Give up all your rights when he attacks. Okay, then I read their own manuals that were public. They were always about going after right-wingers and gun owners and veterans. So I said they're going to demonize us one day and flip it. Now that happened. This is like 2 + 2 = 4. And so I want to say to everybody out there, we're risking our life. Mike Adams is, I am, my crew. This is not a frickin' game, okay? That's what I want to get out to the neocons and people, okay? This isn't a stinking game, man. They've got their Democratic operatives calling for us to be put in FEMA camps and have our guns taken. Okay, you can go out and ask Democrats, hey, you want to arrest everybody? They'll say, hell yeah. This is the type of stuff that I'm talking about. This is the type of stuff that I'm debating. This is the type of stuff that we're going over. So when I get up here and say this could be a false flag, don't you dare twist it and say that I'm 100% saying it's a false flag and then using a typo Watson sent out, where it sounds like we're using bad English to say don't FBI, involved in every event. When we're linking to the New York Times having to admit, my God, there's over 100 of these things. They use an example of 3. So my point is, if someone has a history of this, if they have a motive to power grab from it, the first head of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge, 4 years ago, wrote a book admitting he was ordered to issue fake terror alerts to take people's rights and to distract, okay? We're right, you're wrong, Glenn Beck. And let me tell you something, Glenn Beck. They may tell you that you're their buddy, and they're going to protect you if you play ball and all this stuff, which I think is going on. Let me explain something to you, bud. You even figured it out before you left Fox and said, look at these Democratic letters about how they're going to blame the Patriot movement for the next attack. Buddy, you've got the power, along with others, to turn this around, but you've got to not attack people that say we've got to look at this as a false flag. You'd have to have a lobotomy to not know this is the season for this, okay? I said today, look for it to happen imminent, okay? In my gut. Mike Adams, final 5 minutes. I know I'm ranting. Well,
look at the logic here of how they could pull this off in terms of blaming patriots. Using the Sandy Hook logic, every person who owns a firearm is guilty of the Sandy Hook crime, even if they weren't there and had nothing to do with it. Well, they could use the same thing here. Let's say they take the Saudi national and they start to label him a patriot or a Tea Party member, and then they plant enough evidence to make that convincing. It's not difficult. Then they can say, well, all patriots, all Tea Party members are guilty of the Boston bombing. I know it makes no sense. It's completely irrational. But this has been the logic or the illogic of the left, of the socialists, of the communist control system. So they could very easily do that, and then they could use this as a leverage point to pass more laws to say, well, gee, you can't be trusted with backpacks. We got to have TSA on the streets. No,
it's all about making us all prisoners. By the way, Dan Badani was just on Fox News. He's at the press conference on Fox News. Our auxiliary reporter, who again wanted to again, who was missing his family. That happens to a lot of the reporters. It's like, you know, they actually come down here but have to leave their wife and kids up in another state. And then, but, you know, Dan still does auxiliary reporting for us, and he's up there. He's at the press conference. His question, asking the mayor about the drills, went out on Fox News.
Nice.
So devastatingly good job by Badandi. Tell Badandi if he's on our line, because he's going to come up next with Jakari and the guys, because they're coming in. Tell Badandi, keep asking his questions in the press conference. He can come on later or just whatever. I don't want to pull him out of there if he's already there. Man, I tell you, I'm going to be exhausted. I'm on Coast to Coast AM tomorrow night. Obama is on in 6 minutes, and we'll use that as a break to bring in Jakari Jackson and David Knight. And again, I just want to commend the entire crew. Rob Dew was had to leave early today to finish doing his taxes for the Private Federal Reserve, or he'll have penalties against him. You know, it all is being slaves to private banks. We pay our taxes to him. Mike Adams, I'm sorry I keep interrupting. This is just incredible. We've got Infowars.com/listen as the live video feed of us right now. Please send that on your Twitter, Facebook, the power of the people to counter the establishment. And I'll be back live at 7 o'clock for InfoWars Nightly News with all the latest data. Mike Adams, go ahead and you have the floor. Take us up to the press conference of Obama, who will pose as our savior, our daddy-in-chief, as Chris Rock has said, in T-minus 5 minutes.
All right, some final thoughts, guys, just break in when the press conference starts. But over the next few hours, what you're going to see is an attempt by the mainstream media to scrub all the reports that contradict their developing narrative. So right now, you can go to this story on, local15tv.com, where a University of Maryland or University of Mobile cross-country coach says that bomb-sniffing dogs were there at the start lines, at the finish line, and that when the explosions happened, the police there just said, don't worry about it, it's a drill. That story is up right now. It will be scrubbed within the next few hours. And this is going to happen across Twitter, across Facebook, across the web. So what's crucial right now is to make sure that you start screen capturing all of these things before they get scrubbed so that we can piece together the real narrative, the narrative that they're going to try to twist.
By the way, I agree. They've now shut everyone's cell phones off, saying cell phones could detonate bombs. So now they have an excuse to shut down our cell phones citywide to control stories. I mean, I'm sorry. This is just incredible.
It's absurd. You can't detonate a bomb with a cell phone. It's an absurd idea. And you're right. They're doing it so that people can't text out.
No, I mean, you can call a number that then use that phone that then sends an order to detonate.
If you set it up and you know the number, yeah. But just random people using cell phones is not going to, detonate a bomb. And besides, who's detonating the bomb? It's the Boston bomb squad. That's who's out there doing the detonation.
But again, people are trying to spin it. Oh, there's always bomb dogs. They were announcing, everyone be calm, everything's fine around the areas where the bombs went off. And the fact that they're not making this a bigger issue, if they didn't stage it, or are people involved with them, or they would be going, our great bomb squad was on it, trying to stop it, racing against the time. Instead, they don't want to discuss this.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, the excuse they've used to not cover the abortion murderer trial to say, it's just a local crime story. Well, they're not using that here. This is a local crime story, but they're covering it. So it just goes to show you everything's selective, including, as David Knight said in the previous segment, it's selective about who it's okay to kill. So if you're a leftist, it's okay to kill babies. It's okay to kill even up to the age of 3. It's okay to kill them in post-birth abortions. But then suddenly it's not okay to kill them when they become cute children in elementary school. But then after that, it's okay to kill them again if they're patriots or senior citizens with the death panel. So we have all this selective, all these contradictions out there from the leftist philosophy. And it's very, very dangerous. We are headed into a super dangerous time. I believe that we all need to really watch carefully. I don't want to.
And by the way, we're not up here on air saying this is all crazy because we're physically ill up here at the office. I mean, this is real. This is not our spin on this. It is frickin' over the top when the state police of Colorado come out last week and go, we're in meetings where the feds are saying, prepare to take all the guns from Christians and basically mass arrest us. I mean, this would be like if they said, we're preparing to arrest all the Jews. We're preparing to arrest all the Muslims, or we're preparing to, this is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And, here's the thing. This may be only the beginning. They may have more bombs in other cities. So think about that.
By the way, they launched the first mass casualty tablet device during the marathon. Let me read that headline again to people. I am just devastated here. Boston deployed mass casualty tablet device during marathon. The EMS, they had it all ready. My God, they rolled this sucker out, and they used a drill to do it, and probably only had like 2 guys plant the bombs. And the cops and people don't even, and again, Mike, I know you've studied false flags. Explain to people why they do drills over the false flags.
Well, that way people don't think that the explosion is real, and that way all the local police can stand down. So they say it's going to be a drill. Then if anybody knows in advance that it's going to happen, like a police officer, then the excuse is, oh, well, I was just told it was going to be part of a drill. I didn't know there was going to be a real bomb. So it gives them a cover, basically.
And notice how it's perfect scripting, where it happens during the day, builds up, then we get answers. Then Obama, he comes out at 6 o'clock, 6:10 Eastern, 5:10, 5:15 Central, and he comes out and he's going to comfort everybody. The guy that has drones target whole villages, it's collateral damage, no big deal, they don't care. But, oh, this will be, and of course they show us all the arms and legs blown off, and they're saying the way of life's changing. We've got to have troops on the streets. They're announcing that right now. If they're getting ready for the collapse, Mike, I'm telling you, these people are unbelievable. What are they going to do about us? Because more people listen to us than ever. That listen to Matt Drudge at drudgereport.com, naturalnews.com, WorldNet Daily. And then meanwhile, Beck is always in the middle trying to shut us down. What do you make of him?
I don't know what Beck's deal is. I've had no interaction with Beck whatsoever.
Wouldn't it be satisfying to see him stop being a pud?
Yeah, sure. But, the bottom line is, Alex, we can't really even be concerned with little people like Beck who they think they have an audience, but their audience is mostly asleep, so it hardly even counts. Your audience is awake, so they have consciousness, they have intelligence.
Well, no, we're not just saying that. We drive the news. Okay, here's Obama. Mike, we're going to get more updates from you soon. I know you're very busy, naturalnews.com. Here is our king, our master, our ruler.
Our people.
Kim Jong-un. Here he is.
Security around the United States as necessary and investigate what happened.
Oh, security. You mean police state.
The American people will say a prayer for Boston tonight. And Michelle and I send our deepest thoughts and prayers to the families of the victims.
How about all the people that Al-Qaeda's killing in Syria right now, chopping their heads off?
We don't yet have all the answers.
Let's bring in the rest of the crew.
We do know that multiple people have been wounded. Vomit. Some gravely.
He's our
in explosions at the Boston Marathon.
Thank goodness he's there.
I've spoken to FBI Director Mueller
Patriot
and Secretary of Homeland Security Napolitano, and they're mobilizing.
I said during the show they may try to blame Al-Qaeda,
to investigate,
saying they work with the Patriots. Get ready, that could happen.
I've updated leaders of Congress in both parties.
This whole thing
and we reaffirmed that on days like this, there are no Republicans or Democrats.
Bring in the crew.
We are Americans united in concern for our fellow citizens. I've also spoken with Governor Patrick and Mayor Menino and made it clear that they have every single federal resource necessary to care for the victims and counsel the families. And above all, I made clear to them that all Americans stand with the people of Boston. Boston police, firefighters, and first responders, as well as the National Guard, responded heroically and continue to do so as we speak. It's a reminder that so many Americans serve and sacrifice on our behalf every single day, without regard to their own safety, in dangerous and difficult circumstances. And we salute all those who assisted in responding so quickly and professionally to this tragedy. We still do not know who did this or why. And people shouldn't jump to conclusions before we have all the facts. But make no mistake, we will get to the bottom of this. And we will find out who did this. We'll find out why they did this. Any responsible individuals, any responsible groups will feel the full weight of justice. Today is a holiday in Massachusetts, Patriots Day. It's a day that celebrates the free and fiercely independent spirit that this great American city of Boston has reflected from the earliest days of our nation. And it's a day that draws the world to Boston's streets in a spirit of friendly competition. Boston is a tough and resilient town, so are its people. I'm supremely confident that Bostonians will pull together, take care of each other, and move forward as one proud city, and as they do, the American people will be with them every single step of the way. You should anticipate that as we get more information, our teams will provide you briefings. We're still in the investigation stage at this point, but I just want to reiterate, we will find out who did this, and we will hold them accountable. Thank you very much.
President making a brief statement, about 3 minutes or so. If you were monitoring what he had to say, the president vowing that the United States...
Well, there he is. He's celebrating Patriot Day, and we've got to remember that patriots are people who put liberty ahead of security and safety.
Right.
That was the thing that characterized them. You know, they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor because they valued liberty above security. And history has shown us that only those types of people ever have any security.
Mm-hmm. So I was very surprised when we just saw that statement by Obama. We heard Joe Biden earlier saying, bombings, we have bombings and bombs on the ground. And Obama gave that pretty bland, nondescript statement. So I'm trying to figure out why they would have, something Joe Biden said off the cuff was a little more strong than what Obama had to say right there in his statement.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. I guess, too, I was kind of amazed to see Glenn Beck hop on this and start criticizing Alex right away. We've got an article here, and some of you may have seen our earlier piece here where Peter Bergen jumped on this today, and he automatically started going after right-wingers, blaming this bombing on the right-wingers. But, he had started on this. I've got an article right here. It's up on the document cam. It started this back in April the 4th, okay, about 11 days ago, and basically talking about the growing threat of extreme right-wing violence. And what he tries to do is make a case that it's right-wing terrorism that we've really got to be afraid of. And what he talks about, he says there's 15 right-wing terrorists indicted in 2012, 6 involved in one incident. And then he goes, by comparison, in 2012, only 6 people who subscribed to al-Qaeda's ideology were indicted on terrorism-related charges in the U.S. I have to ask myself, if we've got that few people, both domestic, let's say, and in his terminology, right-wing, and al-Qaeda, why do we have this gigantic monstrosity called the Homeland Security? I mean, how many billions or tens of billions?
They're switching it over to your homegrown terrorists, as they like to call them, people who are concerned about liberty and have don't tread on me flags. Those are the new threats.
Yeah, that's been the narrative for the last couple of months. But when you just go back and look at how few, I mean, even on his data, he's trying to make a big case out of, there's a dozen here and 10 here. And you got that few, then you can very easily, if you got that small a database, that small a number, it's very easy to say, look, it jumped 25%, when it goes from 4 to 5, So you can really get people. You've got such a small group there, such a small number, it really doesn't make any sense to talk about developing trends there because these are essentially isolated incidences. But when you look at the TSA and how well it's been documented, how ineffective they are, when you have the Republican congressman from Florida talking about how he regrets it and how he can't he's not allowed to put out the figures as to how small they are because, we all wouldn't believe it. The people that they're actually able, their success rate, because they run tests through where they actually have agents with bombs run through there and they virtually never catch these guys. So when you look at that, you have to say, well, if they're not catching the guys that are a test and we're not having any incidences for the last 12 years, then essentially, there's not any threat. And that's what he's saying here. We all know, there is no al-Qaeda threat. So now what they're trying to do, though, is they're trying to manufacture a domestic threat. And Peter Bergen and CNN are part of that. And Peter Bergen, another Brit, he was actually born in the U.S., I think, to British parents, but he grew up in England and came back to the U.S. And so here's another guy who is their CNN security analyst, I think is what they call him here. The CNN's national security analyst is Peter Bergen, and he is ready to jump. Now, Glenn Beck is criticizing Alex Jones for saying, we need to look at government here. And
I'm not surprised about that at all.
Right. But we actually do have a reason to look at government because of this report of the drill this morning. Okay. That is, like we've talked about, that's fingerprints all over it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They'll jump on Alex, not just people such as Beck, but other people have demonized Alex for being, I guess you kind of say, the first responder to call these things what they are. And nobody's saying we have definitive evidence at the moment, but you just look at the telltale signs. They just happen to be running a drill that day. I mean, what's that about?
Right.
And it's not just that. It's not an isolated incident like we said in our last segment, Oklahoma City, the 7/7 bombings, and the list goes on from there. They just happened to be running a drill about the exact same scenario that they encountered on that day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not a smoking gun evidence, but it's something that I think is worth pointing out.
Especially because we've seen that over and over again. Let me just mention one more thing from this Peter Bergen thing before we move on. And that is further down, he says, talking about these different plots and jihad terrorism, he says, 7 of these are leftists or animal rights extremists. For instance, 3 are participating in Occupy Chicago, a leftist political movement, and were indicted on terrorism charges last June for plotting to throw Molotov cocktails at President Obama and other officials during a NATO summit in Chicago. Their lawyers, now here's what's interesting, their lawyers say an undercover government agent had urged them to plot the attacks and build firebombs. Now, that's exactly what we're talking about, you know, and we say that's what you see on both the quote-unquote left-wing terrorists, the al-Qaeda terrorists, as well as right-wing terrorists. And New York Times has reported this. CNN's Peter Bergen, their national security analyst, is reporting the fact. But, you know, if we talk about the fact that the government has over and over again not only instigated these things, okay, but in many cases, they were the ones who carried it out, a lot of times with the help of 1 or 2 patsies, okay, but it's usually the FBI. You hear this same pattern, just like we talk about the drills. It's also the same pattern that you see the FBI coming into a group and saying, hey, guys, you know what we need to do? We need to go attack these people, and here's how we do it. But they don't know how to do it. Okay?
Yeah, it's just to keep referencing, we keep referencing the Oklahoma City bombing, but in the film The Noble Lie, there's a guy who says that, you know, whenever you have 3 people talking about blowing up the government, 2 of them work for the government.
That's right. That's right. We see that over and over and over again. And we should keep talking about the Oklahoma City bombing because it is a pattern that they continue to use the same method of operation in terms of, you know, from the initial genesis of the threat and carrying out the threat, as well as these drills that take place at exactly the same time in exactly the same way. So, you know, Peter Bergen talks about this. He talks about the fact that the government has been involved in developing these things with patsies, and yet when we point it out, we're bad guys.
Yeah.
If he jumps to the conclusion and says, they're right-wing terrorists, he's not a bad guy. But if Alex Jones says, you know, we see a drill that's happening here, then we're bad guys.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can't point out the obvious.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, criticized not just by, well, I guess Glenn Beck really is mainstream. I mean, he's kind of Fox News, but, you know, saying, you know, not just by mainstream media, but by the Blaze, you know, criticizing us for doing that. But we're going to follow the story wherever it goes, and we're not really afraid to be labeled as such.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you run out there and you run out the street, hey, this is what it is, then you're the crazy guy. But, you know, a lot of these people, they'll come around and they'll say, okay, maybe there was something to that, so they can, you know, jump on the bandwagon at a later date and time. But meanwhile, I believe Dan Badandi was at a press conference up there in Boston, and I believe he had a chance. I believe it was the governor he asked a question to. Oh, the mayor. The mayor of Boston about why they were running a drill that day. Now, I'm not sure if we have that video. I'm pretty sure we don't have the video.
Okay. We don't have a video.
We're working on the video. They may have it ready for the nightly news. But do we know what the mayor's response was? Does anybody know? Okay. Well, we're still working on that, but it was on major news channels. He got to ask that question on national television. So,
well, good.
At the very least, congratulations, Dan. You're getting the real story out there.
Well, and along with that, and I think Alex just covered this, on April the 12th, Firehouse.com reported that Boston, this is 3 days ago, that Boston was going to deploy mass casualty tablet device during the marathon. It says Boston EMS is deploying a new off-the-shelf, lightweight mobile device for the first time at the Boston Marathon on April the 15th. The platform from SafetyPad is intended for use in mass casualty situations, and it gives EMS personnel the ability to carry into crowds and assess a patient upon arrival, document it in real time, transmit data to transport units before they arrive, and other features. Boston EMS will utilize a new Android-based program for bike and gator teams along the race route. That's interesting.
That is very interesting. And they just
maybe just a coincidence.
They just deployed it today.
Yeah, just deployed today for the first time ever.
Ever.
Yeah. So I don't know. Well, you know, one of the things we were talking about these false flags and drills and stuff. I remember Gore Vidal saying that he knew, in his opinion, 9/11 was a false flag because his father had been involved with building out NORAD. His father was a pioneer in aviation and involved very high-level military. And he said he had basically founded it and designed it. And his question the whole time that was happening was, where's NORAD? Why is NORAD standing down? And then when he found out they were having a drill and they were making people stand down and so forth and so on, that's when he called BS.
Yeah,
on the whole 9/11 thing.
I mean, it's just any common sense argument. We have so many groups out here saying they want common sense this and common sense that. But when you look at these tragedies, or we'll just talk about 9/11 since you brought it up, common sense question: why do we only have one? Not even a video, one set of one camera showing you the image of what struck the Pentagon. Common sense. I mean, are we to believe that the Pentagon, one of the most secure structures, above ground structures on the planet Earth, has one operable camera?
Well, you could still see the parts of the wall that were still standing. You'd see the cameras all along.
And speaking of common sense, I think we have a new clip.
Do you think that we can pass those? And just very briefly, to your last question, what's the efficacy of banning these magazine clips? I will tell you, these are ammunition. They're bullets. So the people who have those now, they're going to shoot them. And so if you ban them in the future, the number of these high-capacity magazines is going to decrease dramatically over time, because the bullets will have been shot and there won't be any more available.
Like you said.
So this lady is pretty much claiming, what's her name? I forgot what her name was.
These magazine clips, they're bullets.
A Colorado Democrat who's, I guess she believes that you discharge your magazine.
Well, she said at the beginning, these magazine clips, they're bullets.
Oh my
so God. I guess, you shoot them off. You shoot off these magazine clips and that's it.
Shoot off all the magazine clips and we won't shoot anymore. Who was that said they had 100 clip magazine?
No, I think
okay, you can see.
That was Biden, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't Biden. It was somebody else. That was, who was that? Diana DeGette. If you're watching on Infowars.com/listen, you can see her picture right there. But no, somebody came out. It was on Infowars the other day. Maybe you guys can pull it up. Somebody said they had 100 clip magazine.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was. I think it was a Kurt Nimmo article. Came out Thursday or Friday or so. And it just goes to show these people. Harry Reid.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. That other Democrat. Yeah.
These people have no idea of what they're actually, they don't even know what they've made themselves afraid of something. They don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
It's like they scare themselves like, I don't know what's on this piece of paper. I'm sure it's something that's going to shock me to death.
That's right.
And these are the people who are, running policy. But I mean, that's a segue to get back on the Boston issue. We see that the man is a Saudi national?
That's what they're reporting.
So I'm wondering, if they're going to try to tie this guy into some type of right-wing extremist group.
Well, and that was the thing. What was it? Was that a West Point narrative where he was talking about, or it was some kind of a war game scenario where they said that the Al-Qaeda joined up with a right-wing terrorist?
Yeah, I was joking with the guys in the back. I said, watch this guy. This Saudi national is going to have a "Don't Tread on Me" tattoo. They're going to have he's going to take a mugshot with a John Deere hat. And they're just going to say, oh, yeah, we got, Saudis working with the right-wingers.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not even that. It's just that if you have a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, tattoo, or whatever, now you're some type of extremist. You're part of some type of hate group or some type of violent organization.
Yeah.
Because they say so.
Yeah.
Because they show all the people in the TV shows who are militiamen or have "Don't Tread on Me" tattoos as the terrorists and the child molesters and the whatever else they want to push the agenda on.
Absolutely. And that's what we've got to worry about is how they're going to use this to go after guns. As Alex was just saying, they're all of this is being driven by fear and paranoia. And all the people who are coming after this, now they're going to be clamoring for even more protection from the government. And that's what Obama is offering in his speech. We're going to keep you safe, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, isn't he?
Yeah.
Giving guns to Mexican drug cartels, which... And I wonder this, and we didn't have a chance to speak to any of the people at the last rally about this topic, but I just wonder how many of these moms against X, Y, and Z know that their government is funding the exact same thing that they're fighting against.
Absolutely.
The man who, you jump up and stand behind and rah, 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 I'm with Barack Obama and Joe Biden because they're anti-gun. These same people gave guns to Mexican drug cartels. They keep talking about background checks. I mean, they knew these guys were criminals.
Well, the New York Times called that a false flag attack. The New York Times said that was set up to demonize the Second Amendment. But it was more than that, because the whole thrust of the UN Arms Trade Treaty, as well as the Fast and Furious, was about the flow of arms across borders. And how do you stop the flow of arms across borders according to the UN? Well, you register and identify the owners and the objects, okay? And that's what this has all been about from the very beginning. And I believe that that Fast and Furious, as the New York Times said, a false flag attack, it was set up not just in general to demonize the Second Amendment, but specifically to push for registration and background checks and that sort of thing to a degree that we've never seen before. And when it blew up in their face, it was when we saw the Aurora, Colorado shooting 1 week before that was coming up to a vote in the at the UN, and they didn't get any traction from the Aurora shooting. That was a Friday. That and the following Friday they were going to have the vote. Well, they could tell by the middle of the week, by Wednesday, before that Friday, they knew they weren't getting any traction from it, and they abruptly pulled out and said, "We'll handle this later, okay, in the year after the election." And so they were set up to handle this in the lame duck session after the election. The UN met on the same day that we were having our domestic election here. And it was clear that the Democrats were going to gain seats in the Senate and that Obama was going to get reelected. And what they did was they announced, I think it was about 8 hours after our election was over, they announced that they were going to not do anything right away, not in the lame duck session. No, they were going to wait until March. That would give them some time to get these new senators in. And then in the meantime, shortly after that, about 6 weeks after that, 5 or 6 weeks after that, they had the Sandy Hook shooting. Okay, and so they've been using all of this, and I believe that they're getting more and more open about the confiscation and outright gun ban, which is what we caught Martinez saying at that rally here in Austin. And there's more and more talk about that, like Bill Maher and everybody are openly talking about just gutting the Second Amendment. But right now, and I believe what they've been after all along, is registration, expanding that database, getting more detailed information on gun owners, and creating more legal tripwires so they can arrest gun owners.
Now, I do believe we have a couple clips from the president, so you guys can fire when ready there.
Okay, here's a bridge.
When y'all go home and you're talking to your buddies and they say, he wants to take my gun away. You've heard it here. I'm on television, so everybody knows it. I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe in people's lawful right to bear arms. I will not take your shotgun away. I will not take your rifle away. I won't take your handgun away.
Okay, we have another one coming up here.
And I can make a firm pledge. Under my plan, no family making less than $250,000 a year will see any form of tax increase. Not your income tax, not your payroll tax, not your capital gains taxes, not any of your taxes.
Didn't all those go up?
Yeah, every single one of them.
Well, I want to talk about registration. And people will see events like this. And I mean, I've heard people say this even before the bombings today. We have what appears to be a homemade explosive device. And people would say that if you want to ban guns after Sandy Hook, you can still go to the store and buy stuff at your local grocery store to make a bomb. And people think it's such a ridiculous notion that you would ban something that you could buy at the store, but they already do. They ban things like pseudoephedrine that's used to make methamphetamines. And people think that it's so far-fetched. I mean, they're saying that you can't go buy XYZ medicine, or you can't have, we've seen the Bureau of Justice statistics. If somebody comes in and they buy a certain amount of ammonia or a certain amount of matches or whatever else, and then you're supposed to report them. And it's kind of that scenario that the guys did in the crew video where Alex was playing the grocery store guy, and he's out there following the guys around. I mean, that's real. I mean, that's not something that's going to happen or could happen. That happens right now, today. So the notion that they may ban for a certain amount of lighter fluid or whatever it may be is a very real notion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's no telling what they're going to ban. Okay, we got something really frightening coming up here. John Bound's telling us. What you got, John?
Oh, no.
This is a commercial here. Pillsbury Doughboy going through TSA.
I'll get it together. I promise.
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars?
No, I won't hear that part.
Well, isn't that nice?
That's the doughboy going through a TSA checkpoint.
Yeah, and the friendly TSA man poking him there. Oh.
Yeah. So if you're listening, we just saw a clip of the Pillsbury Doughboy, and you guys may have seen these Geico commercials. They do the witch in the broom factory and the bodybuilder directing traffic. And the new one is the Pillsbury Doughboy going through a TSA checkpoint where he is, repeatedly touched and prodded, and I guess
he giggles and likes it, because that's what the Pillsbury Doughboy is all about. But we've got those friendly TSA agents, and nothing to be alarmed about here, kiddies. Let's just remember the Pillsbury Doughboy. He gets poked and prodded by the TSA when he travels. So Junior, why shouldn't you? Don't cry. You're not being.
He's having a good time. He doesn't want to get out the line.
You're not being molested. This is the new normal, and that really is scary. Okay, so
so when it goes from being the Doughboy to being your son, we'll see.
I think I've had my last Pillsbury products there for a while.
Yeah,
I've been trying to lay off that stuff anyway.
It's funny because we keep talking about, or at least I've made a stance since the Demand a Plan videos with all the movie stars who go out and Jamie Foxx and so on. And I made a stand like I have not watched a movie from anybody in that video. Actually, I was going to see a movie with Steve Carell, The Identity Thief, I think it was. And then I was sitting in the movie theater and it clicked that, Steve Carell, and it was like, I need to go watch something else. Someone watch something else.
Well, you're talking about that, and that was Mayors Against Illegal Guns.
Mm-hmm.
Now, think about that. Illegal guns. Now, you and I talked for quite some time to Art Acevedo, the police chief here in Austin, who spoke at that rally in Austin a week ago last Saturday. And he kept saying over and over again, I don't want to take guns away. I only want to keep them out of the hands of bad people, okay? But if you're going to talk about illegal guns, you're not talking about the character of the people having guns. You're now focused on the gun, not on somebody being a criminal. That's and so at the same time we heard that clip from Obama saying, I support the Second Amendment. I am so sick and tired of being lied to by these people. They're so cynical. At the same time they're trying to ban guns and that they talk about guns being illegal, they say they support the Second Amendment. You can't, when you call something an illegal gun, you've just banned it. Okay.
Exactly.
If it's an illegal drug, it's banned. It's a banned drug.
Just like Martinez told the guy, there is no current gun ban in effect. Well, Feinstein has a list of over 100 she wants to ban. They're saying you can't have this type of gun because it has military characteristics or X, Y, and Z. I mean, there is a current gun ban. Here's Austin City Council member Mike Martinez.
Thank you so much. I've got a proclamation on behalf of the Mayor and City Council that we want to present, but I want to say a couple of words, and I'll be brief. First of all, to the gentleman that's dying for attention, someone needs to inform him that there is no gun ban currently, but because of the work that we're doing here today, we will make your sign legitimate shortly. So you hang on to that.
So what it is Councilman Mike Martinez here in Austin.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. He is pointing out a gentleman who is quietly protesting with a sign that says, stop the gun ban. And Martinez singles the gentleman out, seeing that he is very much a minority in that setting. I believe, I'm not sure if the other guy was with him or not, but also the gentleman with the sign had what appeared to be his grandson, appeared to be his grandson with him, less than 10 years old. And he singles him out to point out, hey, we're not taking your guns yet, but keep that sign because we will very soon.
Yeah, we're going to make your sign legitimate. Yeah, absolutely.
And people cheer, and they say,
they love that.
So many people at that rally, we don't have it in that shot, but you can see the lady behind him, and there's a whole circle behind Martinez, the guest speakers, who kept saying, we don't want to take away guns. We just want reasonable restrictions. Yet, when he says, I'm going to make your sign legitimate that says stop the gun ban, meaning he's going to make the gun ban legitimate, people jump up and cheer.
And the other thing, too, Jakari, when we were there, and we've got a clip of it, I don't know if they've got it pulled up here, but as the gentleman is standing there with his sign, they're surrounding him. They got in front of him. They got in back of him. They put their signs up in front of his sign so nobody would be able to see his sign. He stepped over to the side. They stepped over to the side. He steps back. They step back. They're shadowing him back and forth, almost knocked over his grandson doing it. But these are people who have no respect for freedom of speech either.
Yeah, play that Holder clip.
They wanted to silence him.
Let's play that Holder clip. Okay. All right. But anyway, speaking of that guy, when he was at the rally, he and his grandson and the other gentleman, I don't know if he is with him or not, there was an incident where somebody in the crowd started yelling obscenities at the guy because Martinez took a second to adjust.
Change the way in which people think about guns, especially young people. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
Yeah, and I'll make this point, and then we can get back to the matter at hand in Boston. But we saw in the Mike Martinez when he was at the rally speaking to the guy, and he directly addresses them. Hey, you guys down here, or you guy with the sign. And the guy, the taller gentleman, addresses him back, has some things to say. And then some younger guy, he's probably late 20s or so, starts yelling and screaming at the two guys. And then the police swarm in, Acevedo included, and they stand behind the guys with the sign, and as if they're causing the disturbance.
Absolutely.
These guys, yeah, you can see it right here on your screen. We'll let that video play for those watching on Infowars.com/listen.
Here today, we will make your sign legitimate shortly. So you hang on to that.
Okay, yeah. It didn't go all the way to the clip, but that's okay. It's not in that video.
They had a couple of people there with signs talking about the analogy of registering guns to the analogy of registering vehicles and that sort of thing. That is not the analogy. The analogy is that, owning a car, whatever, we can argue that it should be protected, and I would argue that. I would say that we wouldn't have most of the activity that happens on the highways happening today if the founders had cars. I don't think it ever occurred to them that anybody would try to regulate their travel in the way that we have our travel regulated today. But putting that aside, the real analogy is between the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. The First Amendment says they'll make no law abridging free speech or free exercise of religion. The second one says you shall not infringe. Those are essentially the same, okay? They're drawing absolute protections around those two rights. The only difference being that they realized that the Second Amendment would be attacked incrementally by a gradual process of infringement. And that's exactly what we've seen. We've seen what was once a fundamental right. We've seen that gradually being turned into a government-granted privilege. And that's what all this registration stuff is about. And so if you want to make an analogy, the way to make an analogy about this would be to say that we're going to take people, you're going to have government permission before you can say anything on the internet. Or you're going to have government permission before you can open up a radio program. Or you're going to have to be licensed by the government for a radio program, because after all, broadcasting is a far more powerful means of communication than those primitive printing presses that they had back in the 18th century, right? I mean, that's the argument that they make against us. Oh, well, they only had muskets. Well, you know what? Muskets were the state-of-the-art military devices then, and when they came after the Patriots in Concord and Trenton, they came to take a cannon. Just like Santa Anna went to Goliad not to Goliad, to Gonzales to take a cannon. And they said, come and take it. Give us your cannon. Give up your cannon. They said, come and take it if you can. So, it's the state-of-the-art military device. In ancient England, they would let the yeomanry have a longbow, but they wouldn't let them have a crossbow because that was going to go through armor. And that was really more of a state-of-the-art. And so today what you have is you've got retired General McChrystal going around shopping his book and going on to CNN and Fox and all the mainstream media talking about how, military bullets and military rifles should not be in the hands of individuals.
Well, by and large, they're not. The average thing that you can buy at the sporting goods store is not a military-grade rifle. It just looks like one.
That's right. And yet, in Switzerland, people are not only trained on these things, but they keep the state-of-the-art military weapons in their home because they're set up. Well, we got Dan Badandi on the line. Let's talk to him. We want to find out what happened at that press conference.
Hey, guys, we just had a press conference at the mayor of Boston and also Patrick DeVoe, governor of and they're basically not giving too much information. I asked them about that exercise they had this morning, them having a bomb threat, exercise, and they said that's normal routine, but we can't get into that right now.
They said it's routine?
Routine for an event. They said that's a routine thing for an event. They have bomb-sniffing dogs and all that, and which just sounds a little peculiar to me, but...
Okay, so what else did you find out, Dan?
And I'm talking to some athletes, basically that when participants in the Boston Marathon, some heard the explosion confusion. A lot of them just got pulled off there, running. Next thing you know, it was cops over there pulling them off the track, and they're told they can't finish the race. And the ones I did interview so far that witnessed, they said it was just like a lot of everybody that witnessed it said the first one they thought it was something, just something, firework, whatever. And when they had the second one go off, they knew it was something wrong. And now there's military and police and SWAT team all going around the city. I was following with the camera here. They're going to little alleyways, checking people's cars and RVs and vans, and just see what a bunch of SWAT team members with fully automatic weapons, and they're searching the entire place with dogs.
You said they're checking people's cars. Are they running checkpoints? Are they pulling people over? How's it happening?
I didn't see no checkpoints yet. I do see the military and police walking around on foot patrol. They're going to parking garages. There was a U-Haul van inside the parking garage, and they went and thoroughly investigated it into a U-Haul van, and looking at people's vehicles, walking up and down the street. They're checking people's bags no matter where you go. More people that go into hotels, they're telling the people, if you're going to be in the hotel, you have to stay here. Once you check in, you can't leave the hotel. So
wow, you're saying they can't leave their hotels?
Yeah, so it sounds like a quarantine or some kind of, not quarantine, but like basically a
curfew.
Curfew, for people staying in hotels that they can't leave the hotels.
Wow. Curfew in Boston.
Do you see a lot of military there, or is it mainly just SWAT police, or can you even tell the difference anymore?
State and local police, and there are National Guard here. There's FEMA, which again is the Massachusetts version of FEMA, and other kind of I've seen the ATF here as well, FBI, some other federal agencies. They're all roaming around here. And we're blocked off from the actual site where the bombs went off. They blocked off at least 2 blocks from anywhere near there. And when I went in there, I got resistance from the police. So they're pretty hostile if I even went near the area.
Okay, so are you aware of any other upcoming press conferences in the area?
What was that question?
Do you know about any other press conference? Will there be any other press conferences?
They're supposed to have one in about less than a half hour, I believe at 7:30 my time and Eastern time, and they're supposed to have another press conference, and it's probably going to be the same typical thing. They're just going to basically relieve the press of some information, and we're not going to get any real information to, days from now, if not weeks.
Right, exactly, if ever. We should. Okay. All right, Dan. Well,
great report.
Stay safe out there, and any information you can get. And if you do have a chance to ask any of the athletes, maybe, do they have bomb-sniffing dogs at their other races that they go to?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll definitely ask that. And, it's just, it's chaos here. You got people all over the place, trying to go home, they're working, business or whatever, and, the roads are blocked off. They blocked off some exits off the highway, and it's just like, it's mayhem out here.
Well, Dan, when we heard this reported, what we heard was that it was going to be a bomb drill. And that's different from taking dogs around and looking for bombs ahead of time, right? I would think. Wouldn't you think so, Jakari?
I think so. Like when you have it's a drill, like a fire drill, that you have the kids run outside, and, whatever the situation may be.
Right. In a drill, you're basically essentially pretending that there's something there, right? As opposed to a routine inspection where you're going around with dogs looking for something, as I'm sure that they would do at an event. So, all right, we'll keep watching that.
Right there. You still got police and military. They're going in corrals of the buildings. They're climbing up on the sign things and looking in trash cans. Even to right now, it shows you that they're not exactly aware how many bombs there actually are, and it shows you that there could be a potential threat of another one detonating.
Right. Okay.
So they're saying over.
Well, great job, Dan.
Okay, stay in touch, Dan.
You too. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, that's Dan Badandi.
Yeah.
Northeast.
So basically they're saying, no, that was just standard operating procedure. And I'm sure it is standing operating procedure to send police around with bomb-sniffing dogs and things like that. But I guess that's different from what we saw reported online on the Boston Globe as a drill. So we'll have to take a look at that. Again, as I say, I think it's a, if they did have a drill that was in the same place at the same time around that event, that is a pretty strong indicator based on how many times we've seen this in the past.
Right.
If we go online, we can find some stuff about the 7/7 bombing. There's an online YouTube video about that that's about a minute long. Also another one about NORAD that actually ABC News did that was about 2.5 minutes long, where they talk about the fact that they actually had these exact drills going on. And what an amazing thing. What an amazing coincidence it was that just keeps happening over and over again.
The article just was on the screen a second ago. It said a drill. So, yeah, I do agree with you. It probably is standard procedure for any big event, to bring out the dogs and what have you. But like you said, there's standard procedure, and then there's an actual drill.
Right.
So we'll definitely try to look more into that and, find out what we can.
Yeah, yeah. If you guys could find that YouTube video about the 7/7 bombings, it's only about a minute long, and the guy talks about that. They had that exact same scenario going on at the exact same time that those bombs went off. And same thing happened again on 9/11. So that was the thing that, to me, raised a really red flag, because we've seen that happen so many times before.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a picture from the conference of the mayor fielding some questions there.
Okay,
so we'll see what happens. Are we open for calls? Can we take any calls?
All right, we'll start taking calls in a few minutes if you guys want to start queuing up there.
Yeah. So in the meantime, David,
especially if you got anybody that's in the area,
that's what I guess.
Boston people.
People in the Boston area, if you're on the scene, or if you're one of the people stuck in your hotel, or you're one of the kids, they said, hey, don't leave your dorm room. If you're in the area, if you're, 50 miles away on the highway, maybe not so much, but if you're in the area, we definitely want to hear from you.
Right.
So in the meantime, David, we talked about the TSA and, how they could definitely have stricter sanctions on people's mobility. Do you think anything else could arise from this?
I think we're definitely going to see that.
I think we have Alex Jones in
studio.
There
he is, on deck.
Guys, I've ordered some pizzas and stuff for the crew. The larger issue here that I just want to throw in real quick is they are in there on Fox going, this is America's new 9/11. And now people may get behind the president on his gun control and immigration. See, just like 9/11, they got PATRIOT Act, all this other stuff through. Yeah. That was a government operation. I start thinking about this, the anthrax, all of it. We'd be crazy to not look at them as the #1 culprits.
Absolutely.
But gentlemen, continue. Great job with Badandi, getting it out on the news.
Yeah.
And have we given the number out to take calls?
We're about to get ready for calls. They're trying to get set up for calls.
Absolutely, because that's a key during an event like this.
Right.
I'm the worst at not taking calls because I can talk and talk and talk. The toll-free number's right down there. Have we opened it up yet?
They're still trying to get the call. I guess we can. Okay.
What did he say?
The Sunday number, is that right?
Yes, it's the Sunday number. I'm going to give you the number. The network can only, because they're up in Minnesota, they go through like 3 o'clock. Okay. So let me just give the number. It's this one right here, 877-789-ALEX.
Right.
I'm just throwing you guys in the deep end, hosting the show here. Doing a great job, by the way. I would just ask people to call 877-789-ALEX.
Right.
That's the number, and I take phone calls. And let's go until 7 o'clock, and then we'll start the nightly news. And then during the nightly news, after you guys have a 30-minute break, we can go back and forth between the studio feeds.
Okay.
Right.
Okay? So I can go for 30 minutes, go to you for 30, maybe another 30, take some calls. You guys will be the call studio.
Okay.
So let's take an hour of calls. People from Boston first, or people that saw key media information. What is the population thing?
Okay. Right. So if you guys got the message, we will be calling in on our Sunday call-in line. That is 877-789-ALEX. That is Alex's 2539. 877-789-ALEX. So whenever the guys get ready for the calls, we will definitely start to field them.
So that's where we said they were going to go. They're going to treat this as another 9/11. They're going to step up the police state. They're going to stomp on our rights.
That Salon article, they said it's for the TSA, and they say it's to take your rights. Well, they're already it hasn't been a day. They're already saying we need more liberties, to keep you safe.
Yeah, yeah. Going back to H.L. Mencken, back in the 1920s and 30s, he said the sole purpose of the government is to create one crisis after the other to go, scare people to come clamoring to the government for safety.
Mm-hmm.
And, whether it's something that they create or whether it's something that they're just reacting to, they're going to paint every incident as something that you need their protection for safety, and you've got to give up your freedoms and your rights in order to be safe.
Exactly. Even you look at Hurricane Katrina. Mm-hmm. You have people in high and dry areas, and people who are very safe, people who have firearms to protect themselves. They have plenty of food, but yet the government wants them to pin it, so they go and strip them of their rights to defend themselves.
Yeah, that was one of the most outrageous things. I mean, the fact that they would go door to door, confiscating weapons and tying guys up with, on the sidewalk and then taking.
And the thing about that is, when we hear so many of these people, they say that will never happen in this country.
It already has.
It already has.
Yeah, it already has.
It already has.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what the Oath Keepers grew out of, was that experience, because, a lot of people woke up and said, this is absolutely insane, and it's gone too far, and it really has gone too far. And the point of Stuart Rhodes and the Oath Keepers organization is to say that we need to get together as a group before this gets really dangerous. We need to get together and we need to say that we're going to not comply with this. And that's the way tyranny ended in Eastern Europe. It ended, they stopped shooting people that were going over the Berlin Wall when the guards just said, that's enough.
Yeah,
I'm not going to kill people on your orders that are doing nothing other than trying to go over a wall.
And that's what it's going to take. People are going to have to stand up, and it's not just your everyday citizens. It's going to have to be your police and your military.
Okay, we've got a caller, Robert from South Carolina. Robert, you're online. How you doing? Can you hear us?
I just had a question. Basically, how come NBC and Fox, and I believe Alex touched on it just a second ago as I was on hold, how come the first thing that they report is, this is America's new 9/11?
I'm not surprised that they would do that at all. Just like we've been talking about, what type of liberties are they going to come after next? Just like this could easily be pushed.
I'm not surprised in the least. Excuse me, Chikari. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But I'm not surprised in the least. I just think it's funny that, the state-run media, as it's so-called, that's the first thing that they go to is, they want to get the people in a frenzy. It's like, okay, we've got to get them scared all over again just to see what we can get through. And it's complete bull. I mean, people just need to wake up and realize what's going on. And one more thing, how come the first star that they showed on TV, I believe it was Fox that showed this, Steven Spielberg, what's he doing there?
Really? I didn't know that. I didn't see
Steven
that.
Spielberg, I swear, it was about probably 15 minutes ago. He was on Fox News. They showed him. He's helping people off the street.
And the guys are joking. They made me, what was that movie, Wag the Dog, where they had the Hollywood producer make the whole thing.
That's pretty much what I was thinking.
Was he live on scene, or was he videoing in, or what was it?
He was live on scene. He was helping carry people off the street.
Oh, okay. Wow. So he was at the Boston Marathon.
He was actually there. Okay.
But the thing is, I tell you, we all know, that's why you mentioned the government media. I mean, they are always blowing the horn for more government involvement in our lives. And they basically, just look at the way that they've played Sandy Hook, just incessantly. Now, it is a tragedy, okay, but they, as we talked about before, they're very selective about ignoring the tragedies of the children who are killed by predator drone strikes. They're very selective about ignoring the children who were killed by government action, either deliberate or incompetent at Waco.
Exactly.
Okay, that is, they're very, very selective about what they report and what they continue to talk about and what they immediately can and get silent about.
Exactly. All right.
Okay, we got another caller on the line.
Appreciate your call.
Who's next? Who's next, John? Got a call from California, and what's the first name?
Keith.
Keith. Go ahead, Keith.
Hi, this is Keith. I just wanted to note, I saw the leaked pictures of Colin Powell at the Bohemian Grove meeting.
Right.
Do you know what date was that? Like 2-3 days ago they did the Bohemian Grove?
Can you guys pull that up on INFOWARS.com? We'll try to tell you. Yeah, that's on INFOWARS.com right now, leaked pictures of Colin Powell at Bohemian Grove. And for our viewers who may not know what that is, that's a group who gets together and they worship a giant owl. I'm not making this up. And they have mock sacrifices and dress up like women and have a good time.
40-foot owl they call Moloch, and they do an imitation child sacrifice.
So if you would go to INFOWARS.com, hacked photos show Colin Powell at Bohemian Grove. Do we have a date on that? I believe the article came out today. We'll see if there's a date in that.
So what do you want to say about that, caller?
Been released on April 13th, but I always noted that they've warned us that immediately following a Bilderberg group or a Bohemian Grove group, they say look for within 2 weeks of those meetings rapid change, usually oil prices or invasions or conflicts, sometimes terrorist events, or May Day. I was waiting until May 1st for this year's Osama bin Laden story or something like that.
Right.
And it happened so quickly after it. And it's funny, I mentioned Bohemian Grove to family, and they go, what? And I'm glad the Colin Powell pictures are up because it's now harder to deny that the Bohemian Grove meetings go down at all.
Yeah.
And I hope people ask questions about, and it's funny that Malcolm McDowell from A Clockwork Orange and the Ludovico technique and mind programming and behavior modification is with those pictures with Colin Powell. Just a note, and also no one quite has linked back Boston to the origin airport of Logan Airport from the 9/11 terrorist attacks yet. Mm-hmm. And so if I was looking at another country and noticed that not a major city like L.A., New York, Chicago, etc., but Boston, which is also the seat of our rebellion in the revolutionary times, it's just interesting that Boston is now reconnected back to 9/11 as the airports that had lax security and allowed 9/11 to happen.
Oh, absolutely.
That's it. I'm following it very, very closely, looking to see the funniest and also the worst thing. I mean, everyone, of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of Boston.
Of course.
But it is, it's just tragic to think that we are losing the right to speak freely. Yes. The right to assemble. They're not going to take the right. They're going to make us so fearful of assembling publicly that we'll basically tacitly lose that right to peaceassemble assemble because it's just
exactly. I hate to cut you off, but we got to move on to some other callers, and definitely appreciate your call. Yes. We have an update. We have CNN is saying 2 dead and at least 110 people injured.
That injury list is growing quite a bit.
Yeah, it is. It's getting up there, and if you're saying, hey, I'm not seeing any of these articles you guys are talking about, you can go to Infowars.com/listen, and you can see everything that's going on the show right now. And I do believe we're ready for our next caller.
Mike in Canada, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Hi, what's up?
Well, just looking at the markets today and seeing what's going on. Silver's off about 10%, gold's down. The market seems to be getting pretty hammered, lots of sell-off before this happened today. And I'm just wondering, previously to what the previous caller alluded to about possibly what the end game of this could be if it was an inside job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find it interesting.
If there could be something connected with the economy that maybe they plan on having a national day of mourning, closing down banks, that sort of thing.
Bank holiday.
It could be connected.
I think it's very interesting that we just saw the crash of Bitcoin last week.
Right.
And that was, here we are, we've got a digital currency that is coming up in competition to all these fiat currencies being put out by these central banks and getting a lot of press, and all of a sudden it crashes. And we know that the Federal Reserve has a quote-unquote plunge protection team that's supposed to stabilize the stock market, but they basically what they do is they manipulate the stock market. We know we've seen massive movements of gold in the past by the central banks, and to keep basically affect the gold market. And so today, I find it very interesting that just last week we had the competitor to these central bank fiat currencies get crashed, and then gold, another competitor to their currencies, has an attack on it, essentially, or maybe not an attack, but it's dropping precipitously, and as the caller pointed out, silver as well, and then this thing happens today.
Well, it's always a smokescreen, because what is it, right before 9/11, money just disappeared into a black hole, and then you have those attacks. And I mean, I definitely don't disagree with the caller. I think he definitely has some validity to his argument. I don't have any specific answer.
That's right. Yeah. Anything else you want to add, caller?
Well, I think right now just basically watch the market and see what happens. It just seems that if this is an actual act of terror, that if it is a Saudi national, then that the other side of the coin, if it's not a false flag, then maybe this could be a precipitation or some sort of validity to go into Iran. This could be it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and let me ask you right before you go. We're still talking to Mike. Okay, now, Mike, let me ask you just your personal opinion. Would it make you feel better or worse if this was a legitimate act of terror by a Saudi national? Just your opinion.
To me, it really doesn't matter. The act is an act of terror, whether it's from the government or from an individual or a group of individuals. That really doesn't change. But it's just, it doesn't change my opinion on what happened either way.
Okay.
It's an act. The idea behind it who knows? We'll know more in the coming days, weeks, months, years, I guess.
And it's also what the government does with it. They're going to use this. They're already using it as to create a narrative to take away our rights, to make this country less free, to destroy rights that are basically enshrined in the Constitution, just as they've done with the TSA and Homeland Security and the Patriot Act. They're going to continue and extend that. They're going to use that to come after the Second Amendment. And that's the key thing, is how they use this, regardless of where it came from.
How they use it. Yeah, and we'll move on to our next caller. Definitely appreciate your call, Mike. Well, we have Scott in Chicago.
Hello, Jakari. Hello, Darren.
How you doing?
I'm doing real good. They kind of stole some of my thunder there to draw some connections there between the Bitcoin crash, gold going down 250, and just how crazy it seems like a buildup of bad things happening. Then the bombings this morning, and then also on the sci-fi. I'm not trying to promote it. I'm just saying it's wacky to me that there's got to be some connection, further connection. Tonight on the Sci-Fi Channel premieres the program called Defiance that takes place in some post apocalyptic type programming that's going to be appearing, and I'm just more fear mongering, more get the people all afraid, and how this may even lead into somehow, we'll see down the road, how this is going to tie into how we have to have more drones.
Yeah.
More drones, not just TSA out on the street, but how if we could have had drones in the area, this could have been avoided. And I'm not pro-drone.
Right.
I'm just saying I'm anti-drone, but how this could be used for how we, an excuse to deploy drones throughout the city to
absolutely.
To equip
and you're exactly right, because they have these new drones with the sensors that can predict, that can see if you have a gun, and they're going to say, well, if we had more surveillance, if we could see more of what everybody was doing every second during the marathon or whatever the case may be, the Super Bowl, what have you, then these things wouldn't happen. And they'll keep pushing that promise of, yes, we'll keep you safe if you just let us surveil you more, but they can't keep you safe.
Yeah. Big brother.
And kudos to Alex. He really picked you guys, or some of the two. You guys are my favorite All-Stars now, in addition to Alex, not taking away anything from him. But you guys have been on this, and I just really enjoy being able to draw from the information that you have. And just as a word of encouragement to everybody that is listening, and not that I'm an advocate of this. I mean, even if something terrible happened and all the wicked people, all the evil people that are in our government and related, if something terrible happened to them, that still would not solve this problem. We are
exactly
at a place we are in our country because of a spiritual situation.
Oh, absolutely.
And our government is not the last authority here. It is the group of believers, the body of Christ, and we are warring daily with against Satan and against his forces, and that's where this battle is going to be won.
Absolutely.
This is a battle in the demonic realm. This is an issue of wickedness and evil spirits that are driving people in politics to do just insane things and employ insane, absolutely insane policies, and just steal our liberty and our freedom from us. And we in the body of Christ
absolutely
have to stand up and address this issue. And that's all I'd like to say, gentlemen.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That what he's talking about goes back to our first caller, really, and that is the Bohemian Grove thing. I think we all owe Alex a great debt of gratitude for breaking in there and getting that video of showing what they're doing there. I mean, here you've got this scene that looks like, and anybody who hasn't seen this really needs to go online and take a look at this. It looks like something.
Video? It's in the article.
It's like something out of some cheap Steven Spielberg movie called Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, right? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you couldn't make up anything weirder and more strange than this. Here you've got people like George Shultz and Colin Powell and Richard Nixon or whatever. These guys are
the most famous quote of it.
And actually Ronald Reagan. There's a picture of Ronald Reagan there at Bohemian Grove, and these guys are dressing up. I mean, it's kind of a homosexual orgy. And then to top it off, they dress up in robes and they have this mock cremation of care ceremony where they cremate a small childlike thing on this giant altar of an owl that they call Moloch. And anybody that knows the Bible knows where that comes from.
Moloch's in the Bible. And I definitely
Child sacrifice on a fire.
I want to point out, I mean, there are plenty of people who don't have any type of spirituality, that may have something that's not Christian or whatever your belief is. The caller says, he believes that faith is the way. But regardless of what you feel, you can look at your screen right now if you're watching on INFOWARS.com/listen. That's what they believe.
That's it.
That's what they believe. They go and worship a giant owl. I'm not making this up. So regardless if you're faithful or spiritual or not, they are. Yeah. They have what they worship, and that is death and demonic things.
Exactly. And it's like the singularity, right? Kurzweil and these people, they actually believe that they're going to transfer their consciousness into robots, and that they're going to transcend humans, and they don't need humans anymore, and they're going to go to the stars, and they're going to live forever, and all that kind of stuff. Well, we think, they're nuts. They're not going to get that. But they're definitely dangerous, mad scientists.
Oh yeah, they'll do whatever they have to do.
No telling what they're going to do to the rest of us in pursuit of their, wild fantasies and everything. But going back to this story about Bohemian Grove that just broke, what broke about that was some guy who's a hacker named Guccifer. And what he did was he was able to go in and hack emails to and from Colin Powell. And what you have here is a guy by the name of Andrew Knight, who is very high up in the Fox News hierarchy. And he sends an email to Colin Powell telling him that Colin Powell needs to get a hold of Tony Blair, former Prime Minister of the UK, and tell Tony that he needs to be at Bohemian Grove for that key thing there, because he needs to get his priorities in order.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, it's like, yeah, you better tell this guy you better get there because that's his priority. I mean, that's pretty.
That's their priority. If you're
pretty
watching
bizarre. There's Alex's
Infowars.com/listen. You are seeing the video. We'll move now to our next caller. That is Paul in Connecticut.
Hi guys, how you doing? You're doing a great job with this overdrive.
Oh, thank you.
Look, I don't know what you guys thought, but when I first heard this, what runs through my mind was false flag immediately. And I think, what agenda are they pushing? What are they going to do? TSA scanners on the street, etc.?
That's what Elon's saying.
I have no idea what their plan was, but I start worrying about how many more rights they're going to take. I'm from the Sandy Hook possible false flag state where they just jammed the gun laws down our throat. So, what do you guys think when you first heard this? What went through your minds?
Well, the false flag is always a possibility, because we get accused, if a cow gets hit in the middle of the road, like, oh, they say it was a conspiracy. I'm like, I just want to make sure what it is. And if you look at something like this, where you have a bombing, very suspect, and then more information comes out, like Mike Adams reported a little bit earlier, there were reports that there was a drill. The timing of it's on Patriots Day. If they want to blame a Patriot group, it's very ripe for that. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have any definitive answers, but to me, it definitely is suspect.
Well, they've been preparing for this for a long time. They've been wanting to move the TSA into the streets, and as we talked about earlier, they've been putting the TSA and Viper programs out on the streets, in bus stations, in railroad stations.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl. So they've been trying to expand. Every bureaucracy is always trying to expand. It's the empire building, right? You talk to anybody from government, the first thing they talk, I remember I had a friend who was in government, and I had a business, and the first thing he asked me was not about what our gross revenues were. Okay, that's what we would think about the private sector. His thing was, how many people do you have reporting to you? I mean, that's the way they think, because they don't generate. I mean, the revenue is just what they steal from people, but the bottom line is, how many people do you have reporting to you? That's how they grow. That's how their prestige, their salary grows, is by expanding that empire. So they're always looking for new ways to expand it, and they're always looking for an excuse. Now, whether they started this or not, they're going to use it as an excuse to expand in those areas. Always. They're already talking about it.
That's right, guys.
Well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Who's next, Jakari?
Okay, we have David in Canada again. Am I reading that right?
Thunder Bay, Canada.
Okay. Is this a different David or the same David?
Different David.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
I know there's more than one in Canada. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
More than one Dave in Canada. No, I was just wanting to, one thing I've noticed that not a lot of people are paying attention to is, you guys have been seeing what Fox News has been saying. Like, one of the commentators was saying that, there should be death to all Muslims because of this, if this happens to be a Muslim act. And, it's just kind of very surprising, how everybody's jumping on that bandwagon right away.
Oh, I haven't seen that particular clip, but the fear-mongering and the hate-mongering is nothing new to the mainstream networks. I believe, not even just networks, but was it the LA Times said if you're a white Southern gun owner, you're a terrorist and you're worse than Al-Qaeda. But I'm sorry, not to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is something, like an Iranian official or Iranian person or something that could give them reason to go to Iran or go to any of the other countries that are there right now, because it's too much out there. And I'm surprised. I have so many friends saying, "Oh, but look how terrible this happened." I go, "But look, they're doing bomb training today. They had bomb sniffing dogs just supposedly only a few feet away from the bomb incident, and they had these state-of-the-art life support systems already in play. It's just it's got written all over it. FBI, CIA." And when they were just saying on CNN about 15 minutes after the bombing, they said, "Oh, our top bomb experts are already on site."
Well, and that's another thing, too. If it wasn't a false flag drill and they were there looking for bombs and everything, what does it say about their competence? These are the people that are going to protect us from everything, so we shouldn't be armed or do anything. Are they not competent enough that when they've got a bomb-sniffing dogs and a crew and everything going over this, they can't find something like that?
Yeah, and just talking about the TSA, I'm not going to say his name, but we had a guest in studio the other day who was telling us about his experience with the TSA. He said he goes to a TSA scanner, drops a joint, a marijuana joint on the ground. It's like, oops. And the TSA guy didn't even care, And I mean, it's just the kind of thing you have to do, just like David pointed out. If it was a true lone gunman or whatever, what does it say about their competence? Just to reiterate what you said.
Yeah, and as we know, the TSA has been proven by their own internal testing to be totally incompetent. And so the very fact that we haven't had a bombing says that there's not a threat there.
Okay, I believe we have have a video coming up. Thanks for your call, David. If you guys are ready with the video. Is he still on? David? Okay, I think he's gone.
We're all set.
All right, we can go to a new video here.
But, it's just...
And, Peter, what are you waiting to hear about in these coming hours? I think the constituency inside the bomb is going to make a big difference about how we identify the person who did this or the persons who did this. Because if it's hydrogen peroxide, that points to Al-Qaeda. If it's something else, could be a right-wing extremist group or some other group. I now turn over to Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room for the latest on...
All right, folks. I went on the radio today, hours before this happened. It's on record, the 15th of April, and I said I can see all the scripting with the TV shows, the movies, where it's the right-wing patriots that are going to stage the terror, they're going to merge with Al-Qaeda, Founding Fathers, The Following, all these shows. And I said I see them staging it very soon, because I see a crescendo of the preparation going. When you know what's going on, this stuff's all scripted. And just about 30 minutes ago, it's like 4:25, show people the atomic clock, 4:25 Central. So at about 4, they come out and say that it could be right-wing groups. Now look, here is this establishment authoritarian site that poses as liberal. Alex Jones declares Boston a false flag operation, FBI behind every domestic terror plot. I put a link to the New York Times with that headline from a year ago. Why don't you tell them in your article that it was a link to the New York Times? You're not going to do that. Even before them, Salon, Boston explosion, a government conspiracy. We see a false flag to be blamed on the Tea Party to expand the TSA. I said a lot more than that. They're telling the police there will be bombings everywhere by right-wingers. They're saying, get ready to arrest Christians. I mean, this is mainstream news. Now they're saying it could be Saudis. My point is that it's Patriots Day in Boston while Oath Keepers is there. I would be crazy to not be concerned. Now, look at this. coach, bomb-sniffing dogs were at start-finish lines. They had loudspeakers saying, it's just a drill, everything's fine, and then boom, it happens. That's done over and over again. 7/7, the Madrid bombing, Gladio, they always have drills. So in case the compartmentalized group of mercenaries doing it with police uniforms or FBI, it varies, get caught, oh, it was part of the drill. Like when Putin's people got caught back in '99 planting bombs in a 4th building they were going to blow up to blame on the opposition. They said, oh, it's part of a drill. And that's how they got out of the local police station. Look all this up. It's a drill. Oh, we were just practicing robbing the bank, if you get caught. So that's what's going on. This article is key. coach, bomb-sniffing dogs were at start and finish lines. And this is key. It proves that the drill was happening even before, during, and then after the marathon. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what that means? Now, if you go to INFOWARS.com/listen or follow us at Twitter at Real Alex Jones, we're doing live video coverage. I'll be live tonight, 7. You can also see our live feed right now with our reporters, Jakari Jackson, everybody, Rob Dew, David Knight, everybody, Don Salazar, Kurt Nemo, they are all in here absolutely kicking butt on this in a war room situation. But we have confirmed that there have been drills throughout the day continually. Now, check this out right here. We've got our incredible team in here working. John Bound behind the deal. Look, you can look right in there. We've got our crew going right now. I'm about to go in there with Mike Adams. So, again, Infowars.com/listen to find the free video feed and audio feeds. Get this out on your Twitter, Facebook, you name it. If we can put attention on the fact that they're running a drill, if it was a false flag, which the globalists have done it over and over again, they've been caught over and over again, Gladio, you name it. Karzai said a few months ago the West is staging bombings as an excuse to be here and to destabilize the government. In Afghanistan, British MI6 has been caught staging bombings, even London Guardian, in Iraq to keep the war going. Remember that? We'd be crazy to not look at them as the main suspects. They have the motive to get more power. This could be, real organic terrorists. They're rare, but they're not like unicorns. They do exist. Okay, but almost like unicorns. It could be mentally ill patsies. We don't know, but they have a history of it. So Salon and the rest of you, I was right again. They are trying to imply it could be us, okay? I mean, who stands to gain from all this, ladies and gentlemen? But I'll be in there, continued coverage, and you'll be able to see prisonplanet.tv, nightly news tonight, Infowars.com/listen, or follow us at Twitter, Real Alex Jones. We're going to keep tweeting out the live free link to watch the show. Alex Jones signing off for Infowars.com. And the Death Star is orbiting the planet and is clear to fire in 5 minutes. I mean, they need to do this to turn the billions of bullets, the armored vehicles, the checkpoints loose on us. They need to make us the terrorist. They've been saying we're the terrorist. They're already scripting that, so we know what comes next in the play. We've got to counter them on this so that people know where to look. And anybody with intel in Boston, anything you saw personally, or people that track things on the news, keep emailing us all your tips, because they do not want it out. They were running drills. That is big news, and it's not in the national news. It's only here and on local news right here, Local 15 TV. Get that out to everybody. It's also up on Infowars.com, mirrored. Alex Jones signing off. I'm going to get in there and get live with Mike Adams.
If you're watching on Infowars.com/listen, we'd like to hear from you, especially if you're in the Boston area. We'll give out the phone number. Now, this is going to be the Sunday phone number, not the regular phone number, 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-2539, and we'll go to our next caller. And okay, so we'll just wait.
Well, and if you're watching this, you just saw a real interesting behind-the-scenes tour there with Alex, showing you what's going on. But again, if we got anybody there that's in Boston that has any firsthand knowledge of this, we want to hear that. If you've got any tips for us, please email us at showtips@Infowars. You can look at the contact information there. Let us know if you've got any information.
All right. And
Greg in Rhode Island.
Okay, Greg in Rhode Island, you are on the air. Hello, Greg.
Hi, guys.
How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
All right, so what's your call about today?
Hey, Jakari, it's Guccifer.
Guccifer.
Okay.
And the other guy's name, I'm not sure your name, but I think we will emulate the brain. I think we'll enter the Matrix, and you'll probably still be under mind control and won't even know the difference.
Okay,
but,
all right.
I am enjoying the coverage of this.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
And, hey, listen, we're not against people smoking marijuana. That's your right. But don't get stoned off your ass and call in here. This is like X-Wings flying the trench here. This is not a joke. So, potheads, relax and watch the show.
Yeah, we're not screening calls here, obviously, but we're going to go to our next call.
Absolutely.
No.
Thanks for calling us.
Okay, thanks for your call. All right, we'll go to Brad in Ohio.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good. Very well. Go ahead.
Hey, were you guys? I've been watching listening to your show since about 4 p.m. and I was watching Fox News at the same time, and I heard they played a clip of Joe Biden saying something to the effect that he turned on the TV and he saw that there were 2 bombings that happened in Boston, and this is prior to anybody even coming out and saying that what had happened, because nobody knew at that time. I'm not sure if you guys will be able to find that clip, but I think it would be good for the listeners to hear that.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we have that clip ready to go, but I did see the clip that you're alluding to, and that's right. I brought that up when we talked about Obama. Joe Biden made a very pointed statement with the information that he had at the time, that he had information of a bombing, and then Obama comes out and gives this very bland, vanilla statement with no real detail to it at all. So I definitely know what you're talking about there.
So is this like the BBC in Building 7? It's going to come down 20 minutes before it did?
Yeah, so I definitely think it's a suspicious caller. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, anybody that would, turn on the TV and see that wouldn't immediately think bombing. Who knows what happened? Maybe it was a gas line like they were saying at first. I mean, you wouldn't know. You would just think, oh, there was an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody turning on the TV that seeing this would say, oh, there was an explosion in Boston. That's what a normal person would conclude. For him to just come on and say right away, I noticed that there was 2 bombings in Boston, just really surprised me.
Biden always has to put his foot in his mouth.
Biden loves to put his foot in his mouth, and we definitely appreciate your call, but we're going to jump quick. We'll go now to Jay in California.
Hello?
Hello, Jay.
Yeah, how you doing?
Doing very well. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Last week, the CBS local reported online in Boston that the police had found a bunch of chemical bottle bombs. I don't know if you guys picked that up.
No. Do you have the headline?
I think so. Hold on. Let me check the webpage. I got to turn down my radio so
okay.
I get feedback.
So you're saying that there's a report?
Boston.cbslocal.com 2013/4/5/50 bottle bombs.
What's the headline? What's the headline on that?
You have to read us the...
50 bottle bombs discovered on the streets of Lawrence.
Can you say that one more time?
50 bottle bombs discovered on the streets of Lawrence.
Okay, if we can try to pull that up,
50 bottle bombs found on the street of Lawrence.
Okay, go ahead, caller.
But it seems like this was totally pre-planned from a few other things I found, too. Boston PD is having bomb drills all month. I have friends that live there.
Mm-hmm. And now, do you know how close Lawrence is to Boston?
It's part of Boston.
Oh, it is part of Boston. Okay. Yeah. And if you're watching on INFOWARS.com/listen, can we scroll up to up?
Yeah, let's see the headline there.
Let's see. Authorities seeking those responsible for Lawrence bottle bombs. And who's the source on this? And that's the Boston
Herald. Okay.
Okay, so we're looking at a different article than you are, but we see the same article and appears to have a video there. We're not going to show it right now for the sake of time. But what did you find in your article, caller?
It was just they found exploded bottles and unexploded bottles and trash cans and randomly just dropped along the street. So it seemed like they were testing the public site if this was a setup,
Mm-hmm.
Prior to if it was an inside job, they would obviously want to do a test run to see what people did. And the chemical bombs didn't cause any damage at all.
Right.
So it just seems really suspicious, because people that would do something like that would want to cause damage.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we definitely appreciate your call, but we have many more, so we're going to jump. We'll look at Paul in Georgia.
Paul, you there? Paul in Georgia.
Yes, hello?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, pretty much everyone kind of covered the stuff I wanted to talk about, except for I was watching online to the Fox, their national media, but they were patched into their local Fox affiliate.
Mm-hmm.
And it just reminded me of what happened in Oklahoma City, where the anchor started talking about how they found 2 to 3 devices, and they were dismantled, but they don't know what happened with it. And it just angers me because the expert that they had on, to me, was laying the groundwork and the footwork to make the American people believe that it's domestic, and then he starts talking about that today's Patriots Day, and that it's with all the gun laws that have been changed recently, there's a lot of extremist groups, and
that is the narrative.
They want us to believe that right-wing conservative are a bunch of beer-belly, wife-beaten, Bible-thumping, toothless hillbillies. But then we're also supposed to be sophisticated enough to plant bombs right at the finish line, where there's nothing but cameras, nothing but media everywhere.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And it just seems like a false flag to me.
That's a good point. That is that point you just made. The finish line has got to be the most difficult place to put anything like that and get away with it. I mean, these guys, whoever they did it, they were absolutely masterminds, or else they did it with a cover.
Because even the fact you take into account, they have the bomb-sniffing dogs. Let's say it is a legitimate act, which it very well could be. I mean, well, not a legitimate act of terror, but, not a
false flag. Yeah.
If it's just, the lone nutter, the lone group, and they go and put their bombs there after the bomb-sniffing dogs, I mean, it'd be very hard not to capture these guys on camera. Even if they couldn't immediately apprehend them, we should have an image of who these people are.
Yeah, you would think so. They got cameras everywhere, especially in big cities like Boston. And what you were just saying about the narrative, trying to pin it on constitutionalists or whatever, that is the mainstream media narrative, in spite of the fact that it's been reported that the only suspect they've got is a Saudi national. They're still going after quote-unquote right-wing terrorists.
Right. And we'll start moving through some of our calls. Sean in Texas.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to, my friend Jordan earlier this morning pointed out to me that last November, Boston had a scheduled Urban Shield training, and you can go to the website bostonurbanshield.org.
Can you give that one more time?
bostonurbanshield.org.
Can we pull that up, guys? Go ahead.
Well, anyway, it just shows on here that May 2011, 20 to the 22nd, they had Boston Urban Shield. And then I went further in and found at the cityofboston.gov, there's a link to it. I emailed it to you guys probably several times, and it shows that Mayor Menino announces Urban Shield Boston simulated 24-hour public safety exercise in the city of Boston last November.
And we saw one from 2011. Is that the one you're referring to?
That's the only website I could find that shows a kind of graphical representation of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to cityofboston.gov /news /default.aspx ?ID.
Okay, can you just tell us what's on that site?
Which site?
The site you just gave. Can you just give us a quick synopsis of what's on the site?
Well, this just shows that Mayor Menino announces Urban Shield Boston simulated 24-hour public safety. So what you saw on the 2011 website, the graphical description, there's the city of Boston and a few other news sources in the city of Boston show that they did it last November as well. And it's these huge structured simulation events.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We definitely appreciate your call. We believe we have some breaking news.
Yeah, we got something just came in. This is off of the SquamishChief.com. And what he says here, this is published today. He says, runners getting set to take part in the Boston Marathon were warned beforehand that they were going to die, said a Squamish resident who took part in the race. Mike Heiliger, 59, said a woman holding several bags was telling runners who were picking up their pre-race packages in downtown Boston on Saturday, that'd be April 13th, that they were going to die if they participated in the event. I was downtown on Saturday, and you see these people on the street and think it's just some nut bar. He told the chief from his Boston, that the chief would be the newspaper, from his Boston hotel on Monday. He said it was a little creepy because you can identify who the runners are, and I heard her say to this runner 2 feet away from me that if you run tomorrow, you're going to die. He said he thought about telling the woman that the race was Monday, but decided not to correct her. Heiliger was in the process of calling the police after his conversation with the paper. He said, I thought it was just a nut, and maybe she was a nut, but she was holding a couple of bags like she got off a plane and was just accosting runners on Saturday. So that's kind of interesting.
That is definitely interesting.
I think Squamish is perhaps a suburb of Boston, and maybe the Chief is the name of a paper.
Okay.
The Chief is the headline here. So.
All right. Once again, we're taking calls at 877-789. Alex, will go on to our next caller, who is Curtis in Wisconsin.
Thanks for taking my phone call. I just want to bring something to. I'm actually a first-time caller, but these people don't do anything by accident. So I'm sure that these bombs were probably already planted in the stands, like in the seats or in the poles. And also, one thing to consider is that like these flags, they were, in anticipation of this explosion, that these flags were arranged in a certain order. So I would say is that maybe pay attention to which flags were in front of the bombing, which could signal maybe, their next move or, what's to come. So, kind of like, during the Olympics, when they were singing the anthem, and at the part when it says, the flag will fall, then the flag falls.
Yeah.
So everything's like a sign to these people. So, I don't know, I just wanted to bring up the part about keep an eye on the flags, which flags went down, so.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to check out that video. Definitely appreciate your call. We'll go on to Brian in Pennsylvania.
Brian, you there?
Hello?
Yes, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you very much for taking my call. I just wanted to speak to the possibilities of, total gun registration, and unfortunately these recent events, make it only more relevant. As a professional in the computer industry, I work primarily on databases, on website, backends, stuff like that. You might be familiar with that. One of the most common things I hear is, 300 million or however many million gun owners in America is too large a number for our government to keep track of who owns what, who's buying ammunition, who owns what guns. But I just want to clear up, any misconceptions with anybody that's listening right now. All it takes is a 0 or a 1 next to your name in a big government database to identify you as a gun owner. That's all it takes.
That's absolutely true. And that's why we're so concerned about this, because as we mentioned earlier, with the advent of modern technology, they can implement a tyranny the likes of which this world has never, ever seen before. Coming online later this year is the Utah data center. And that data center just has an unbelievable amount of capacity.
Right.
Yottabytes, some people have said it's even more than that. But the goal is to catalog and store every single phone conversation, every kind of communication, every text, messages,
email,
everything.
Yeah.
Everything that you do electronically, any kind of electronic communication worldwide, they want to store and catalog, and they have the capacity to do that. And they're working on the capacity to data mine that.
Exactly.
To basically analyze it.
To validate our caller's point, myself and Melissa Melton went to the NSA Data Mining Center in San Antonio, Texas, which they, strategically built across the street from a Walmart. And we go and we meet one of the security guards, and he says, "Hey, how'd you find out about this place?" I said, "Man, it's on Google Earth." I mean, even if I didn't know what the building was, if I was somebody at the Walmart, I could just walk across the street. Hey, what are you guys doing in there? And they, they freak out and, swarmed on us with cars. But we definitely appreciate your call. Caller, we'll move on to our next one. That is Diane in South Carolina.
Was it Blaine?
Oh, I'm sorry, Blaine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just had a couple of quick comments. The footage I've seen on Fox and everything, it's just and someone spoke on Steven Spielberg being there. The footage of the bombs exploding and those flags, and the people in uniform running out there as soon as it happens. That does not give away to this. I mean.
Can you go in more detail of
what is it that you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why is that a giveaway?
I mean, you got you see people in military uniforms at a race, As soon as a bomb goes off,
they just rush in. Yeah, I get what you're saying. They rush in without really assessing the situation. And I'm looking at the current counter. We have said 132 injured now.
Wow.
I do agree with what you're saying, Caller. It's very suspicious to me, especially people who may not. I'm guessing these people are just normal police or medics or whoever who aren't trained in bomb disposal. And I thought it was very strange as well that people would just rush into the situation.
But that may be part of their training. I guess the other part of it, though, is that, we just see police and we see military everywhere. I mean, and that's what they're conditioning people to do that, and that's what we're going to be living under. We're going to wind up in a situation where, like in Eastern Germany, over half of the people were informants.
Yeah,
we're going to wind up in a situation where over half of the people are
culture. And to our caller, I mean, it's not so unusual to see military out. I mean, I'm sad to say that, but we went to the Formula One racetrack here in Austin, or just right outside Austin, and they had military running the checkpoints there at the Formula One. So
I wish it were rare.
Yeah, I wish it was rare, but it's not. And I appreciate your call. We're going to move quick. Is that Josie? Josie, okay, in Cape Cod.
All right.
You got me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, man. Thank you for taking my call. Long-time fan, never called in. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I wanted to switch up the topic a little bit and say, what if this is everything the government says it is and all everybody says it is, what is the point? What do they get out of it? What is the motive? When you do something, you're a terrorist. You have things you need them. You're asking for it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a crime without an apparent motive, right?
It doesn't. What do they get out of it? They just bomb international places. Anyway, I just thought that was really interesting. I'm, getting a lot of local news. I was watching it the second it happened. It came on, and it's just interesting how they give you little bits at a time. The information I heard, definitely heard on the news here. I heard trigger gun control. That was one of the words that came up. That definitely was said. Yeah. And then I also heard them say the CIA is here, and this was within 15 minutes. The CIA was there.
Now, as far as what they get, I'll give you my take, and then, David, you can elaborate if you wish. As far as what they get, I don't know if they have any plans to. Let's say this guy is a Saudi. I'm not saying they're going to go over there and, mess around with those people. But domestically, what they get is to roll out their TSA Viper teams, their checkpoints, their pat-downs and such. That's what I think they'd get domestically. David, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I think what the caller is talking about is, when you have a crime committed, a detective goes out and he looks at it and say, well, who benefits from this person's murder, right? Because so many times a murder is from somebody that knows them or their immediate family. Usually, yeah. And so we look at this and we say, how does this benefit the so-called right-wing terrorists, the anti-government people? Why would they target, as Alex mentioned earlier, why would they target a crowd of people here rather than, say, a government facility or something? We had the guy who was angry at the IRS here in Austin. They flew a plane into the IRS building or whatever. Right. But, this doesn't seem to fit the narrative that they're trying to force on it within the media and the government of being a right-wing, because a right-wing terrorist doesn't have anything to gain from this. There's no motive there. I think was that what you were saying, Colin?
Yeah, I think I misunderstood what you're saying.
Okay,
yeah,
he's gone now.
I think you answered it right. I misunderstood what he's saying.
We got John in Wisconsin. John, are you there?
Go ahead, John.
John from Wisconsin?
Yeah. John in Wisconsin? Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, go ahead.
Listen, I've been watching Facebook and, one eye on Facebook and one eye on the TV, and somebody had posted something on my Facebook page that's kind of, interesting in the fact that they mentioned that DHS was doing this. It says, so when Sandy Hook shooting happened, DHS just happened to be in Newtown participating in an active shooter drill.
Right.
Now, turns out the DHS is in Boston participating in a controlled explosion drill.
Yeah, we keep hearing about these drills. I believe the drill we heard about earlier was a police drill, but you're saying the DHS is having a drill or had a drill?
Yeah. And
do they have a source for that?
No, I heard on Fox, I believe it was, or CNN, that the New York City went on alert. They have some suspicious things going on, and they're sending the terrorist control or the crowd control armored vehicles out in the streets.
Now, in that article you saw on Facebook, did they have a source saying that it was DHS involved in a drill?
No, that's just a comment from somebody in Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
that's what we're trying to. That's what we're trying to ascertain at the moment. Is we're trying to determine whether this was police sweeping the area, obviously ineffective, or was this some kind of a bomb drill? And then, of course, if it was a drill, that's different. And if it was a DHS drill, that's very different.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking at that.
Okay, we'll move on to our next. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
If they had bomb sniffing dogs in the area, and they were saying that there's going to be a drill of some kind in the area. Since when they started using real bombs?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for calling.
And we're going to jump. We're trying to get to all our callers here. Is that Kurt in Texas? All right, come on.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going very well.
Doing good.
Good. Just a quick quote. Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know who said that.
That's the position the government's going to take. But One thing I thought was kind of strange was how quickly, if there's no legitimacy to, it being a false flag, why was it that so many of these big media outlets immediately tried to shoot down Alex's claim?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, they've been building on this as well. They've been creating the narrative now for a couple of weeks. As we pointed out, Peter Bergen at CNN, back April the 5th, he made a lot of, trying to redirect everybody from Islamic terrorists to domestic terrorists. And of course, domestic terrorists for him are people who talk about the Constitution and liberty and that sort of thing. So this is something that it's been moving in that way for quite some time. And that's why Alex has been talking about it.
Exactly.
Because we see all of this stuff building on a day-to-day basis. We see every few days another leaked document from someone in the military demonizing Christians and conservatives and people who talk about the Constitution and limited government.
Yeah, and I think this is just one more example that shows that we are the majority. We're not the minority. If we were the extreme minority, they would just ignore us. But within minutes, you got major news media coming out saying, oh, that's crazy. And, so obviously they're trying to engage in some type of damage control.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
We got a caller from Paris, France.
Yes, Rob in Paris, France. What's your comment and your thought about this?
Hi, guys. Wanted to tell you I really appreciate you. Really enjoy your program. And I'm a first-time caller. I had just went to the store and saw the television and the news on the television. Came straight back to my house, and of course went to INFOWARS.com. And one of the comments there, someone had said that there they go. CNN's already talking. Right wing and all this kind of stuff. So I turned on CNN. One of the things that you guys might have missed in the disclosure of information interview that CNN was doing with the police commissioner and the mayor. Now I don't have the terminology exactly, but you guys, I'm sure somebody's got a copy of that tape somewhere. If you play that back, when someone asked him about the commissioner about the bombing drills, his response was that they had been drilling for this situation all day, instead of saying that they were drilling for a situation like this or this type of situation. He literally said this situation. And the same faux pas was made by one of the news ladies. I don't watch CNN, so I don't know their names. Wolf Dickhead, and I don't remember what the lady.
All right, we're gonna have to let you go on that comment, but definitely we'll look into that statement that he's been drilling for this situation all day. So we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back. But definitely remember Alex Jones at 7 p.m. Central sharp, the InfoWars Nightly News. You can stay right here on InfoWars/listen or head over to prisonplanet.tv. But we'll be right back after a short break.
Hey guys, Leanne McAdoo here at the Austin, Texas InfoWars News Center. Our East Coast reporter Dan Badandi is on the scene, and he was able to get in this question at the news conference.
We are looking at all of that right now. That's one of the investigative steps that we're taking.
They said they were doing drills this morning for the same exact thing that happened on BostonGlobe.com. Now, were you guys given any warning ahead of time of this taking place?
As I said earlier, there was no specific intelligence. We certainly increase posture around a big event like this. All of those things happened in preparation for this event, but there was no specific intelligence that anything was going to happen.
Now, we've got that story on our InfoWars.com website, and you can check it out, follow up with more.
Absolutely, folks. It's all breaking there, and a live feed is at InfoWars.com/listen. A live video feed is there for everyone with Jakari Jackson, David Knight, myself, and the rest of the crew, Rob Dew, John Bound, the entire crew here, Adon Salazar, Kurt Nimmo. They're all there right now covering all of this, and Leanne McAdoo is also on top of it as well. So this is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen, because so many of these past events have been false flags. We've got to study this and see if it is, because they want to have this total rollout of the police state, an excuse to carry that out. Leanne, what else are you working on?
Well, I've got some stories coming up about the drone strikes. Obama had just flat out lied about how many people had been struck with the drones. Maybe that's why we got this, to distract people. So.
All right, great job, dude. What else are you working on?
Well, I'm going to try to follow up and see what happened with my brother-in-law, who was actually running in the marathon.
For the Army.
For the Army.
And he's in intelligence. Tell folks what happened with him.
Right, and apparently he got pulled out early of the race. They said he was dehydrated. So I'm trying to get a hold of him right now. I've been throwing texts back and forth.
He said, you got to go to the hospital. They came to him.
Right, they pulled him out of the race, sent him to the hospital, said he was dehydrated. And
wasn't that nice? In fact, Leanne, search engine real quick. Mayor Willie Brown got warning not to fly on 9/11.
Right.
It's the second link, San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah, Condoleezza Rice actually warned and gave him a phone call, personal phone call, which he said he didn't make much, didn't think much of it then. You know, when the Secretary of the National Security calls you and tells you not to fly, I guess it's not a big deal, you know. So there you go. And now we also have reports. The U of M coach, the cross-country coach, said that
they had loudspeakers. Yeah, that's up on Infowars.com.
Right.
They had loudspeakers on there openly announcing, hey, it's just a drill. Don't worry about the dogs. And then you can also go to, again, yeah, that's a saved version of it. Willie Brown got low-key warning not to travel. But if you actually go back, and good job finding that live here on the fly. We're basically taping this live. There it is, San Francisco Chronicle. Boom. Willie Brown got low-key early warning about air travel. And again, the Joint Chiefs of Staff are supposed to fly to New York, and we're told not to. I mean, this is incredible. And again, if your brother or your brother-in-law, your wife's brother, again, you say he's a great marathon guy.
Yeah, he's in shape.
20 miles for breakfast, you name it. Boom, this happens. Very suspicious. We need to ask him, you know, were you really, quote, sick? Why'd they pull you out?
Right.
So you're getting this secondhand through your wife who talked to him. All right, well, that's it for this report. Great job to the entire crew. And great job doing the work you're doing, and great job to all the listeners getting us the tips. Follow us at Twitter at Real Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen. The investigation continues, because you better believe they're not going to let this crisis go to waste.
Hi, I'm Janet Napolitano, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Homeland Security begins with hometown security.
It seems apparent that our citizens are staying off the streets, which may make scoring particularly difficult, even with this year's rule changes. To recap those revisions, women are still worth 10 points more than men in all age brackets, but teenagers now rack up 40 points, and toddlers under 12 now rate a big 70 points. The big score, anyone, any sex, over 75 years old, has been upped to 100 points. As always, how fast you move determines how long you live.
Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God. It's Alex Jones.
And of course, that was a promo that we had that goes back to those targets that DHS had ordered of pregnant women, elderly men, and children that they were using, that they had specially ordered from that one company that we covered.
And then the company said that they're sorry that you found them. That we're sorry this information went public. Not sorry we make them, and we'll probably continue to make them. Just a reminder to our viewers, our listeners, we will be going to the nightly news show with Alex Jones at 7:05. That is Central Time. So definitely stay here for that upcoming information. You can find that on prisonplanet.tv as well as infowars.com/listen. And big...
right now we got Jay in New York.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little round of applause to the radio crew. These guys are working overtime.
Yeah, it's been a long day for them.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, so Jay in New York.
Thank you.
Jay, you there?
Hi. Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I think this is a distraction as far as what they're doing right now. A lot of times what's happening is that we actually always react to what's happening. Just like the news media, whenever something happens, everybody jumps on it. But 2 days ago, I actually watched a Korean TV, and they were talking about U.S. is actually going to introduce a new $100 bill. And I was looking through that. I was like, something is really going to happen. I had a sixth sense that something was going to happen. And I was looking at my silver charts and everything, and silver and gold has been dropping like crazy for past 2 days.
Yeah, that's what our callers said.
So I was actually speculating something's going to happen today. And this is exactly what happened. So instead of following through what's really happening right now, but we have to actually foresee it so that we could stop this kind of, nonsensical PSYOP or false flag or whatever. I think they're actually creating this so that people are focused onto this event while they're going to do something other.
Very good point. We've talked about
what's happening right now. So I think there might be some kind of maybe bank holiday, something that's going to be unfolding itself pretty soon, or something like a gun confiscation or something like that. So we have to actually focus more on what's going to happen or what might happen rather than what already happened. Whatever happened, we can't stop it, but we could stop what's going to happen in the future. So
Absolutely.
I think it would be wise for us to actually always focus on something that is ahead of what's happening right now instead of being a reactionary kind of,
and as we've seen, as you mentioned, not only is it the gold and silver market, but it's also the Bitcoin market, which is all these different currencies which are competitors to these fiat central bank currencies. They've all been plunging all at once, and that is very suspicious. We talked about that earlier, and it's something bears watching. But just remember, that when they talk about the price of gold, real value of gold is being floated around like in a speculative marketplace. But gold has a fixed value, and they can play around with it by selling off massive amounts of it and everything. But if you've got your gold, you've got something of real value that you can hang on to.
And I definitely agree with the caller that these things are often used as a smokescreen to distract from other issues. They may try to ran through a piece of legislation or, any number of things. So I definitely agree with our caller, and definitely everybody stay vigilant. We're going to move now to Julio in Illinois. Hello, Julio. Okay, he's gone. Julio. We'll go to Leo in Massachusetts.
Hi, thanks for taking the call. I noticed that a young man, a gentleman named Arredondo, who was quite an activist in the anti-war and Occupy movement, whose son died in Iraq, was on NESN, NECN, New England Cable Network, NECN.com. And he was right there when it happened. He was helping people. But back to this whole scenario that they're pulling on us, I agree with a lot of the other callers that we shouldn't really think that they'll be able to connect patriots, because why would a patriot ever do something like this on Patriots Day? I mean, that's so pathetically stupid. Even the stupid ones, even the idiots won't register that as true. So, I mean, that's another story. But I think the important thing that we could do as INFOWARS type people, could we have seminars where you guys go around to different areas and orient us after we've taken kind of like a little training course on videos and answered some questions, and then you could come around in different towns, have INFOWARS people who want to be on a team locally, so that you could have people on the scene within like 10 minutes, if something happens.
Yeah, like a rapid response.
That's a good idea. We do have Planet INFOWARS, where people will organize locally around a particular issue, or just organize. Back in the area that I lived in, we didn't even have Alex on the radio, but we had Planet INFOWARS people organized to fight fluoridation in the water, as well as other things. So that's a good starting place at the moment. But probably rather than traveling around, we would want to do something live on the internet. But the point that you made at the beginning about there really isn't any motivation for right-wing people, and that's clear. There isn't. Why would they do something like this? And yet it makes it all the more interesting that the mainstream media would jump on right-wing people as being the suspects when there is no motivation to connect them to this whatsoever. I mean, immediately you heard Wolf Blitzer talking about it. But there's no motivation. This is not, I mean, if they're going to paint these people as being rabidly anti-government and hating government, how does blowing up people at a Boston Marathon, how does that get at the government? It doesn't do anything but strengthen the government. They're the only ones who would possibly benefit from a crisis such as this.
Yeah, and I mean, to the callers, why would a right-wing extremist go out and do something like that? I don't think that's necessarily the case. If it does turn out to be let's say a false flag situation, which, you know, we're still not sure either way. But if it is a false flag situation, it doesn't matter what the quote motivation is for the person, for the patsy. It's just that they went out there and did it.
Right.
You know, so as far as the information available, I don't have any reason to believe it was a right winger as of yet. But, you know, only time will tell.
That's right.
Only time will tell. And we'll move on to Steve from Ohio.
That's Idaho, sir.
I'm sorry.
Oh, but yeah, I'm former Army. I went to EOD school down in Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. And while I was training there, and I also have another point too, we were trained and told that, you know, you will be at sporting events, you will be at, you know, inaugurations, you will be at these big events. You're just not going to be in uniform. You'll be in plain clothes, or, you know, you may be in uniform. So I honestly believe that there was an Army EOD team on site, and which they're also trained to, you know, explode the bombs, but they're also trained to build them. So, you know, they could have done it on site.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing is if you're going into, you know, all the ammo shortages and stuff, maybe they're trying to use this to, you know, regulate gunpowder so they can control it later on. So then, you know, the people that reload their own ammunition won't be able to, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, I'm sorry. We had a little bit of audio difficulty at the beginning of your call. Did you say you were actually with the Explosive Ordnance Group, or you've trained to do that?
I was in the EOD school. I didn't make it all the way through.
Okay.
But I did go to Army EOD school, Eglin Air Force Base, Florida.
And we know
you know.
And as we'd mentioned before, we know from the Oklahoma City bombing that a retired general who was in charge of demolition said that there wasn't any way that that a single bomb was going to create a bomb blast like that. That's one of the key things that came out of the research after the fact of that particular bombing. So it bears watching.
Yeah. Now, since we have you on the line, and I know you said you didn't make it all the way through school, but maybe you learned a thing or two. What kind of household items could they use to make the type of explosions that we saw today?
There was a quote, and this is a very famous quote for an EOD technician. Radio Shack is an EOD tech's worst friend. Worst enemy. Anything. I mean, ammonia, you name it. The other thing I wanted to say is when this happened, you know, regionally in some areas there may have been internet shortages because we lost our internet signals for 10 to 15 minutes here. So maybe like a regional kill switch also.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that it would have. You're in Idaho, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. I mean, I would expect that somewhere in the Northeast, but I wouldn't expect it to affect it all the way in Idaho. Yeah. That's interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, we didn't have any internet difficulties here, but we got kind of a high definition. We got a pretty good connection here.
Alex likes to spend money on that. And speaking of Alex, the InfoWars Nightly News is now going to start at 7:10. So 7:10 Central Time. So you got 10 minutes to get your pen and paper ready for the notes. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of details, new things that we may not even know because we're live on air, but he's had time to gather information. But in the meantime, you can give us a call at 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-ALEX, or you can go to Infowars.com/listen if you just want to tune in. We'll go now to Tony in Kentucky.
Hello.
Hello, Tony. Go ahead.
All right. I think you guys need to find. I actually got this through the grapevine that while around the same time in Knoxville, Tennessee, the FBI locked down a pilot and Flying J headquarters this afternoon.
They locked down a pilot where?
It's in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
It's the headquarters for Pilot, the gas stations for truckers, and Flying J.
Yeah.
They locked it down. They haven't given any news why it's been closed down. I just noticed, I always think of a magic trick when you think about these types of things. You pay attention to the main hand, and you got, the Boston thing going on right now, and then on the other hand, you have this. However, pertaining to the Boston situation, they have pictures of people who were at the initial blast, and they see people on top of the building that's in question.
Yes.
They don't know who it is. There's just been a lot of, fishy things going around with it, which we've heard from prior callers before this. I just thought it should be known that I have been trying to find a credible news website for the Knoxville thing, and the closest thing I could find was Knox News.
Okay.
But, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just say, like, we had a caller, I believe 1 or 2 calls ago, who said that, he wants to make a way for, more people to get in touch and be able to coordinate these events. So my suggestion to you and anybody that's around the area, I believe you said Knoxville, is just to go out there, grab your camera, whether you have a professional camera or you have a iPhone or whatever it is it may be, just go out there and film and, put it up on YouTube. Because I definitely, like we've been saying all day today, it's definitely a situation where it could be a sleight of hand where they say, hey, focus over here, and meanwhile they have something else going on.
That's right.
Yeah. It's really fishy to me that there's no information what's going on. But then again, like I've said before, if everybody's paying attention to the Boston thing, which it should get the attention that it deserves because of the incident, the casualties that are at hand. But on the other hand, if something's going on there that we don't know about, we should also be hearing into that. I just thought I'd show some of that information or share some of that with you all, because I know that information is power.
Absolutely. And we all really need to be watching what's going on with the financial markets, as the previous caller said. And talking about fishy stuff, I mean, people on top of the building and everything, as one other caller pointed out, the very fact that this happened at the finish line.
Right.
I mean, of all places, that would be the place where there is the most press and cameras.
The place where you could be accidentally photographed. They're trying to film the winner and they catch the guy behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it would be the most difficult place for somebody to plant a bomb is right there at the finish line. And that we know that whether it was a drill or whether it was an active bomb scan or whatever, we know that there was a very heavy presence of the bomb squad there. And of course, for those people who want to go running to the government to protect them from every calamity, they need to remember that all of these bomb squad guys didn't catch anything.
Exactly.
Right?
They did not. And I mean, it's
a concern that.
Not like try not demonizing the police or whoever else is.
The point being is that the government cannot protect you
that's exactly right.
from everything. I mean, they want to pretend as if they can eliminate all risks for us if we give up all of our freedoms. And the simple fact of the matter is that they can't. They can't find, even when they're looking for it in the most obvious place at the finish line where they're going to be looking at it, and you got the most press coverage. Still, supposedly, according to the official government narrative, somebody was able to sneak in there and hide it in the plain sight of everybody at the finish line, and all of their dogs and everything could not find it.
Yeah, all their technology and the resources.
All the king's forces.
Now to Tim in Texas.
Hi.
Hello, Tim. Go ahead.
How are you?
Doing very well.
Hi. How are you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, great. Go ahead.
I just wanted to key in on some of the key factors that have been spoken of just now about the fact of using these events to distract, and also touching on the fact that those groups that are perpetrating all these acts against the United States, I believe, are trying to discredit the competence of the military who were there rushing in and of the police that were rushing in. So that's one of their points, I believe, in this specific act. But I want to get back to what is important is that I think the distractions and these things that the previous callers have mentioned about this being a distraction is to get shows like this one and other shows and other outlets to not fully engage in. There's a term I want to throw out there that is commonly said, and it is that we defend the Constitution. And I think that they're scared stiff about someone getting on to the soundbite and to the reality of promoting the Constitution. And that is the action plan, and that can be spoken to in many different ways, just like these previous callers have just said about you go out your door and you do this or you do that to affect the situation. And I think that promoting the principles that we are saying that we're defending is the way we go on the offensive at all this. And I just want to get your take on that piece I just said.
Well, absolutely. I think we need to promote it and defend the principles that are involved there. And part of that is education. I mean, that's what we're involved with. And part of it is understanding, even when we look at the gun issue, the Second Amendment is there to protect individual rights. I mean, look at the preface to the Bill of Rights, the 10 amendments that came in. And it's clear from the wording of it that it's an individual right, but it even predates that. All the writings of the Federalists were about concerns about a standing army. And if you go to Article 1, Section 8, you'll see there that the military was not supposed to, the standing army was not supposed to be funded for more than 2 years at a time. There were provisions for a Navy, and of course that would extend to the Air Force and space-based defense systems and that sort of thing. But, that's the sort of thing that we just need to understand that, this is, if we allow people to have if we allow the government to set up a standing army, and we're getting a standing army not just with regular army now, but we're getting a domestic standing army in terms of Homeland Security, in terms of a federalized police force. These are things that we really need to understand the principles that are behind the Constitution, as well as actually read it. Read Article 1, Section 8, as well as the Second Amendment.
Okay, nightly news at 7:15 now, so we have time for one more.
I'm sorry, you guys are talking in my ear. We have the nightly news now at 7:15, and
I was live, sir.
I'll just give I'll give my quick comment to the caller. I do agree that as far as the Constitution, we are often on the defense. And if we could find some way to go on offense, not a violent, nothing to that sort, but a way to go on the offense. Politically, socially, I think that would definitely be.
Quite frankly, I think Ron Paul's new curriculum, I think he goes on the offense there. He's got Tom Woods and other people who are basically going to be explaining things to students who are going to get a very different view of the Constitution than they get in school. I know I've had students tell me that they've been told by their teachers that the Second Amendment and the militia was essentially the National Guard. I mean, crazy stuff that they tell them.
And they say that the Second Amendment is only for the military and for the police and all this, and shotguns are luxury items. Alex Jones back again.
I'm getting ready to do the news here in a little while. I'm just scurrying around getting some more of my news articles together. So you guys go till about 7:20.
Right.
I'll have the nightly news for everybody. Ready?
All right.
You guys just kick some butt.
All right.
Got another call on line?
Yes. Let's go now to Ann in Tennessee.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ann.
Hi. I just wanted to mention two things. One, I was watching a little bit of the CNN coverage before I switched over to INFOWARS, and the anchors on CNN were talking about who's in charge of this investigation, who's going to take point on it. And one of them said something interesting. They said, it almost really doesn't matter who's in charge because we have a great fusion center here.
Yeah.
And up until this point, I had really not heard them talk about that in the mainstream media. And it seemed like when Alex or Jesse Ventura tried to bring these fusion centers out, that they really wanted to hush it up. And now they're trying to point that out as something they're trying to normalize and make it like we've got a great fusion center now.
Yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature now.
Yeah.
So actually, literally a bug, right?
Right. So to the caller's comment is about the fusion centers and all the these kind of data centers. They let things slip out sometimes. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I mean, CNN. I wouldn't be very surprised if they were reading that off a teleprompter. Why they would let that slip out, I'm not exactly sure. You have any thoughts on that, David?
Well, I don't know. I just think that everything that they do, there comes a time at which they're going to make it public.
Mm-hmm.
They keep it secret for a while, and then it rolls out. I mean, look at how rare and how guarded all of these internal positions on the military being used to put down domestic, to be used for law enforcement throughout the U.S. when Alex was doing documentaries 10, 15 years ago. And look at how open they are about it now. Especially in the last couple of weeks, we've been seeing one article every other day coming out about somebody calling for this. So there comes a time at which, they prepare for this stuff and it goes through a stage. Some of these documents get leaked. We talk about it. We're crazy conspiracy theorists. And then after a while, after they've prepared people or after they feel that they're confident enough in their position where they are, they make it public. They come out with it. So now may be the time that they're going to openly talk about these fusion centers because they are now going to use this attack to try to go to the next level. Okay, there is going to be something that is much deeper and broader than Homeland Security and the Patriot Act. I shudder to think what that's going to be, but they're going to come up with something, and the fusion centers may be part of that.
Any other comments?
I'm sorry. The way those commentators mentioned it, they just said it like it was a very reassuring thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have no doubt about that. That they would just roll it out there as it's something great. And Alex always brings up the adage about the vampires, and the vampires have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. So they have a big news day, and they'll just let something slip out. Yeah, we got fusion centers. But anyway, look at this bomb. It just blew up over here, and so I definitely agree with that. And we have to jump fast. We appreciate your call, and we'll move to Dave in Chile.
Hello there.
Hi.
Well, I'd like to say something about the Second Amendment. Nobody ever mentions this particular point. Everybody says it shall not be infringed. What part of it shall not be infringed do you not understand? But the thing is that the Second Amendment doesn't talk about guns. It talks about arms.
That's right.
So technically speaking, any American could have at his disposal a tank. He could have a knife. He could have a samurai sword. He could have a hatchet. He could be walking down the street, and nobody should be able to say boo to him. Mm-hmm. So that's the point that I want to make. It's just that is the fact that there ain't nothing about guns in the Second Amendment, just like there's nothing about hunting.
Exactly. Right. And we always hear that's a very good point, but you always hear the I wouldn't even call it a counterpoint there. Way to bat down that scenario is they say Dianne Feinstein say, what about people? Do you want people to have a bazooka? Do you want somebody to have, just like you said, do you want somebody to have a tank? Do you want somebody walking around down the street with their samurai sword? And just like you said, it's arms.
And we talked about that earlier. We said, at Lexington and Concord, they were coming for a cannon. Santa Ana wanted the cannon from the people at Gonzales.
Right.
It absolutely is. But here's the other part about that. Understand that it is not about just the guns. It is also about the ammunition. And they have been going after ammunition from the beginning of the Obama administration, and that's what we see. I believe that a lot of this 1.6 billion bullets that and more that DHS has been getting options on and purchasing, I think part of that is to dry up the supply of ammunition.
Yeah, now I wouldn't be surprised if they try to outlaw making your own ammunition very soon. And we're going to jump quick. We only have time for a couple more. Terry in Washington. Hey, Terry.
I'm doing fine. Great show.
Oh, thank you.
I got one question. At the finish line is a perfect place to have cameras, correct?
Yep.
If you look at that footage, you'll see a camera that's on a high rise.
Yeah, on the cherry picker.
It's covered up, and there's nothing there.
Really, I noticed that, and I was trying to see. I thought I could see almost like an outlined silhouette of something in the camera in the box. I'm not sure if it was a person or if it was a camera or just bags or what it was, but I definitely noticed that as well. And from the angle that we keep seeing the footage, unless somebody releases a new angle, you can't exactly tell what's in there or not.
It's going to be interesting. I mean,
like it's completely covered up.
It's going to be interesting to see what footage comes out of this because, when as Jakari mentioned earlier, when that plane supposedly hit the Pentagon or whatever it was that hit it, there are cameras all over the Pentagon, but of course, nothing. And, the footage from neighboring private security cameras was confiscated as well. So it'll be interesting to see what footage does
surface. And it's not just for that reason. The caller has a very good point about that. But I mean, if all the footage you see on your major networks is from the same angle, and Alex said, I'm not necessarily saying there's, horrible evidence up in that cherry picker, but if your angles are from the same angle, I mean, how many times did you see the Twin Towers get hit from multiple angles?
Yeah.
If all the footage you see is from the one angle, then, there's definitely something up there. And we appreciate your call. We'll move on to Joshua in California.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just thought it was interesting today. I was running my errands at the grocery store, and they're only accepting cash and credit transactions under $75. I don't know if that's a really big point or not, but I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it was weird. And also, everyone needs to spread the word with all the information that you guys are giving and all the information that's been in other articles. And we need to tell everybody that we know, our friends, our family, and that everyone just really needs to get up off the bench and share this. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, that's interesting. I wonder why they would do that. I can see why they would take cash. Maybe they put the $75 limit there because they don't have to check that, and maybe there's some kind of a bottleneck in their electronic clearing.
Where were you when you tried to make your purchase?
I was at a Save Mart on Fulton in Sacramento.
And that's a grocery store?
And that's in California.
Yeah, it's like a grocery store.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah, but my main point, I just thought that was weird. My main point was that I just want to remind all the InfoWarriors and everyone else that we need to tell our families and our friends of all the information that's coming out as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Exactly. We appreciate your call.
Thanks for calling.
And I believe I have one more, Kevin in Rhode Island.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing very well.
First of all, prayers go out to the families of everybody that got affected by this.
Amen, yeah.
And second of all, you guys are doing an unbelievable job, everybody there at that organization.
No, thank you, sir.
I did see a couple of local reports. One of the guys was he was from a news organization in Rhode Island, and I guess he was running the marathon. He actually finished probably a few minutes before the bombs went off, and he got his family out of there, and they went back a couple hours later. And he said it was amazing how the National Guard was all over the place and was cordoning off the streets and everything. Obviously, they were completely armed and everything.
Oh yeah. So he got across the finish line beforehand. So it didn't happen. It happened after some people had already finished. Is that correct?
And obviously, he was concerned because he brought his children up there today, which obviously I'd be concerned too. But I think it was just kind of interesting how he said the National Guard was like, the way he described it was like troops. No, it's maybe a 2-hour timeline from when he got back there, so they probably had enough time to get back there and set up some troops and get over there. They also had other media people reporting that resources being brought in from other states, ATF, DHS, of course. And the one thing that I noticed that was really, is actually, the same thing happened with 9/11. As soon as something bad happens, it's always the civilians and the police working together arm in arm. They're always helping each other. There's no difference between the badge and somebody just wearing a T-shirt. But then, obviously, as things go on, the police force everybody out, and then everything goes, the routine as the way the police want it. My biggest thing is people shouldn't forget that the police are here to help, and we need to wake them up as much as possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we need them to wake up. We absolutely have to have them awake. It's imperative. Thank you for reminding us of that, and we're going to be heading over to Alex now.
Yes, Alex for the InfoWars Nightly News, Infowars.com/listen.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
It is a big idea, a new world order.
It was almost as if it were a planned implosion. It just pancaked.
Either you were with us or you were with the terrorists.
But I also believe that a lot of gun owners would agree that AK-47s belong in the hands of soldiers, not in the hands of criminals.
Guns will be taken, and no one will be able to be armed. We're going to take all guns.
For many of the police and guard troops, it is an uncomfortable job to do this in an American city.
Global governance at last. Is it one world? The central bankers in charge. But aren't we all just living and dying for what the central banks do?
As for me, give me liberty or give me death!
The answer to 1984 is 1776.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, and I want to thank you for joining us on this Patriots Day, 15th day of April, 2013. Obviously, when you have a global corporate occupational government run by foreign banks that has been caught staging terror attacks all over the world, and that's declassified, and when you read about Operation Gladio we're going to cover, where in Europe, if a left-wing or right-wing group started getting control of a country through the electoral process, who was not popular with the Bilderberg group, they would just stage terror attacks and blame it on them. So because we understand this history, we would be fools. We would be completely insane not to investigate this as a false flag terror attack. So I want to cover some of the facts of what's currently happening with the Patriots Day massacre, as they're now calling it, with the bombing of the Boston Marathon right there with the photo finish right at the end of the course. But you need to understand this. I have been warning you desperately, because it's all public in globalist white papers and different public publications, that the establishment has been saying that there will be domestic terror attacks here in the United States, and that domestic groups are going to be carrying those out. And they put out the asinine headlines that the Army plans to put down a Tea Party rebellion, and that the Tea Party is going to work with Al-Qaeda. Let me tell you who works with Al-Qaeda. It's the Central Intelligence Agency and the offshore banks. They run Al-Qaeda. They created Al-Qaeda. They use Al-Qaeda to menace the West into submission. And when you look at the level and the magnitude of the dramas and the sitcoms and all of the other productions that are out there, where the right-wingers are going to stage the terror attack, the right-wingers are going to carry out all these different events. For someone who is conscious and awake, it is as plain as the nose on your face that as a society, and guys, I'm getting a feed into my ear, a humming feed, so they got a channel open, probably from the other side into my ear. That's why I had to take the piece out. A little hint on that. Thank you. I also hope that you understand that when you watch so-called mainstream globalist media, that they have reporters for a couple minutes reading off teleprompters who've rehearsed it for hours, who come on to look compelling and real, reading what someone else told them to say. When you see me up here, or my crew, this is teleprompter-free, real brain, real analysis. This is real. And I hope that all the viewers out there understand how special INFOWARS.com is, because we're fighting to even keep it up and running. I hope you realize that there is no other alternative media doing real live news, real analysis from a real historical perspective. It's all left-wing controlled or right-wing controlled. There is no real media out there. And I've got a skeleton crew out there that is probably into hour number 14 today, doing the regular radio show, the TV show, all of it. And I'm not up here complaining about that. I want you to realize that we are the resistance. And yes, Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.com, everything we're doing is having more and more of an effect on so many fronts. And so the good news is when the White House comes out and demonizes the Drudge Report, or comes out and has their surrogates attack Infowars.com and myself, their surrogates like Media Matters and others, openly run by the White House, it shows that we're in the fight. They wouldn't be attacking us if we weren't on to what was really happening. Now, let me just get this out in the open for everybody. The New York Post is reporting 12 dead, nearly 50 injured after 2 explosions rock Boston Marathon. Suspect identified and being guarded at hospital. And they're saying a Saudi Arabian. But separately, we have clips we're going to play in a moment of CNN. I mean, it's ad nauseum, and Fox and MSNBC saying, could it be right-wingers? It's Patriot Day. You know, they had other Patriot events in the area. Could this be, you know, carried out by them? And I went on the radio today, 2 hours well, really 3 hours before this happened, at 11 a.m. Central, 12 noon Eastern. And I said, all the hype and media buildup I see clearly is pointing towards the establishment firing the first shot but blaming it on us. Because whoever fires the shot heard around the world first has a good chance of losing because they're in the wrong. So I said the establishment will fire the first shot but blame it on us, just like Lexington and Concord, which actually happened again in and around Boston 200-something years ago today. Started today through the 19th. There were events and skirmishes. So you have to understand, if the globalists can demonize liberals, conservatives, libertarians, whatever the case is, whoever's opposing them, by setting off a bombing, a mass shooting, and then collectively blaming a group, they will do it. So you have to understand, it's not gun owners' fault Sandy Hook happened. They collectively try to tell us that's our fault. That's a fraud on its face. The proliferation of gun ownership in the last 20 years, we've shown the FBI numbers at nauseum, 49% drop in violent crime. But they can take individual events and hype them up where you feel like it's just happened to you, using your basic human empathy, because they know you're a good person. And they sit there like psychopathic, sociopathic technocrats, punching those buttons that make you a human, that make you a good person. And so first, before I get into all this news, I want to play a clip off a YouTube video we shot about 4 hours ago where CNN was already, within a few hours of this event happening, saying, could it be right-wing extremist? And even though the narrative has now come out that it could be a Saudi Arabian al-Qaeda group, they're still on MSNBC as we speak, right before I went live, saying it's probably right-wingers. Now, I said first, the minute it happened with Richard Belzer, the actor and writer on, I said, watch, they'll try to blame it on libertarians, conservatives. And he agreed. Now, I had everybody from Glenn Beck to Salon to Media Matters to Media Light to BBC come out and attack us tonight and say, how dare Alex Jones say the government could be involved. Now Glenn Beck went further. He said, I said the government did it. When what I said was they have done it over and over again. It's been declassified. And so we have to look at them as the prime suspects. And my point is, they do not want us as a culture to even think that, hey, who really stands to gain? Who gets to sell a police state? Who gets to take liberties? Who gets billions every month in no-bid weapons contracts? Who's been caught doing this before? So let's go to that first clip from my little YouTube report I did, where a few hours after I said they'll probably blame it on us, CNN was already trying to do it. So am I a good guy for being right? No. According to Beck, I'm a bad guy. Let's go to that clip.
And Peter, what are you waiting to hear about in these coming hours?
I think the constituency inside the bomb is going to make a big difference about how we identify the person who did this or the persons who did this. Because if it's hydrogen peroxide, that points to Al-Qaeda. If it's something else, could be a right-wing extremist group or some other group.
I now turn over to Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Firm for the latest on.
All right, folks. I went on the radio today, hours before this happened. It's on record, the 15th of April, and I said I can see all the scripting with the TV shows, the movies, where it's the right wing. And again, I'm just marveling here tonight, watching my crew who are with their families at home, and I'm not kissing their butt because they're even asking for it. I just want to say I appreciate the crew, and I appreciate you, the listeners and viewers out there, because, you know, my dad was here picking up my son tonight because he was here with me all day to take him home to my wife. And I just looked at my dad and my son walking away, the generation before me, the generation after me, thinking about how they're just little souls like myself who just want a future. And, you know, it's a fact. It's declassified that our government created Al-Qaeda and is running them in Libya and Syria and gave them heat-seeking missiles. And how dare Salon, Media Matters, BBC, Mediaite, and Glenn Beck, and he was the worst, even though I've done an olive branch, to say, how dare unpatriotic Alex Jones say the government did it. I said criminal global mafias are funding terrorists and mentally ill people. And I'm going to show the documents and articles on that. And that who stands to gain if they call for taking our liberties because of this, you know it's staged. And I've been saying soft target attacks are coming because they're teaching police veterans will bomb every police department in America and public events with IEDs with no proof. And training and saying Christians and gun owners are not the threat. You know, Al-Qaeda's not the threat. The Christians and gun owners are. I had a Freudian slip. We are not the threat. Al-Qaeda, the globalist control system, is. And again, statistically, hundreds of thousands die from bad drug interactions and flesh-eating bacteria a year in the U.S. alone. Why is it so scary? Well, they emotionalize it. They show a guy with his leg blown off, and they create this fear. Hey, we better have Army at every stoplight. We better have checkpoints and body scanners to go in any store because the terrorist hit. This is how an oligarchy takes control of a society. This has been declassified that our government and NATO staged more than 200 terror attacks from the 1960s to 1981 in Europe to blame their political enemies. And they just hope you don't go look it up. Now, let's go over first, before I get into the bombing itself. And again, there's maybe a 5% chance out of 100 that this could be real Muslim terrorists, or I guess there could be some domestic group freaked out that would go stage this. To be clear, I've never seen an Easter bunny, but some say it's real. To be clear, I've never seen Santa Claus. Some say it's real. Never seen a unicorn. Some say it's real. Now, I don't think it exists, but it may. Same thing with domestic terror groups. I mean, I've interviewed the cops and the people that saw the feds plant the bombs in Oklahoma City. You saw them stage Fast and Furious. Folks, they staged Aurora. They staged Sandy Hook. The evidence is just overwhelming. And that's why I'm so desperate and freaked out. This is not fun. You know, getting up here telling you this. Somebody's got to tell you the truth. Somebody's got to stand against these people. Somebody's got to do it. And I just hope everybody that is watching out there that serves the system, who thinks they're going to get away with all this, I hope you understand that you're not going to get away with this. You get rid of our checks and balances, our protections, you're going to lose yours as well. And you want to throw your children out in the cold. You think you're cold-blooded. You think you're a winner doing stuff like this. You're not. Now, that said, they were running drills. I haven't even gotten to that yet. They were running drills at the exact time it happened with loudspeakers saying, don't worry, never mind, it's only a drill. It's one thing to have bomb dogs out, you know, to add to the atmosphere of the police state and, hey, you need the government. But it's another thing to have them announcing, hey, this is just a drill, don't worry. And then right where the dogs are, 10 minutes later, bombs go off. So we're going to get into all of that. But I think it's important to always start with history, because those that don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And again, we're live at 7:35 Central here on InfoWars Nightly News for PrisonPlanet.tv viewers. And if you are watching, Infowars.com/listen has the free video streams right there for everybody. The articles are up on Infowars.com. And they want to, hour one, have their official story out. We know who the prime suspects are. We know the history of this type of stuff. And we understand what's happening. And so we're here risking our lives, myself, number one, because there is no future if we let a criminal oligarchy continue to fund terror attacks or allow terror attacks to take place so they can pose as saviors and take our rights. But document cam, please. I want to, before I get into the latest news, I want to show you, I just played that clip of them saying right-wing extremist. And again, they may end up blaming it on Iran, too. I mean, they're getting ready to hit Iran, as you know. And I'm not defending Iran. I don't live in Iran. But, I mean, it's on record. False flags have been done against Iran. Our government overthrew the Iranian government by staging terror attacks in Operation Ajax in 1953 that they blamed on the government. They attacked Muslim mosque and said that the kind of quasi-secular leader, Mohammed Mossadegh, had done it. Kermit Roosevelt, CIA, MI6. See, this is all on record, but they just want to say conspiracy theory. Let's go to this. Alex Jones, Boston explosion of government conspiracy. The fringe see a false flag that can be blamed on the Tea Party, and expand TSA's reach when they're already, they got troops out at kite festivals here in Austin now for Al-Qaeda. Here's another one. Alex Jones declares Boston a false flag operation, FBI behind every domestic terror plot. I'm going to show you the New York Times saying that. The last 100 big plots they've had the last decade were all mentally ill people or purely made-up events, okay? Here's the Blaze. With absolutely no evidence, even though we've got history, you know, like if somebody's robbed a bank 10 times and then the same MO matches, they're a prime suspect. With no evidence, Alex Jones calls Boston Marathon explosions false flag operation conducted by government. No, my tweet that Watson or whoever put it out with a typo in it said, "Don't that the FBI," said "don't doubt," I guess, has been behind virtually every domestic terror plot in U.S. history, the New York Times reported, and then a link to the New York Times. So there's all this implication. Army training manual lists evangelical Catholics as extremists. Big sis coordinating gun confiscations. Now look at this. CNN national security analyst warns of right-wing extremists behind Boston bombings. That's Peter Bergen, big insider globalist. So there they are saying exactly what I said they would say. And am I good for being right? No, I'm a piece of crap, according to all these White House groups. And Glenn Beck, who the media promotes, the establishment White House-run media. They promote him by demonizing him. Growing threat of right-wing extremism and violence. I mean, just constant. They're going to attack. There's nothing you can do. On and on and on. Now, let me show you this. This is the New York Times, April 2012, a year ago. Terrorist plots hatched by the FBI. And it goes on to say they manufactured all the recent terror attacks with mentally ill patsies. Okay, that's what we were linking to. That's what we were covering. That's what we were talking about. Okay? Now, Glenn Beck acts like, with no evidence, I'm saying this. You want evidence? Again, they don't want you to ever think that Hitler could have staged terror attacks on his own military bases to launch World War II and Operation Gleiwitz under Operation Himmler. That's declassified Nuremberg trials. They attacked their own bases and blamed it on the Poles. They don't want you to know Vietnam was launched with a staged Gulf of Tonkin, now declassified as staged by our government attacks on our own ships. They don't want you to know about Ajax, Northwoods, Gladio. No, they just want to say, there's Alex Jones, there's the bad man, because I don't like a bunch of foreign banks running our intelligence agencies, staging terror attacks so they can create a monopoly society and overthrow our free republic and our free market. I don't like it when they say the new threat is gun-owning, returning veterans and conservatives and libertarians. Total creepville. And the state police come out last week in Oklahoma and Colorado and say, first Colorado, and say, we've been told to prepare to mass arrest Christians and take their guns. I mean, this is body snatcher level stuff. This is obviously the bad guys in control in a soft coup, trying to roll out a purge of the American people. This isn't a game. Now let's go to this article. Yeah, UM coach, bombs. Yeah, put that back up. Bomb-sniffing dogs were at start-finish lines at drill. And people spin that and go, well, there's always dogs. No. The local news article says they were on loudspeakers saying it's only a drill. We're going to get to that after we cover this. We're going to get to that in a moment. Let's go back to this article right here. This is just history of it. This is just last week. Italian Supreme Court president blames Bilderberg for terror attack. Document says secretive group was involved in strategy of tension. They've had their former president, their former CIA director, their former prime minister come out and say, and they've released a lot of this in the news, the Bilderberg, this private mafia, this banker mafia, stages terror attacks in Italy and Europe every time we try to get our sovereignty back. They do it and blame their political enemies. Okay? Here's another one. President Hamid Karzai thinks U.S. could be behind the latest Taliban bombings as a pretext to stay in the country. He goes on to say the U.S. created al-Qaeda. Well, that's just a known fact. There's Operation Gladio and the NATO option. Hundreds of staged bombings all over Europe. Okay, look it up, to blame their political enemies. U.S. accused of colluding with Taliban in Afghanistan as President Karzai hijacks Hagel visit. Afghanistan, Karzai blasts U.S. marring Hagel visit, Reuters. And it goes on to say the U.S. staged the events with their al-Qaeda forces. The bombs set off yesterday in the name of the Taliban were in the service of Americans to keep foreigners longer in Afghanistan. Of course, trillions every few years. And it's not the U.S., it's global crime syndicates in control of our country. Now, let's go on to this next stack of news. Here's what Marcos was just showing you on screen. coach, bomb-sniffing dogs were at start and finish lines. People say, well, that's what happens now in the security theater. No, no, no. They kept making announcements on the loudspeaker that it was just a drill, just like 9/11, just like Aurora. And there was nothing to worry about, he said. And then now, in fact, I gave this to David when they were on. I forgot to bring it back over here. I need to get it from him. Local news is reporting that there were people there the day before saying, don't be here, you're going to get bombed. Because this stuff gets leaked, just like 9/11. Local news is reporting that people were going, don't sign up for this, they're going to bomb you. That's in local news. And again, if they were running a drill and they weren't staging it, they would normally say, oh, we were there, trying to stop it. What heroes. They had troops there digging people out of the wreckage. You know, all of this is a giant photo op. And it gets worse. One of the biggest pieces of news is Rob Dew has had public arguments in front of me on the phone and via text messages with his wife's brother, who is in domestic defense intelligence operations. We'll just leave it at that. And, I mean, it's such a huge thing. It's like having somebody that works at Walmart in your family. I mean, it's just millions of people involved in this spy network. And, you know, he sends him like, here's the photo of bin Laden. See, it's real. And it's the fake bin Laden put out with the Daily Mail. And we send him back the message going, no, that's the fake one. No, I'm not going to look at it. I saw something else. Because they give them the fake ones as well. People in intelligence are even more brainwashed than those without it. He was running in the Army team, the official Army team, brought in by an Army truck. He's a marathon champion. I mean, Dew's been with him on vacation when he runs, gets up at 3 a.m. and runs 20 miles before breakfast. They come to the line a few minutes before the bombing, and they say, get out of line. You're sick. You're going to the hospital. And he goes, what? And they go, that's an order. And they take him out of the line. I guess friends took care of him, huh? I mean, this is just off the chart, and Dew has already talked about it. And Dew, you were in a band with Joe Stack that flew his plane into the into the IRS building. I mean, this is crazy. You want to come over here and talk? Hey, have you finally gotten more intel on what happened with your brother-in-law?
I have not. They haven't heard from him yet. Apparently, he's at the hospital, and his wife is on his way to meet up with him. And that's the last that I've heard. But with the Joe Stack thing, it was my neighbor's band, and I would go sit in. But, yeah, I knew Joe Stack, which is pretty weird.
Oh, we released the video, with you playing with him. Yeah. But, I mean, have I not every day been, and then privately this morning I was freaking out. They're going to do something today.
Oh, yeah.
The crew's like, how the hell? I could see it all. I could feel it.
Yeah.
Because it's not just these dead people.
And I can tell you're stressed, too, because your voice is definitely, like, cracking more. I mean, this is definitely weighing on you right now. I can tell.
Well, because they're going to do it all over. If this beta test works, they're going to go full bore, declare us all terrorists. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's the authoritarian takeover of America, man.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because they can't have us free when they bring in the world government.
Right.
I mean, what do you think? What are your points? I'm going to get into this other news.
I think the biggest thing is, well, this is interesting, too. This Boston runners were warned. That coach just getting on there and saying, this other article, bomb-sniffing dogs were there.
Yeah, but that's not even the issue. They kept making announcements on the loudspeaker that it was just a drill. The Madrid bombing, 7/7 in London, every event, Rob.
Yeah.
Every event.
There's always a drill. It's always...
Because if people say, why does that matter? Because they cover the funding in the drill, and it's compartmentalized.
Right.
If people catch them, they say it's a drill like Putin
and then
did.
They get some guy, drug him up, or they plan him like the FBI's been caught doing, and we showed that article, too.
Well, look at this coming out. Boston runners were warned, and this is being reported in the local news, that people were walking around the day before saying, you're going to die if you're part of this. Because this stuff leaks. People always say, well, if something like this happened, it would come out, people would speak. They always do.
Yeah, it just gets buried. It always gets buried in the back of the news.
And again, we now have TSA checkpoints where we live. They now have Army at public events.
Well, this is a big excuse to do this. I mean, that's the, there was bombings at the Boston Marathon. We got to have TSA.
They want to control travel because they're going to do such horrible stuff, taking the pension funds and stuff.
Yeah.
They're going to want to keep people on watch lists out of the central city.
Right.
Because they know people are going to be so mad when your neighbor disappears, your kid disappears, that you're going to go on a vendetta against government.
Right.
And they're already telling the bureaucrats, you're going to be all right, we're going to take care of you. I've talked to police all over the country. You know, when they got the tanks in East St. Louis protecting the city council, they've told them, don't worry, during this time, we'll protect you.
Right.
So, I mean, this is a takeover. This is Vichy France being taken over by the Nazis.
And it's conditioning, because the people that they interviewed in St. Louis were saying, I feel safer that they're around. I feel safer. I think crime's going to drop.
You know what I want to air?
Begging for it.
I want to air your report tonight, where I told you this morning.
Yeah.
On the nightly news, we're going to talk about martial law, but I want to air your report about troops trained to kill gun owners.
All right.
I want to play that before we go back to the guys to take phone calls.
Okay. I'll go.
Thanks, buddy. Good job. And I know I appreciate you working so hard, dude. Anyways, getting back to what I was saying. You know, I don't even need to sit here and convince people about this. You've seen every drama, every sitcom, every show, Pillsbury ads where the TSA gropes you. The bad guys are conservative libertarians, gun owners. They're going to attack. They work with Al-Qaeda. Just asinine stuff. And now this happens. And it's photo finish, Boston Marathon. They either wound up some real extremist and let them do it, like the New York Times reports, where the feds cooked the bomb, trained the drivers in the World Trade Center bombing back in the early 90s. Or they stage the whole deal and we'll burn a patsy. No Tea Party person would work with Al-Qaeda like they're trying to claim. And Saudi Arabia, this is the most important point, Saudi Arabia and the West are like this. I mean, they are peas in a pod. They are absolutely together on this thing. And our government is running Al-Qaeda in Libya and Syria. I declared Obama the head of Al-Qaeda worldwide last month. I mean, he is. I mean, our government, but it's so off the script. It's like, yeah, it's in the LA Times. Our government runs Al-Qaeda and they're ethnically cleansing Christians in Syria. I mean, chopping their heads off, you name it. It's like, oh, well, they're nobody. Yeah, chopping their heads off. But, oh, the Boston Marathon, let's personalize it. And then it's okay to get sad. And everybody's like, on our Patriots Day, they're on the news going, America got hit on Patriots Day, but we're getting behind the government now to do what it takes to keep America successful. I mean, this is nothing but the occupational government. Bottom line, you've seen all the scripting. You've seen the buildup. You've seen us tell you it's coming. And it's just thoroughly disgusting. Let's go back over some of these articles. coach, bomb-sniffing dogs were at start-finish lines for drill. And people are like, well, they already got dogs. Again, making announcements on the loudspeaker that it was just a drill. There was nothing. Oh, we have the announcements on video? Oh, my God. Let's play those video clips right now. Unbelievable. We have the announcements. We're doing all this live, so we'll get those clips. I was told we had that, but, you know, these stupid computers. But that's all up at INFOWARS.com and PrisonPlanet.com. And again, folks, I don't want to risk my life for them to win. I wouldn't be risking my life if I didn't think we could get out of this. I mean, I am willing to be set up or destroyed just so our future isn't run by whoever will stage terror attacks and whoever runs the media and the military-industrial complex run by foreign banks stages an attack. And then all of the, prostitute media goes along with it, and it just goes on and on. Do we have that clip? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's the coach talking about it. Let's go ahead and play it then.
At the start line this morning, they had bomb spotters on the roofs of the building, and they had bomb-sniffing dogs coming up and down at the start line. And Melanie said there was bomb-sniffing dogs at the finish line, but they kept making announcements saying to the participants, do not worry, this is just a training exercise. Well, evidently, I don't believe they were just having a training exercise. I think they must have known, they must have had some kind of threats or suspicions called in.
You know, I bet they had a threat. Well, they'll get to grandstand as our saviors. Again, the narrative that veterans will attack every police station in America that's been put out for 4 years is a fraud to frame the American people against this takeover. And they may be going back to the script because no one would buy that right-wingers are terrorists. They may be going back to the Al-Qaeda script. They're saying it could be Al-Qaeda. But again, our government runs Al-Qaeda on record and puts them in Libya and Syria and gives them 10,000 heat-seeking, shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles. So none of this holds water. Here's the other articles up at InfoWars.com. Eyewitnesses, authorities announced drill before Boston explosions. coach thought it was odd. Bomb-sniffing dogs were at the start and finish lines. Great headline, Watson. Work until midnight tonight, your time. But the big issue is the announcements. That's unprecedented. And they said it was a drill, not security. So that's just some of the news. Here it is. Authorities ID, not servants, authorities. They're an authority, you're not. ID suspect is Saudi national in marathon bombings under guard at Boston Hospital. Well, if it turns out to be Saudi Arabian Muslims that did it, Wahhabists, let's invade Iran, the Shiite country. We invaded Iraq, the quasi-secular Ba'athist party. In fact, why don't we invade Australia? You know what? I mean, can you bring me the globe in from another office? We've got a bunch, guys. Maybe we just spin the globe, because last time they blamed Iraq and planted WMDs on them. Maybe we just spin the globe, cover our eyes, and touch it. And if it's in the middle of the Indian Ocean, we go nuke the Indian Ocean. And show film going, flying fish did it. Because, or those whales did it. Because this is the type of crap that I'm talking about here. This is the type of unmitigated garbage that we're dealing with as a society. Oh, yeah, spotters on the roofs, everything. Well, everything's a national security event. And just like Madrid, where it came out in Spain, the government did it and had to step down on 333. By the way, that was the first time I ever went on Coast to Coast AM. Was the day of the Madrid bombing. It had been set up for weeks. I'm on Coast to Coast AM for 3 hours tomorrow night. And obviously, we'll be talking about all this and a lot more, coasttocoastam.com. It's just unbelievable that stuff like this is going on. And again, you've got the former head of Italian intelligence. You've got all their Supreme Court coming out saying the West is staging these terror attacks. It is, piece of paper. It is off the charts. And we're going to play a report here by Rob Dew from last year that's had 2.5 million views, dealing with the Army manual saying they're trained to kill gun owners. I mean, folks, if you've studied military history, when the government's training the police and military that gun owners are terrorists, and the preachers need to tell them to go to the FEMA camp when it's time, and the military's training for gun confiscation, that is off-the-chart creepville. So even if they try to blame this on Saudi Arabia, they're trying to gauge things right now. The media has already tried to lump right-wing extremism, gun owners, conservatives in with Al-Qaeda by saying it'll be Al-Qaeda or it'll be right-wingers. What, it's not the Mexican mafia that's killed 60,000 people in Mexico, thousands in the U.S.? It's not even white supremacists that have killed people. It's not some other group. No, it's automatically right-wingers, which means anti-globalists, not fake right-wingers, but, you know, more libertarian types they call right-wingers, or it's Al-Qaeda. Because there's only one thing worse than Al-Qaeda, that's a returning veteran or a gun owner or grandma that we hadn't been able to kill yet. So Saudi Arabia, 15 of the 19 hijackers. NORAD stands down. Saudi Arabia, right over here, Saudi Arabia doesn't get attacked on 9/11. Iraq, 2 years later, gets invaded and blamed for it. Now they're trying to say Iran's behind Al-Qaeda when they hate them more than they hate us, the mullahs. They're Shiite. See, this is Wahhabist. This is Sunni. Not all Sunnis are bad, by the way, just the ones the globalists fund. And they've sent out of Saudi Arabia into Syria, into Libya, all over the world, into Afghanistan, Pakistan. They send the British intelligence brigades that the British set up over 100 years ago, Lawrence of Arabia, into all these places to destabilize, and then our government, the globalists, bomb and attack all these countries to go after their own people. They put them in, and then though we're so dumb, they attack Shiites and Ba'athists, saying it's to stop Al-Qaeda. It's the opposite group that comes out of Saudi Arabia. So 9/11 happened, and they didn't go after Saudi Arabia, who supplied the cutouts. The globalists actually ran it. The big banks ran it. They went after Iraq. And now they're putting Al-Qaeda from Saudi Arabia in charge of Libya and Syria and using Al-Qaeda to threaten the West so they can take our rights over here. Bombings all over Europe, bombings in the U.S., blaming it on Al-Qaeda so they can take our rights when they actually run Al-Qaeda. Now, if it ends up being Saudi Arabia, do you think they're going to attack Saudi Arabia? No, they're not. They're going to attack Iran. And ignore the fact that our government's funding Al-Qaeda and sponsoring them out of Saudi Arabia into Syria, into other areas. So now let's do this on air. I'm going to close my eyes. Instead of attacking Iran, and they said they could start World War III, I'll just spin the wheel like they did blaming Iraq, and then we'll just attack whoever we randomly pick. Maybe this is how the Pentagon chooses people. 3 spins. Okay, Ethiopia. We will now nuke Ethiopia. That's where that came from. Does it matter it came from here? Isn't that funny? I spun it 3 times. It was still close to there. Hey, let's spin it again. You know what? Let's try it again. Let's see what happens now. Uh-oh. St. Vincent and the Grenada. Grenada did it. Attack them. Almost Venezuela. They did it. Attack. It's weird. I keep spinning this and picking globalist enemies. Let's try again. Okay. New Guinea. New Guinea is the enemy. They ran Al-Qaeda. No one but Saudi Arabia and the West. We'll attack no one. Here, let's spin it again. Oops. There you go. Here, let's try it again. We'll attack 2 places this time. Okay. New Hanover is an island. We'll attack it. And the Chagos Archipelagos oil islands. We'll nuke them. They did it. Here, let's spin it again. Anybody that the West has a history of staging terror, Saudi Arabia works with them. Let's not attack them. Let's. Uh-oh, Canada. Folks, time to nuke Canada. Right. Blame Canada. Right there, nuke them. That's northern Canada. Luckily, not too big a population right there. We'll just blow that up right there because that's who did it. I mean, hell, CNN said so. There you go. You guys like my targeting, how I pick targets? But, okay, I got to say, Badandi, you know, Badandi's awesome, but, you know, his wife and child were up there in Rhode Island. I felt bad. A lot of these reporters that I ended up hiring came down here, and, you know, it was family stuff, families in Rhode Island, families in New Jersey. There's family stuff. I'm like, hey, I'm not going to get in the way of families. But he still does reports every week for us as a auxiliary reporter. And he does a great job. Badandi's got a lot of heart. I haven't even gotten to Dan Badandi getting on Fox, asking the police commissioner about the drills. And then I talked to Badandi before I went on air here, and I said, okay, there's another press conference. Get in and ask him about false flag. Do we have that video coming in? Yeah. All right, well, just whatever you get, just make sure they air it coming up in the next segment. And obviously, I'm very exhausted. I'm not complaining. I went to bed at midnight last night. I woke up at 4 a.m., couldn't sleep. I never used to be like that. I just have been totally freaked out. And I'm not complaining, but I am pretty tired right now, pretty punch drunk. I should have had more coffee. Last coffee I had was at about 1. And I'm going to go to sleep here in a couple hours and get up and deal with all this because when they lock my ass up, knock on wood, I hope they don't, or kill me, I mean, I don't have any time to talk to you anymore. They say there's no rest for the wicked. I don't feel very wicked. I just want justice. I mean, I'm so sick of the obvious PR rollout for this stuff. I mean, it's so obvious. And I just want my country back. I mean, it's just the gullibility of this nation and the West is what has allowed all of this to unfold. Did Badandi get his question in? You want to come in here? Come on in here. This is very powerful. What I could do, you know, Badandi is kind of like a wild man like I am, but he's a real guy. That's what we like about him. Yeah. Tell me about Badandi.
Okay, I'm just getting this from John Bound. He just called me. He said Badandi got his question in on the press conference to the governor. It's actually the governor of Massachusetts. Asked him if it was a false flag. He said, no, next question, real quick, cut him off. And then apparently he's still asking questions. He's not shutting up. You know, he's being Badandi. You know, basically that's it. And so we're grabbing that footage. It's on Fox is where we're grabbing it right now. We'll have it up. When we go back to the other guys over on the other side, we're going to connect with them. I think we're on that.
Be honest with me. I want the listeners to realize what they're viewing. This is history.
Oh, yeah, this is it. I mean, this is all the pieces apparently have come together. You know, Badandi going up northeast, you know, is all.
No, but I mean, not even that. Just the fact that I use the cheesy analogy of the trench run with X-Wings. I mean, this is it.
This is it.
I hope people sitting at home realize, I mean,
And we need your tips, too. You know, people out there scouring the internet, like when Sandy Hook happened, like all the great research that people were doing out there, putting it out on their own, not waiting for us to put it out.
Hey, it's shaking the system up.
Yeah, I mean.
Because they're targeting totally dumbed down people that buy anything. And more people just don't buy anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is just, I mean, I think it's amazing. Just the amount of research people have done on Colorado and Sandy Hook is just, you know.
I'm just glad that when I die, I didn't die a coward. You two do. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just that, we don't even pat ourselves on the back, though. The build-up where every show,
we got that clip.
The Liberty people are terrorists.
We got the Jakari piece where he shows just every single instance where.
Well, that's just locally, lately. Yeah, you want to play that?
Yeah, well, this is the one that has that TV show, The Following, where the guy goes, I'm a constitutional extremist.
And the top psycho's like, whoa, that's the most evil thing. I like that.
And John
he did one with a bunch of clips. Is this the little one or the big one?
This is the little one of that with a bunch of others. Because you and David Knight talked about it, and that one's up on YouTube. But then this is one that...
Yeah, Green Lantern fights the militia.
Right. It's got Green Lantern.
It's like before World War II when they figured out they were going to fight the Germans. Suddenly for the year before, we're going to fight the Germans began.
Yeah.
I mean, now it's, we're going to fight the veterans and gun owners.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay.
All the cartoon guys were fighting guys with pointed helmets in the 1940s. That was part of that build-up to that.
It's all on, well, like right before 9/11, they had the Pearl Harbor movie.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go ahead and go to that clip. Here it is.
The cell tower linked to your wife is near a roadside motel on Highway 31.
Typically, there's 5 to 6 agents per safe house in a designated area away from the other guests.
I'm thinking an M17 or my micro Uzi with a silencer.
You ex-military? I don't know. We're better than that.
They were both raised by militia. Well, constitutional extremists, to be accurate.
The Following, a Fox TV series starring Kevin Bacon, is the latest television program to demonize the militia. I'm Jakari Jackson with an InfoWars News Bulletin. Even though the Constitution guarantees the rights of a well-regulated militia, that has not stopped the mass media from portraying the militia in a negative light. Let's take a look at these clips where the hero fights militia antagonist.
Next Thursday, to save a young boy's life, Michael Weston takes on a militia.
They are locked down tight.
An unknown number of heavily armed militiamen have taken over the mine.
Plan to use the salt mine as their base during the Second American Revolution, which is, they claim, imminent.
More shows still, such as the In Development We Hate Paul Revere and Founding Fathers.
The real programming is happening with these shows like Founding Fathers, where the guy that's pro-gun in Texas and leading the militia, he's really Al-Qaeda, which fits into the whole narrative that, oh, it's white Al-Qaeda or gun owners are really Al-Qaeda.
InfoWars has also documented subliminal propaganda in television shows such as AMC's Breaking Bad.
One example is AMC's Breaking Bad television series, as it depicts a meth villain as a Ron Paul supporter.
And we'll end with a clip of Alex Jones warning of such propaganda in his film Road to Tyranny. I'm Jakari Jackson with an InfoWars News Bulletin.
Who was the first terrorist organization in the United States? Who? Founding Fathers. Founding Fathers. You mean Thomas Jefferson?
Look at this guy. You know, he's talking about the Founding Fathers and people that are committed. He's talking about constitutional terrorists. Before that, the cops are so conditioned, they say, who are the terrorists? Who are the first terrorists? The Founding Fathers. They all know. They all say Founding Fathers. Again, we're not trying to take credit for predicting all this. It's not hard. It's like I predict the sun comes up at 6:45 tomorrow morning. I mean, it's designed for the most dumbed-down population. I could go home tonight, turn on any drama, and it'll be, they won't take vaccines, they're child molesters, or they don't trust the government, they've murdered children, or they don't trust the government, they're racist, or they're homeschooled. And it's like, or let's laugh at Charlton Heston. He's a murderer. You know, like Jim Carrey said. It's just ham-fisted propaganda. But see, I didn't get into comic books. I got into history books and girls. But, I mean, other than kind of a mixed deal. But I know, because I started reading history books, and every page was like battles and wars and subterfuge, and this guy did this to that guy, and this secret society. I mean, Roman history, Nazis, communists. I mean, I couldn't put it down. I mean, I was like 15 and read Gulag Archipelago because it was action-packed. I mean, you know, this is a guy in a forced labor camp. And I just, by the grace of God, learned all this stuff. And now I sit here watching the exact playbook. I mean, I was reading where AP has hired North Korean propagandists to help them advise them on how to run the AP. And I saw that the other day in mainstream news. I mean, I can't even believe that. Our government hired the former head of the Stasi, the worst police state in human history up until the time, the East German Stasi, Marcus Wolf, to set up Homeland Security. I mean, obviously the government's super bad when they teach state police nationwide, the Christians are terrorists. We're going to have to arrest them en masse. And here's the Army manual for forced labor camps. I mean, obviously, whoa, they're going to stage something. They've done it before. We've got to do something. And it's just creepy to know now that it's not just White House-run groups like Media Matters and BBC Connected that are demonizing me right now, but Glenn Beck again. And it just is really despicable. I've covered a lot of this news. I want to throw it back for 30 minutes to Jakari Jackson and to David Knight and the rest of the great crew that's working so hard. We got to shut this down in the next hour so everybody can get back, get some sleep. We have a limited crew. We're not CNN or Fox News or MSNBC funded by big corporate donors and tax money and stuff like MSNBC especially. We're funded by viewers like you. Please don't forget, we're sending free streams out of all this. The video is very expensive. Be sure and support InfoWarsStore.com. Get a PrisonPlanet.tv membership. Buy the books, the videos. Support us so we can be strong and do more of this. That's always essential. Buy your war bonds. But in a few minutes, we'll go to this. Then when I come back, we'll have the new clips of Dan Bidandi talking to the governor of Massachusetts about false flags and what happened in the aftermath of that. Great job, Dan. And I will get to the other newscast and things. But are they ready to make the switch to the other studio? Yeah, why don't you just play my video intro where they try to blame right-wingers? Remember that one? Or just pick something. The key to being live is, let's just pick something and go with it here. Just whatever. We'll go ahead and go to the other. Yeah, this is the earlier Dan Bidandi footage where he got into the press conference and brought up the drills with myself and Leanne McAdoo and Rob Dew, and then we'll go to the other crew for 30 minutes, and I'll come back with final points and final clips. Let's go to that.
Hey guys, Leanne McAdoo here at the Austin, Texas InfoWars News Center. Our East Coast reporter Dan Bidandi is on the scene, and he was able to get in this question at the news conference.
We are looking at all of that right now. That's one of the investigative steps that we're taking.
They said they were doing drills this morning for the same exact thing that happened on BustedBook.com. Now, were you guys given any warning ahead of time of this taking place?
As I said earlier, there was no specific intelligence. We certainly increase posture around a big event like this. All of those things happened in preparation for this event, but there was no specific intelligence that anything was going to happen.
Now, we've got that story on our InfoWars.com website, and you can check it out, follow up with more.
Absolutely, folks. It's all breaking there, and a live feed is at InfoWars.com/listen. A live video feed is there for everyone with Jakari Jackson, David Knight, myself, and the rest of the crew, Rob Dew, John Bound, the entire crew here, Adon Salazar, Kurt Nimmo. They're all there right now covering all of this, and Leanne McAdoo is also on top of it as well. So this is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen, because so many of these past events have been false flags. We've got to study this and see if it is, because they want to have this total rollout of the police state, an excuse to carry that out. Leanne, what else are you working on?
Well, I've got some stories coming up about the drone strikes Obama had just flat out lied about how many people had been struck with the drones. Maybe that's why we got this, to distract people. So.
All right, great job, dude. What else are you working on?
Well, I'm going to try to follow up and see what happened with my brother-in-law, who was actually running in the marathon.
For the Army.
For the Army.
And he's in intelligence. Tell folks what happened with him.
Right. And apparently he got pulled out early of the race. They said he was dehydrated. So I'm trying to get a hold of him right now. I've been throwing texts back and forth.
You got to go to the hospital. They came to him.
Right. They pulled him out of the race, sent him to the hospital, said he was dehydrated. And
wasn't that nice? In fact, Leanne, search engine real quick. Mayor Willie Brown got warning not to fly on 9/11.
Right.
It's the second link, San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah, Condoleezza Rice actually warned and gave him a personal phone call, which he said he didn't make much, didn't think much of it then. You know, when the Secretary of the National Security calls you and tells you not to fly, I guess it's not a big deal, you know. So there you go. And now we also have reports. The U of M coach, the cross-country coach, said that
they had loudspeakers. Yeah, that's up on Infowars.com.
Right.
They had loudspeakers on there openly announcing, hey, it's just a drill. Don't worry about the dogs. And then you can also go to, again, yeah, that's a saved version of it. Willie Brown got low-key warning not to travel. But if you actually go back, and good job finding that live here on the fly. We're basically taping this live. There it is, San Francisco Chronicle. Boom. Willie Brown got low-key early warning about air travel. And again, the Joint Chiefs of Staff are supposed to fly to New York, and we're told not to. I mean, this is incredible. And again, if your brother or your brother-in-law, your wife's brother, again, you say he's a great marathon guy.
Yeah, he's in shape.
3 miles for breakfast, you name it. Boom, this happens. Very suspicious. We need to ask him, you know, were you really, quote, sick? Why'd they pull you out?
Right.
So now you're getting this secondhand through your wife who talked to him. All right, well, that's it for this report. Great job to the entire crew. And great job doing the work you're doing, and great job to all the listeners getting us the tips. Follow us at Twitter at Real Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen. The investigation continues, because you better believe they're not going to let this crisis go to waste.
All right, so we're back here live. This is David Knight here with Jakari Jackson, and we're going to be taking some of your calls at 877-789-ALEX. That's 877-789-2593. Now, you just saw a report from Dan Bidandi from earlier today when he talked to the mayor and the police chief, but we've got an update to that. Dan was just able to talk to the governor. We've got Dan on the line right now. Dan, are you there?
Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
Doing good. What's up?
I'm trying to race back to my car. I got like a mile and a half to go here.
So you're out of breath there. You're running your own marathon today, right?
Oh, yeah. It's called the Liberty Marathon, INFOWARS Marathon of Truth.
Yeah. Okay, so Dan, you got a chance to get a question to the governor?
Oh, absolutely. I asked him that question earlier, you know, about the drills, what they had to do with it. Of course, he said that's for routine. You know, it's kind of weird that they were doing the same kind of drills, just like, you know, all the other terror attacks like 9/11. They happen to be, seem to be doing drills of the same thing. And the same thing happened today, as we've seen. And, you know, today, this time I asked the governor and the FBI, why were loudspeakers telling the people that to stay calm minutes before the bomb went off? Then I asked him if this is another stage 4 flag to rob our civil liberties. And, of course, the governor just says no. Then I asked the question again. It's like, why were people told prior to the bomb going off? I want the answer. Why were people told prior to the bomb going off to stay calm? And they wanted the question, walked straight off the stage. The spokeswoman said that's enough questions, and off they went.
So they shut you up, basically, right?
They shut me up at the end of the press conference right there, and I got the look of death by several FBI agents. So I grabbed my camera equipment, and I jetted out of there.
Wow. Okay, so Dan, about where were you in the question order? You said they ended the questions immediately after you asked one. About how far in line were you to get your question in?
There was no particular order. It's like basically you speak up or lose out. And you use my big mouth. I have. But like I had to basically speak up. You know, it's a snooze. You snooze, you lose, so to speak.
That's right. That's right. So about how far had they been going in the press conference before you got a chance to speak?
Right after, I think I was the first question, believe it or not.
Really?
Because I knew, you know, the order of the speakers, as we were told. And right after that, bam, I hit him with the question before anybody else could. And, you know, of course, you know, just a no. You know, then I asked him, you know, the first part of the question again, and it was totally avoided. And I got the look of death by everybody.
So let me get this clear. You were the first question, and then they basically cut it off and then ended the press conference?
No, the first question I asked him, and when the governor said no, he went out with more questions.
Okay.
So I want to answer my first part of my question. Why were people told to remain calm moments before the bombs exploded? Their spokeswoman got up on, they didn't say not one word. Their spokeswoman got up on the coordinator, whoever she was, got up on the stage and said the press conference is over.
Wow.
She wrote.
Okay. So since we last talked to you, have you found out any new information? Have you found out anything from the runners or anybody else out on the scene?
Yeah, I talked to a lot of the runners, and there was practically the same story with everybody. They either seen it, heard it. The first explosion, they thought it was like, think nothing of it. There was some kind of a firework or whatever. But when the second one occurred, that's when everybody knew, hey, this ain't normal.
Yeah.
Okay. So as far as the stricter movement, we heard that the police or military had been blocking off the streets. Have you seen any increase in that?
Yep. Well, they got the whole perimeter secured, and heading out to my car now. So probably waiting to see some checkpoints and whatnot. But it's like right now they got still the military police walking around checking little alleyways and cars in the city and everything. And the governor said that the FBI now has jurisdiction over this, and the FBI spokesman got on the podium to tell everybody we have jurisdiction, and for the next few days there's going to be constant surveillance, and it's tomorrow's business day is going to be canceled. So look for a huge police state in Boston, Massachusetts.
So did you get this recorded on your camera, or have you captured that, or are we dependent on feeds?
I got everything on video.
Oh, okay, great. So we get some first-person camera views, because I believe it was Fox News they showed a second ago when you had a chance to ask your question to the police chief. So we're definitely looking forward to seeing your videos of the encounter.
Well, great job there, Dan.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm almost to my car, I think. But yeah, it's crazy over here. And I've been talking to different people, from other countries. There's people from Australia that came here, Mexico, to participate in the marathon. And they're running. Next thing they heard a little boom, or some didn't even hear a boom. And they were told, they stopped right there, told that the race is over. And they were just puzzled what was going on. But I mean, like, the main reaction of people is like terrorism. People have that fear of Qaeda's going to bomb us, or So the stage from 9/11's already been set into the mentality of the typical person.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And we've been hearing for the last 12 years that the only way that we're going to be safe is if we give up all of our freedoms and liberties and we shred the Constitution, because it's kind of outdated anyway. That whole idea of the infrared,
It was like that right away. I mean, like any store you went into, any hotel, you had police with assault weapons. The ones that are trying to ban fully automatics, searching people's bags, the purses. And they were searching us too, the press, and they questioned me, because I wasn't a mainstream reporter, but but they told me the press is the press, it's the First Amendment, and I got through, thank God. But it's just like it turned towards the tolerant police state already. I had police screaming at me and told me you can't go over there, and this is ridiculous.
Well, here's something for you to ask them, Dan. Next time you get a chance to get in the press conference, they had. Whether it was a drill or whether it was a search or whatever they were doing, they had a massive amount of police with bomb-sniffing dogs and everything else there, but they didn't find anything. So you might ask them about that,
Well, absolutely, yeah. If that drill, if they were doing their job in that drill, they would have found something. If that was, it just shows that possibility could just be another false flag. And most of all, could you see TSA at the street corners of here in Boston, Massachusetts, going to a hotel, go to convenience stores to buy a gallon of milk. You're getting groped and searched down because we're looking for bombs in trash barrels.
Right. Well, we've got a couple of callers here we want to go to. Thanks, Dan. You've done a great job up there. Keep searching around. We know you'll ferret out something.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yep.
All right. So if we're ready for our calls, we'll go to Otter in Mass.
Oh, no, you cut out for a second there.
How you doing?
Okay. Oh, good. Yourself?
Doing good.
Go ahead.
All right. So, a bunch of points to make real quick. Did you see the footage pre-blast where an elderly gentleman, it appears at the distance, spasms and crumples to the ground?
I saw somebody
That's
falling.
The moment. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying I saw somebody fall. I wasn't exactly sure who it was.
Was he a runner? It looked like he was a runner, and I wasn't sure if that was just before the blast or if it was part of the blast. Do you think it was just before the blast, is what you're saying?
Yes, the blast occurred in a vectored projectile low level. It was...
Hey, caller, I'm going to put you on hold real quick because I'm going to put the caller on hold. I ran over here from the other side because I've seen the Badandi press conference footage now, and they thought it was already over here a while back ago. This happened like 30 minutes ago. And I wanted to commend Dan Badandi, INFOWARS.com reporter. He took over the press conference with false flag and why were they already running a drill? And the governor looked completely freaked out, and they shut the press conference down because I was ignorant about who Duval Patrick was. I've heard the name, but I was like, who's that black guy that looks totally freaked out and pissed off? They go, that's the governor. And he's like totally looking shifty-eyed. And so was everybody else up there. But like and he kind of, I noticed he kind of directs, and then they shut it down. The governor ordered the press conference shut down over this. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't really know who the governor of Massachusetts was. I know who most governors are, but I hadn't kept track of it. I knew the name.
We have to see that. Do we have that where we can punch up the video?
Yeah, I'm sorry. They had the callers faded up in here so I could hear the callers talking. But I don't know if we have it. I mean, I was just watching it on DVR in the other office. Well, I mean, listen, online, just it's kind of like a crazy game in here to get all the info. If you go online, I'll guarantee you on the news channels, they have a recording of the last governor's press conference. But it's not a big deal. You guys are overworked. It's late at night. I'm going to let you guys take about 10 more calls. I'm going to put some bookends on this. Dude's trying to capture the Badandi footage right now, but it was on CNN. Yeah, you name it. We had it on CNN and Fox back there on the monitors, and it was just the most amazing thing whenever it cuts to Piers Morgan going, well, now that's ending shortly. And it was like Badandi going, false flag, stage and take our liberties. And then you need to answer why there was a drill. And when this happens in other events, you just hear him going. And then they all look like they're on the hot seat and they want it to stop.
Yeah, he did a great job of planting the info. He did a great job of planting the InfoWars flag up on the podium there. You could see it before the press conference. He had it up there.
And the point is, imagine if we have thousands of other InfoWarriors. Folks, just go to these events. Just take over. The New World Order counts on a bunch of sheep. Just believe in whatever they say. And look, bottom line, there's no way Tea Parties would stage an event like this ever. I mean, that's just not in their making. There's no way they could provocateur a domestic group. They stage other stuff. And there's no way Al-Qaeda is working without U.S. or globalist authorization. Our government runs Al-Qaeda worldwide. This is a staged event one way or another. They may have a mentally ill patsy, as the New York Times reported. That's the only way it could be quasi-real. But regardless, keep your hands off my rights. Don't use this to scare me into submission. Stick your hands down my pants. All right, let's go back to you guys.
All right. Okay. Thanks. That was Alex Jones, and we'll be back in the other studio with him in a second. So you heard callers. Alex wants to get to these calls pretty quick. So Otter, make your final point, please.
Okay. Okay. The dogs, come on. They're not going to be bomb-sniffing dogs if they're bombs sitting right there. I know people that work in Mass General. They had friends that were in the tents there at the finish line. They're okay. At least that 3 to 6 of them that we know of. And we've been able to talk with them. We've been able to get through. The blast was low. The blast was directional. It was perpendicular, going straight out across the street. A lot of smoke. There's all these keynotes that are specific to the type of blast and what the implement was. Kind of put money on the fact that it's a anti-personnel mine. It just goes bam, right out, and it stays at like waist level. A lot of people sitting there. You look at all the injuries. You look at people with legs blown off. You look at the people that were sitting and how they were injured. 3-4 feet above the ground. Maybe as it got across the street, it got a little higher. Not very many windows blown out. You know, Oklahoma City, of course, we know what it really was, but supposedly if it was blown from outside, you're supposed to see some damage on the building behind it, or it's going to be a directional blast because there's a wall, a building behind it. When you blow something up, it goes all directions. You know, it's, right. You look at an A-bomb going off. You know, you got a donut. This was not that. Look at that. It is the Boston Globe footage, and it is directional, and it is low, and it is specific. It is a device that you will be able to figure out.
Good point.
So we'll let it go at that. We've heard that the Mass General bomb was found in the parking garage. Had people there working that I know today in there, and that they've now confirmed and fed to us here that it was in the parking garage. And we had heard rumor of a third blast in Boston. Hadn't heard anybody talking about that for the last couple hours, so I don't know about that. But
okay, we'll definitely try to stay on top of that and look at the footage as it develops, but we have to move quick. Thank you for your call, Otter. Now we'll go to Harry in Kentucky.
Well, Harry, you there?
Hey. Yes, I'm there. Thanks, David and Jakari. I got a question and a concern. My question is the reason this supposedly terrorist attack happened is because DHS has made all the preparations and prepared for the next phase of their dark plans?
Well, you always have a group that's going to capitalize on the event, regardless if they were prepared for it or not. I do believe, regardless if this was a lone attack or if it was something that's orchestrated as a false flag, I do believe that they are ready for it, regardless of whether they were planning for this to happen on this particular day or not, or they were just waiting for, the quote, good crisis to come around. I definitely believe they're going to capitalize this to push the TSA agenda and such as that.
Yeah, they won't let a crisis go to waste. I mean, look at what they did with Hurricane Katrina, right? That was not, that was not a government operation, but they used it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very well, very well. Yeah. And they pushed the agenda of you need your government to survive, even though, they let the people in the Superdome almost die of thirst. They wouldn't let the water get in and, wouldn't let people to be self-sufficient. Yeah. But we have to jump quick. Thank you for your call, sir. We'll move now to Michelle in Wyoming.
Mitchell?
Oh, Mitchell. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. I just had a question. I was wondering if while all our heads are turned focusing on this event, if there's any legislation on the table right now they might be trying to push through, like CISPA or more gun control. I heard there's a gun control initiative that made it through the House but needs to go through the Senate, and if it does that, we have to depend on Obama to veto it. So I was just wondering what you guys know about that.
Well, they need some help to get it through the House because it's predominantly Republican, and the Republicans have much more reliance on gun owners to get elected than the Democrats do. So certainly this is something that's going to help them because it's going to let them make the case that it's a scary world out there, and you got to give up your freedoms, and you got to let the government protect you, even though they had all these bomb-sniffing dogs there right at the finish line and a gazillion cameras, and they couldn't see and they couldn't find this bomb. They want us to believe that they're going to be able to protect us if we surrender our freedoms to them.
Exactly. And as far as the cameras are concerned, I definitely keep my eye on YouTube and other blog-type sites to get alternative views as far as footage is concerned. But you're concerned, I'm very much concerned with the same thing you said about them trying to push through some type of legislation, something we may not know about on the surface right now that may come out, next week. Oh, well, you guys are worried about that bombing. We did X, Y, and Z.
And there's also all this turmoil in the financial markets on currencies that are set up as competition to the central bank's fiat currencies. Bitcoin first, then gold and silver the last 2 days or whatever, that's been really dropping precipitously. So both of those things crashing right at this time. So, yeah, it bears watching. There might be some kind of financial event that's coming down the pike. We'll go next to Peter in Massachusetts. Peter, are you there?
Hello. One question. Why aren't you talking about the JFK Library fire and the archives there that may have been damaged, destroyed, or lost?
Yes, there was a explosion at the JFK Library. Can you fill us in on some of those details, sir?
Well, I'm just looking at what I've seen on TV, and I'm looking at RT's webpage here. No conclusive evidence linking Boston JFK Library fire to marathon blasts. But I wonder about that. And you guys are info warriors, so maybe you can run this down. I can read off the website here. Please say there is no evidence yet linking the Boston Marathon explosions to a fire at the JFK Library shortly after, like minutes after. Almost at the same time, it appears. Earlier, 2 devices exploded at the event's finish line. They go on about the marathon. Boston Police Commissioner says at 4:30 p.m. the library incident was in all likelihood not related to the marathon explosions. There were no deaths or injuries in the library incident. Employees and journalists were not allowed to approach the building. Now, the picture I'm looking at is the whole front of the building.
Do you have an article or a headline you can direct us to, sir?
RT website, usart.com, USA Library -blast-police-Boston-914. No conclusive evidence linking Boston JFK Library fire to marathon blasts.
Okay.
Well, that's something, we just had, as this all broke, Alex was talking to Richard Belzer, and Richard just wrote a book about the JFK assassination and the aftermath of it called Hit List, and how many people died and the astronomical improbability of that many people connected with it dying in that period of time, and so especially the way that they died. So certainly that is something that is suspicious, and I'm sure we'll have Richard Belzer on.
I'm wondering if the marathon blasts were a diversion.
Yeah,
that's a very interesting thought, and like I said, all this news is new to us today, and as the weeks and days develop, we'll have more time to get into it. Definitely appreciate your call, sir. We'll move now to Chris in Michigan.
Or was that Chris in Michigan? About Jason.
I'm sorry.
Is this Chris?
Yeah, this is.
Okay, go ahead.
Chris.
On Brian Williams today, he was doing a report and asked the police chief or someone involved in the investigation why they were told to turn their cell phones off shortly before the blast had happened.
Really?
And yeah, I haven't heard you guys talk about that at all today.
Do you have a source on that?
It would be Brian Williams, his news source.
Brian Williams,
his news show.
Okay.
And the other thing I had to say is, like back in the '60s, and when MLK was, doing his speeches and stuff, everyone was like band together, and I just think people need to do that now. It doesn't matter if you're black or white or Arab or whatever. Like, we all need to like get together and like. I mean, Alex Jones is doing the perfect job of making this happen, but we need to look at those people that were fighting for civil rights, because this is what that is. It's a civil rights movement, really, at the end of the day,
Absolutely.
For justice, and for us to not, have to be groped everywhere we go, and
that's right.
all of that. I mean,
that's right.
I'm surprised during Black History Month, no one, combined INFOWARS with that movement and like just started a new, spring of action with that.
Even if you believe the government's official narrative about all of this, you accept it, whatever it is, can't people see that this is going to be used to take our civil liberties? And like you said, it is a civil liberties issue, and I just wish people could broaden this out. So many times we see people, it seems to me like the two issues on either side of this that are really kind of on the cutting edge of people taking back power at the state level are the gun issue, of course, and also the marijuana legalization issue. Both of those are asserting the division of power between the federal government and the states, and saying we have a legitimate right to make these determinations at our level. And they don't have constitutional authority to prohibit these things. It took a constitutional amendment to prohibit alcohol, and they haven't passed one to prohibit marijuana or any of these other things. But these two groups are so disparate from each other, and they cannot, because of their cultural differences, they can't come together and see the broader civil liberties issues. And occasionally you'll get like the ACLU to come in, and they had some issues at the very beginning of this gun registration legislation coming out. They had issues with it. But it's very rare that you see that kind of common cause. Both the left and the right get so caught up in this left-right paradigm that's been created by the government and the media that they basically anathematize the other side, to where they don't want the other side to have freedom in something that they don't understand or they're afraid of. But
right.
Absolutely.
And to the caller's other point, we say it here all the time. If there's an issue that you think should be expressed, don't wait for us to cover. If you think, XYZ needs to be covered, then cover it yourself. If you can send us an email, we may link to it. And that's.
And organize on Prison Planet, Planet InfoWars. Sorry, yeah, organize there. I mean, people have gotten together groups to fight things at a local level, and that's a great place to start organizing.
Okay. Thank you for your call, sir. We'll move now to Jason in Florida.
Hello.
Hello, Jason.
Hello. This is Jason from A Grave for Jason. How you doing?
Good.
I
long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to get on here and say a few things about this Boston thing today. First of all, there's two words that keep coming up in a lot of these reports that I see with regards to a box truck. Now, there was a sign that laid behind the head of the former CIA asset, Jim Jones, that said, "Those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it." I seem to remember box truck being commonly used in the Oklahoma City bombing back nearly 20 years ago. I think we're approaching the 19th anniversary of that. Or no, sorry, we're approaching the 18th anniversary of that. That was 95. But if you want to see where the pendulum of blame is going to be swinging, I and the rest of the guys here in a grave for Jason all agree that this has definitely got false flag written all over it, and they are definitely going to blame constitutionalists, libertarians, et cetera, et cetera. Now, earlier I was listening to another great talk show program, conservative talk show program, where a caller had gotten on and said, well, Eric Holder's already calling this a terrorist attack. Now, I just thought it was surprising because it wasn't very, very long after the planes hit the buildings, and an obvious terrorist attack by criminal elements within our government, to call it an act of terror by a foreign or by an outside source, correct? Well, why should this guy be surprised? You know, that Eric Holder, even after a few hours, even though he is very, very much a criminal, and we know that they should all be brought up on war crimes, but I don't think it was that soon afterwards that they call it a terrorist attack. Like I said, I'm a listener. I love the show, and I see box truck. I see all these other things.
Well, thanks for calling. Yeah, you're right. They are going to blame it because they already are blaming it on so-called right-wing terrorists. We've already heard Peter Bergen, and he'd been working on this narrative we talked about earlier. On April the 4th, he published an article on CNN talking about how we don't need to worry about Islamicists. We need to worry about right-wing domestic home terrorists. And he was talking about the number of incidents, and there was a minuscule number of incidents for both Al-Qaeda, quote-unquote, terrorist, and as well as a domestic terrorist. And yet, you know, he's saying, oh, we got to put the full force of Homeland Security on this. And that was, 11 days ago that he was talking about that. And then today, he's the first one out of the box, along with many others who are blaming it on conservative constitutionalists and that sort of thing. But the question is, what do those groups have to gain from bombing the Boston Marathon? Why would that be a target? How could that possibly be a target?
Guys, in about 10 minutes, finish up with your calls. I'm going to do a final report. You've done a great job today, and we'll have more reportage, obviously, at 11 a.m. tomorrow, and then we'll have Overdrive with you guys for 2 hours in the Nightly News tomorrow. But I just saw Mark Furman with Sean Hannity say, I've been to Israel, I've taken their anti-terror courses, and the difference is they have the good of the whole, like Spock or something, and here our liberties trump everything, and that's the problem.
Right.
I mean, this is like 1 minute ago. I mean, statistically, 300,000, 400,000 die in car wrecks, hundreds of thousands from flesh-eating bacteria, all this stuff. This is just the total hyping of this is ridiculous. I mean, did they go show when a Predator drone kills 100 villagers to get one, quote, bad guy? No. They show the little kids with their arms and legs blown off? No, they don't. They do everything they can to block that off the news. And this is just pure exploitation, whether they staged it or not, and I think they did. They are just squeezing every drop of blood out of this thing. And it's disgusting. But go ahead and take 7 or 8 more calls. Great job. Make your points. And then,
well, we heard
10 minutes. I'll go on for about 10 minutes of final comments on this special live transmission. It's 8:41 and 5 seconds Central Standard Time. And David Knight, Jakari Jackson, please continue.
We heard for the longest time that the Muslims hate us because of our freedoms.
Yeah.
And now we're being told that our freedoms are the cause of our danger. You know,
that's exactly right. It's always something. It's always the boogeyman. It's all, like last year it was Coney, and some guy who people speculate has been dead for 6+ years is enslaving the children.
When I was growing up, you used to always hear people say, "Oh, do what you want. It's a free country," type thing. You don't hear people saying that anymore.
No, it's like you hear people what you want and go to jail.
Yeah, you hear people saying there ought to be a law. Okay, and we used to live in a much, much freer country. And it was a much safer country.
Just pass a law against heart attacks,
yeah,
or lightning striking you. Well, the answer is they are. We're going to tell you what to eat. I mean, it's just there's no end to this. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And yet we saw that even with all the king's horses and all the king's men and all the king's bomb-sniffing dogs, they couldn't find the bomb on the finish line. Exactly. With all the photography that was there and all the people that were at the finish line. I mean, there's nowhere else along the route where you're going to have the biggest concentration of press, of cameras, of police, of spectators than at the finish line.
Exactly.
Nobody saw anything, and they're not going to be able to protect you if you give up your freedoms.
And we'll move on. Was that Ryan in California, or is our next one Ryan in California?
That was Ryan in California. I think our next one is Mark.
Move on to who? Ryan. Okay. Ryan.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Ryan? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, long time listener. I just, like you just said, I found very interesting as well the, concentration at the end of the race and the hardest place to get and to watch in the whole marathon is the end, and for this to take place there, and to have the dogs there, and, it really strikes, you as, how can no one see this? And how could this go on, without anybody seeing it, And the 400 troops that the news claimed, National Guard troops that were already there. You know what I mean? I don't think that the Boston Marathon constitutes 400 National Guard troops to already be stationed in Boston. I mean, it has all the signs. And a friend of mine, who is also a longtime listener, had sent me some pictures a few days ago. I actually have them. If you, I can email them after I get off the phone, of them performing drills 5 days ago.
In Boston?
In Boston, okay. In the Esplanade and off of Sturrow Drive, performing some sort of search and destroy drill. It's, so they were there 5 days ago, They've probably been there the whole time, and it just really has all the signs, and I think that out of all the things that we've seen in the past years that have it, the false flag written all over it, it seems as though this is rather a sloppy job. I mean, it's really coming to light very, very quickly, and it's,
Tell you what, can you stay on the line? We need to go to another caller, but can you stay on the line because I'd like to get that information from you.
Sure.
All right, great.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not a false flag, what we got here is amazing incompetence.
Right.
I got to say that. Okay, the next caller is Garmin in Mississippi. Hey, Garmin, are you there? Carmen, sorry.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Man, I can't believe I got through to you guys. It's great. Great job, by the way, on what y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Keep up a good fight. A friend of mine sent me a Facebook page or a Facebook email today. And there was a page that was created this past Saturday on Facebook. I don't know if you guys know about this or not, but the title of the Facebook page is "Thoughts Go Out to All Involved in the Boston Explosions."
Can you say that one more time?
Thoughts go out to all involved in Boston explosions.
Can you guys pull that up, please?
I've already tried to go to this page, and it says that the Facebook page cannot be found.
Really?
The person that sent this to me obviously got it from another person, but they took a picture of the screen, and I have it on my phone as well. There's only 18 likes and one photo. On the bottom left-hand side, there's a few names, and I'm not going to give these names out over the air because obviously for, personal, I don't want to, put their personal information out over the air. But like I say, there's only, it was created on Saturday, and to me, this is like Sandy Hook, times 10.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's going to be, I think it's going to be much bigger than Sandy Hook. Look at the nature of this. This is a different type of terrorist attack than we've seen in the past, and they're going to use it in a very different way to do some very different things than they've done in the past.
Yeah, just like what David was saying. You think about Sandy Hook, you have an incident within a school. People think of it as a confined incident, but you have something in public that not only concerns children, but people of all ages, people from various countries. As Dan told us, he saw people from Australia, Mexico, all over. Mm-hmm. So I do agree this could definitely be more of a international story.
Yeah.
And if you would stay on the line, if you guys could get his information, producers, so we might be able to get that photo. And
okay, we've got a video from Dan Badani we're going to throw to. Hang on, callers.
Do you take any questions?
Oh, sir, why the loudspeakers telling people in New York and stuff, be calm moments before the bomb went off? Is this another false flag stage attack to take our civil liberties and promote homeland security while sticking a hand down on the kids on the streets?
No. Next question.
You have said that there's no suspect.
In the morning, the medical people are compiling that as we speak.
Again, why do we speak these on people to be characterizing active terrorism?
Extent of the injuries.
Main point of focus right now.
Again, why do we speakers telling people to be calm before the bomb went off? I want to answer that question.
Currently in your search for additional devices, are you searching the entire room?
So the investigation is in the area that the governor mentioned.
Why was people going off?
Are there any unaccounted for people? If so, how was it?
We're actually working very closely with the families right now. We're going through those right now.
Why was people being told prior?
9:30 tomorrow morning will be the next briefing. Thank you.
they're going to have somebody out there. Look out for this bald guy coming in.
I want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to CNN's team coverage of
there you go. Here's Morgan to the rescue.
Okay.
Great job, Dan.
Great job, Dan.
I tell you what, he's relentless, isn't he?
He is. Okay, and I think we're about ready to go to Alex, so let's take one or two more calls before we go there. Let's go to Bill in Indiana.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Very great. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I just, I've been listening for the day. I'm really glad you guys stayed on for as long as you have. I know it's tough. My question is anybody thought about a connection between this stuff going on and the UN small arms treaty? I know that we, I guess, whoever it is, John Kerry, decided to, just say, well, I'll run it by the Senate. And I guess the Senate voted on it, and it was a very slim margin, but basically they voted no, 53-46. And it just seems, when Alex was talking about, somebody said something about liberties trumping, everything. Isn't that a UN complaint?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I know that there's no way that I can discount an inside job from our own government, but if there's one thing that I fear more than our own government, it's the UN. And I just, the whole idea is just something to take into consideration, that this is, not bullying from our own government, but perhaps bullying from whoever's in charge of all this orchestration from, UN stuff.
Well, and the thing to understand, too, Bill, is that a lot of what goes on in the UN is being directed by people that are in our government. And basically, they're using the UN to do an end around our Constitution and our guarantees, constitutionally protected guarantees and rights. So if they can they're going to use whatever means they can. And one of the things that they've been up to, I think, is a multi-pronged attack to get gun registration and more comprehensive registration. I think that's what they've been at from the very beginning. I think they were going after it with the UN Arms Trade Treaty. I thought they could get it there. If they couldn't, they're going to do it in the regular legislative process. But that's the target. I think that's what they're going after. And I think certainly they're going to use this to help them. They're going to use everything they can to scare people. We got people who are afraid and paranoid. They don't know what's going on. They want the government to protect them. And you're going to hear those people get even more shrill when somebody stands up to protect our Second Amendment rights, like Mike Lee or Senator Rand Paul. You're going to hear them just, come after them with a shrillness that you've never heard before.
Exactly. And I believe it was Kerry. You mentioned Kerry. I believe it was him who said that foreign exchange students don't want to come here because of our gun laws, which I thought was pretty ridiculous. I'm not sure exactly what students he was referring to, if there's any from any particular country, but I'm pretty sure.
They probably realize that education in this country is not a very good value at the college level anymore.
That's more of what I think it was.
That's right.
So we definitely appreciate your call. I think we're about ready to go to Alex. Let's take one last call. Alex in Canada. Can you hear me, Alex? Yes.
Hi. There's three things I wanted to talk about. One, did you guys see the tweet from the Boston Globe saying breaking news, police will have a controlled explosion?
Can you repeat that? That headline?
A little before the incident, There was a tweet from the Boston Globe saying police will have a controlled explosion on 600 block on Bolston Street.
Really?
It was about half an hour before the incident. So I found that really interesting that they were saying there's going to be an explosion, and then there's the explosion. I also have seen a lot of things come up on social media. I've been scouring for the last hour since this happened, and since I found out about it happening. The last mile of the race, the finish line, was dedicated to Sandy Hook, the Sandy Hook incident.
Mm-hmm.
So I found it very interesting how they linked the two together. Also, I saw the Facebook group also as well that the caller earlier talked about. I tagged Alex Jones in it on Twitter for all three of these things.
Okay, we'll try to dig those up.
I've got one thing to add to that. I got a tweet about 5:15 from my wife, who is as much of an information hound as I am on this stuff, and she's been on it. She said the tweets about controlled explosion were about a controlled explosion on the unexploded devices that were found. So I don't know if that's true or not, but it certainly bears some more investigation, see what we can find out about that.
Yeah, and all these things, these tweets, these Facebook pages, or whatever else it is, we definitely need our info warriors to screen capture these things and get it to us, because these things may not always be there. Now I'm told we're ready to go to Alex in the other studio to finish out the show.
Alex, you there? All right, we have Alex there on the screen. Yeah.
All right, folks, here we are. It is 8:53 Central Standard Time with INFOWARS Nightly News Extended live coverage here this evening. I'm going to wrap this up very, very soon so our limited crew can get some rest before tomorrow. But this has all the telltale signs of being a staged event. This has all the telltale signs of being a false flag, or at least a provocateur event, a crisis they won't let go to waste. But if you've seen how many times the military-industrial complex and its foreign owners have provocateured or staged events to take our liberties, it would make your head spin. And that's why I'm glad that we have been here as real media challenging the official narrative tonight. That's why I'm glad that we have been here to point out, hey, we have a group that has staged hundreds of false flag terror attacks and thousands of medical experiments, many of them lethal, against foster kids, minorities, veterans, the general public. And so they have a motive and a history of acting like this. That's why they're in control, because they're ruthless. And they love the image of running, screaming, scared crowds and Papa government, Mama government, there to protect everybody. Now, our East Coast reporter, Dan Badandi, who's a real bear when it comes to taking action, he charged in there, and at one press conference earlier today asked about the drills they had, and then in another with the governor brought up false flag. You can see the INFOWARS flag with his microphone up there, and he got the first question in, and they ended the press conference a few minutes into it. It only went like 2 minutes when O'Reilly and Fox and CNN and MSNBC were all carrying it. We have TVs all over this office. It was all on there. And they ended it because the governor was like freaking out. They shut this press conference down. And, of course, you notice the governor knows what a false flag is to take our liberties. He didn't say, what's that? He went, no, we're not doing this for that. I mean, this whole thing stinks to high heaven. And the cops everywhere have been caught attacking their own officers as a pretext to arrest protesters. This is one step up from that. Blow a few legs off. Everybody gets pay raises. Everybody's heroes. And it's the oldest trick in the book, and no one wants us to discuss that. Oh, it's so preposterous. Who would ever imagine that somebody would stage something to get power? Why, that never happens. Reichstag, Nero, burning Rome, fiddling. I mean, there's so many examples of this, so they want us to not talk about something that's a known phenomenon and who has the motive out there. So let's go to Dan Badandi. Here it is.
Have to take any questions?
Well, sir, Martin Lewinsky is telling people in New York and stuff, be calm, Lewinsky before the bomb went off. Is this another false flag stage attack to take our civil liberties and promote homeland security? I was thinking of hands down on the kids on the streets.
No. Next question.
You have said that there's no suspect.
The morning, the medical people are compiling that as we speak.
Again, when we speak, it's how people characterizing active terrorism. Extensively injuries.
Main point of focus right now.
Again, when you're talking about speakers telling people to be calm before the bomb went off. I want to answer that question.
Currently in your search for additional devices, are you searching the entire...
Most of the investigation is in the area that the governor mentioned.
Why did people going off?
Are there any unaccounted for people? If so, how was it?
We're actually working very closely with the families right now. We're going through those right now.
Okay, why was people being told prior?
9:30 tomorrow morning will be the next briefing. Thank you.
The bombs going off the same
Go right there.
That's a false flag, gentlemen.
This is Piers Morgan Live. I want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to CNN's team coverage of...
And then you've got the military creeping around. 400 members of the military there. And, of course, didn't keep you safe from it, did it? And then they're saying, could it be Saudi Arabia, the group our government runs, the group our government lets attack Libya and Syria? Well, I just want to say again, because they work really hard, and I want everybody to know how hard we're working to get you the truth. Our entire group of staff, reporters, IT people, everybody, and you, the listeners that spread the word about PrisonPlanet.com, PrisonPlanet.tv, INFOWARS.com, we couldn't do any of this. We couldn't do any of this if it wasn't for the support of the viewers like you. And this is a real operation. This is teleprompter free. We use history as our guide, justice as our North Star, and liberty as our destination. And I have 3 children. I have a great wife. I have a great family. I'm, quite frankly, endangering them to do this because I realize there's no future. There's no shore to land on. There's no destination if we don't reverse this entire criminal tide in this course. We can't turn society and the whole world over to the very worst people in our culture and in our world. And if we act like cowards and grovel for tyranny every time there's an event, there will be people that will supply us with events so they can pose as the drama queens. We are not the United States of drama queening. We are the United States of America, and we are the big imperial empire, so everybody wants to seize us. And the empire's murdering and bombing and slaughtering people en masse everywhere. It's going to stage a few stimuluses against itself as the pretext to go out against the world. And a lot of people say, well, so what? We're an empire. We get the money from it. No, we don't. We pay for the empire. We don't even get the spoils. So even if you are a wannabe globalist and a corrupt person, a thief, you're not part of the winning team if you join the New World Order. You're a schmuck. You're a sucker. You're a dupe. You're someone lying to themselves that they're part of the power structure. All right, that's it for this extended. We did 5 hours of radio today, and the other guys did 3 or 4 hours, and then we've done a couple hours here. So I don't know, how many hours? From 11 a.m. to now, how many hours is that? 10 hours of transmission here for a news crew that would normally run a small-town station. And again, great job to everybody. We're reaching millions of people. And history's happening. We don't have to sit by while the globalists, provocateurs, stage events and do this. And so tomorrow we'll continue with the free video feed, where there's always free audio feeds for everybody at InfoWars.com and PrisonPlanet.com and InfoWars.com/listen. You can also find the free links at The Real Alex Jones on Twitter, so be sure and follow us there. I'm going to go sleep for a few hours, get up, doing the daytime show tomorrow, then extra coverage, and then I'm doing 3 hours overnight, Coast to Coast AM, on this subject and others. So be sure and join us for that. And without further ado, it's 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Mountain, 7 o'clock Pacific. We'll know a lot more tomorrow, so join me at 11 a.m. Central for the kickoff of the official InfoWars Alex Jones radio show. And until then, I'm Alex Jones signing off. Remember, if you're watching this transmission, you are the resistance.
And the other thing I think I'd say is that if this does turn out to be terrorism, don't immediately jump to conclusions about who's responsible. There's some... It's more than rumour. It's chatter from within the intelligence services that suggests that it might not be what one's mind perhaps leaps to of Islamic radicals, but that it could be homegrown extremists who, of course, have attacked in the past within America.
Indeed, one recalls the Oklahoma bomb, of course, which was attributed initially to Islamic terrorists and turned out to be homegrown.
Yes, exactly. And there's reports that happened on the night. I'm saying reports because I just haven't had time to check it out. That happened also on Patriot Day, which is today, the first Monday in April. So that might have a special significance. And we know that the Homeland Security have, ever since President Obama was elected, been on potential alert for an incident that came from the right, as well as, of course, their continual alert about potential Islamic terrorism.
I said that was it for the show, but I hadn't seen that clip. I saw the article about it. And again, they're all saying this, and then I'm going, they're going to blame us. And then Glenn Beck says I'm bad to say that, along with Media Matters in the White House. I mean, I don't know who they're going to end up blaming for it, but I know who the prime suspect is and who stands again, who has a history of this, and who runs al-Qaeda worldwide, who's putting al-Qaeda in Libya and Syria. All right, that is officially the end of the transmission. See you back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central. Please pray for us and for America and for those that were attacked. I'll pray for you.